Between takes, Marcus did his best not to acknowledge the obvious. This was a stupid-ass way to die. Still, at the director's call of action, he let out a guttural howl and rode amid the chaos of warfare once more, adrenaline metallic on his tongue as he galloped through choking smoke machine clouds. Bellowing stunt performers on horseback whizzed past while his own horse jolted rhythmically between his thighs. Mud, or some foul combination of mud and horse shit from the smell of it, splattered against his cheek. The special rig raced ahead of him, the camera on the SUV's rushing arm capturing all his determination and desperation. He didn't love this season's script, true, but he loved this, the physicality of it all, the way their show's big budget bought those enormous smoke machines, wired the spider camera tracking overhead, hired those stunt actors, and paid for his training on horseback. That money reserved acres and acres of Spanish coastline for the sole purpose of the series' final climactic battle, and it allowed them to rehearse and film for weeks and weeks, and endless, miserable weeks, to get just the right shots. And it was miserable, often. But because their behind-the-scenes crew of almost 1,000 consummate professionals had set the scene so thoroughly, so convincingly, he didn't have to pretend quite so hard, didn't have to fight to lose himself in the moment. The hazy, chaotic landscape around him helped him drop into character, even as the literal and metaphorical choreography of a successful show, and this particular scene, came to his hand like a well-trained hound. There was no cut when Dade, Kara, his talented colleague of more than 7 years now, ever since pre-production for the series began, appeared through the fog at exactly the place they'd rehearsed, sword aimed directly at him. The showrunners had specified long, continuous takes whenever possible for this battle sequence. "I have come for my revenge, Aeneas the betrayer," Dade shouted, her voice raw and cracked with rage. Real-life exhaustion, too, he imagined. At a safe distance, he brought the horse to a standstill and swung down, strode up to her, knocked aside her sword in one swift motion, and gripped her shoulders. "I have come for you, my beloved." He cupped her face with one dirty hand. "As soon as I heard you lived once more, not even the return of the dead from Tartarus could stop me. I care nothing for anyone or anything else. Let the world burn. I want you, you alone, and I would defy the gods to have you." If those lines in the script contradicted seasons' worth of character development, not to mention the books that had inspired the series, he wouldn't dwell on that. Not now. For a moment, Kara softened against his touch, leaned into his palm. By this point in the long filming day, she stank. So did he. So did everyone else. So did the entire horseshit-strewn field. Mud had burrowed into places he didn't care to consider. Portraying misery and perseverance against all odds wasn't much of a stretch. Dade shoved him away. "You are a demigod," she reminded him with a sneer. "Married to another and an adulterer besides. You lay with my sister, and she fell on her sword in disgrace at such a betrayal upon word of my return from Hades. I can only hope she too rises today and takes her own revenge." Shame, so easy for him to muster, bowed his head. "I thought you lost forever. Lavinia may be my wife in name, but she has no hold on my heart. And Anna—" His brow furrowed, a plea for understanding despite his seeming betrayals. "She was a tarnished mirror of you, nothing more." The thought appeared unbidden. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan is going to fucking detonate when she sees this scene. "You've betrayed mortals, and now you betray the gods as well. Pious Aeneas indeed." With a swift, crouching swipe, Dade reclaimed her sword. "I'll have my own revenge first. All others will have to settle for your torment in the afterlife." Her grip was sure and steady on the weapon, and she brandished it easily. Despite a heavy bronze handle, the sword's blade was blunt, lightweight aluminum for the safety of everyone involved, exactly like his. Still, the impact of metal against metal rang out, as they began the dance they'd been learning for weeks now. His movements flowed without much thought, the product of endless planning and repetition. The fight coordinator and choreographer had carefully planned each motion to emphasize the one-sidedness of the battle. Dade was trying to hurt him, but he was attempting to disarm her and avoid wounding her in the process. After driving him back with a sudden, violent surge, she rasped, "No man will defeat me!" More horses galloping past. Partially obscured by the smoke, escapees from the underworld bit and kicked and swung and aimed discarded weapons at their mortal and immortal foes, who were attempting to drive them back to Tartarus. Groans and death and shouts surrounded his own fight. Precise footwork, back toward Dade. Precise, precise. Block her wild swing. "That may be true." He offered a smile, sharp and predatory. "But as you just reminded us both, I'm more than a man." A clumsy callback to the famous lines in both the second Gods of the Gates book and the second season of the series, when Dade had murmured in his arms that no man could seduce her. "I'm more than a man," he'd returned. And then they'd paused filming to incorporate Kara's body double for the rest of the scene. More swings of the sword, some connecting, most not. And then the fatal moment came. He fended off her last impassioned attack, inadvertently shoving her onto the green-tipped rubber sword of one of his own men. The VFX department would fix the sword and blood later. The audience would see a fatal wound where only muddy silk existed now. Tears, final whispered words. As he knelt in the field, she died in his arms. When she was gone, he took one last wet-eyed look at the battle all around him, saw that the forces of Tartarus were losing, and his men no longer had need of him. Then he gently laid her on the ground beside his own sword, a cherished gift from Dade from their time in Carthage, strode into the chaos, and allowed himself to be fatally stabbed by one of the dead. "In the Elysian fields, I'll see you once more, my beloved," he murmured with his final breath. For that extended stretch of time, Marcus was gone. Only Aeneas, disoriented and desolate and dying and hopeful, existed. "Cut!" the director called, the order echoed by other crew members. "I think we got everything we needed this time. That's a wrap for this scene." As the director and production manager turned away to discuss something, Marcus surfaced, blinking back to himself. His head floated above his shoulders, buoyant and uncluttered, as it sometimes did after he'd truly slipped his own skin and lost himself in a character. Bliss in its own way. For so long, the sensation he'd lived and labored for day by day. It wasn't enough. Not anymore. Kara recovered more quickly than he did. Levering herself up out of the mud and to her feet, she heaved a heartfelt sigh. "Thank fucking Christ." She held out her hand to him. "If I wanted mud in my ass crack, I'd pay for one of those full-body detox treatments, and that motherfucker would smell like tea tree or lavender, not horse shit." He laughed and allowed her to steady him as he stood. His leather armor seemed to weigh as much as Rumpelstiltskin. The Frisian the horsemaster was now leading away. "If it's any consolation, you have a healthy, just-been-stabbed glow." A goddamn shame they did all the close-ups in earlier takes then. After sniffing her armpit, she wrinkled her nose and gave a resigned shrug. "Shit, I need a shower pronto. At least we're done for the day." Kara generally didn't require much response. He simply nodded. "Just one more scene for me," she continued. "Back at the studio later this week. My sword training montage. How about you?" He sounded out the words in his head, checking for falsity. Somehow, they were true. "No, this is it. They filmed my immortality scene before the battle for the living." This scene would be his own last memory of filming Gods of the Gates. But for the television audience, Aeneas's ascension to full god status would be their final glimpse of the character. Ambrosia and nectar and a healthy swallow from the river Lethe, rather than blood and filth and despair. After said swallow, Aeneas would forget Dido and Lavinia both. Poor Anna, too. And after the final season aired, fans were going to slaughter RJ and Ron, the series' head writers, executive producers, and showrunners, online and at cons, for a multitude of reasons, since the abrupt reversal of Aeneas's character arc was only one of many storytelling failures in the last episodes. Marcus couldn't even estimate the number of pointed, aggrieved fix-it fics that would appear after the finale. Hundreds, definitely. Maybe thousands. He'd be writing at least one or two of them as Book Aeneas Would Never, with unapologetic Lavinia Stan's help. Squinting through the residual smoke, he eyed the swords on the ground, bits of torn costume, a plastic water bottle hopefully hidden from the camera's view behind a dummy dressed as a dead member of Aeneas's fleet. Should he take something from the set as a memento? Did he even want to? And what on this filthy field could both encompass more than 7 years working on the show and smell acceptable enough for display in his home? Nothing. Nothing. So, after a final heartfelt hug for Kara, he headed empty-handed toward his trailer, only to be stopped by a palm clapped on his shoulder before he'd gone a dozen steps. "Hold on, Marcus," an all-too-familiar voice ordered. When Marcus turned around, Ron beckoned several cameras closer. They were rolling again, somehow, and called back Kara and all the nearby crew. Shit. In his exhaustion, Marcus had forgotten this little ceremony. In theory, a tribute to each main series actor at the end of their last day on set. In reality, a behind-the-scenes extra to tempt their audience to buy physical copies of the show, or at least pay more to stream the special content. Ron's hand was still on his shoulder. Marcus didn't shrug it off, but he tipped his face toward the ground for a moment, gathered his thoughts, and braced himself. Before he could finally leave, he had yet another role to play. One he'd been perfecting for most of a decade, and one he'd wanted to leave behind with greater fervency as each of those years ticked past. Marcus Castor Rupp. Friendly, vain, dim as that smoky battlefield surrounding them. He was a well-groomed golden retriever, proud of the few tricks he'd miraculously learned. "When we began looking for our Aeneas, we knew we had to find an athletic actor, someone who could portray a leader of men and a lover of women. And above all else..." Ron lifted a hand and pinched Marcus's cheek, lingeringly enough that he might have felt the flush of sudden rage. "A pretty face. We couldn't have found prettier, not if we'd searched for another decade." The crew laughed. Marcus's stomach churned. Another pinch, and he forced himself to grin smugly, to toss his hair and shed his armor so he could show the unseen audience the flex of his biceps, even as he moved out of Ron's reach. Then the showrunner and the crew were urging Marcus to say something, to make a speech in honor of all his years on the series. Impromptu speaking. Would this fucking day never fucking end? The role, though, surrounded him like an embrace. Familiar, comforting, if increasingly claustrophobic. In its confines, he knew what to do, what to say, who to be. 5 years ago, he turned to Ron. "Wait, how many years have we been filming now?" Their boss chuckled indulgently. 7. 7 years ago, then. Marcus gave an unembarrassed shrug, beaming toward the camera. 7 years ago, we started filming, and I had no idea what was in store for all of us. I'm very grateful for this role and for our audience. Since you needed..." He made himself say it. "A pretty face. I'm glad mine was the prettiest you saw. Not surprised, but glad." He arched an eyebrow, settling his fists on his hips in a heroic pose, and waited for more laughter. This time directed and deliberately elicited by him. That bit of control settled his stomach, if only a little. "I'm also glad you found so many other pretty faces to act alongside." He winked at Kara. "Not as pretty as mine, of course, but pretty enough." More smiles from the crew, and an eye roll from Kara. He could leave now. He knew it. This was all anyone outside his closest colleagues and crew members expected of him. Still, He had to say one last thing, because this was his last day. This was the end of 7 damn years of his life. Years of endless hard work and challenges and accomplishments, and the joy that came from doing that work, meeting those challenges, and finally, allowing himself to count those accomplishments as worthwhile and his. He could now ride a horse like he'd been doing it his whole life. The swordmaster said he was the best in the cast with a weapon in hand and had the fastest feet of any actor she'd ever met. At long last, he'd learned to pronounce Latin with an ease his parents had both acknowledged and deemed a bitter irony. Over his time on Gods of the Gates, he'd been nominated for 5 major acting awards. He'd never won, of course, but he had to believe, he did believe, that the nominations didn't simply reward a pretty face, but also acknowledged skill, emotional depth. The public might believe him an acting savant, able to ape intelligence despite having none of his own, but he knew the work he'd put into his craft and his career. None of that would have been possible without the crew. He angled away from the cameras to look at some of those people, and to obscure the change in his expression. Finally, I want to thank everyone behind the scenes of our show. There are nearly 1,000 of you, and I can't... The sincere words tangled his tongue, and he paused for a moment. I can't imagine how any series could have found a more dedicated, knowledgeable group. So to all the producers, stunt performers, location managers, dialect coaches, production designers, costume designers, hair and makeup artists, VFX and SFX people, and so many others, thank you. I, owe you more than I can express. There. It was done. He'd managed to say it without stumbling too much. Later, he'd grieve and consider his next steps. Now, he simply needed to wash and rest. After a final round of embarrassing applause and a few claps on the back and hugs and handshakes, he made his escape. To his trailer for a quick wash at the sink, and then to his generic Spanish hotel room, where a very, very long and well-deserved shower awaited him. At least, he thought he'd made his escape, until Vika Andrich caught up with him just outside the hotel lobby entrance. Marcus, do you have a minute? Her voice somehow remained steady, even though she was jogging over from the parking lot in sensible heels. I had a few questions about the big sequence you're filming now. He wasn't entirely surprised to spot her. Once or twice a year, she'd show up wherever they were shooting and get whatever on-site impressions and interviews she could, and those articles were always especially popular on her blog. Of course she'd want to cover the end of the series filming in person. Unlike some other reporters, she'd respect his privacy if he asked for space. He even liked her. That wasn't the problem. The other qualities that made her his favorite entertainment blogger / paparazzo also made her his least favorite. She was friendly, funny, easy to relax around. Too easy. She was also smart enough to have spied something off about him. Offering her a wide smile, he stopped inches short of freedom. Vika, you know I can't tell you anything about what's happening this season. But if you think your readers want to see me covered in mud, he winked, and we both know they do, then feel free to take a picture or two. He posed, presenting her with what he'd been told was his best side, and she got a couple of shots. I know you can't tell me anything specific, she said, checking the images. But maybe you could describe the 6th season in 3 words? Tapping his chin, he furrowed his brow. Play-acted deep thought for long moments. I know. He brightened and turned a pleased grin on her. Last one ever. I hope that helps. Her eyes narrowed, and she studied him for a beat too long. Then, confronted with the blinding gleam of her own innocent smile, he had to blink. I guess... She trailed off, still smiling. I guess I need to find one of the other actors to ask about how the show's ending deviates from both E. Wade's books and, of course, Homer's Aeneid. Aeneas ended up married to Dido in both those stories, but the show might have taken a different approach. Homer? What the fuck? And Dido was long, long dead by the end of the Aeneid. By the final page of the third Gods of the Gates book, she was alive, but decidedly no longer interested in Aeneas, although he supposed that could change if Wade ever released the last 2 books in the series. Somewhere, Virgil was probably uttering Latin curses as he shifted in his grave, and by all rights, E. Wade should be side-eyeing Vika from her lavish compound in Hawaii. He pinched his forehead with a thumb and forefinger, absently noting the dirt beneath his nails. Damn it, someone needed to correct such grievous misapprehensions. The Aeneid wasn't... Vika's brows rose with his first words, and her phone was recording, and he saw the trick. Oh, yes, he saw it. The Aeneid isn't something I've read, sadly. I'm sure Homer is very talented, but I'm not much of a reader in general. The last bit, at least, had once been true. Before he'd discovered fanfic and audiobooks, he hadn't read much besides his scripts, and he'd labored over those only until he'd learned them well enough to record them, loop the recording, and play the words back to himself over and over. She tapped her screen, and her own recording ended. Thank you, Marcus. It was kind of you to talk to me. My pleasure, Vika. Good luck with your other interviews. With a final flash of a vapid smile, he was finally inside the hotel and trudging toward the elevator. After pressing the button for his floor, he leaned heavily against the wall and closed his eyes. Soon, he was going to have to grapple with his persona, where it chafed, how it had served him in the past, and how it served him still. Whether shedding it would be worth the consequences to his personal life and career. But not today. Fuck, he was tired. Back in his hotel room, the shower felt just as good as he'd hoped. Better. Afterward, he powered on his laptop and ignored the scripts sent by his agent. Choosing his next project, one that would hopefully take his career in a new direction, could wait too, as could checking his Twitter and Instagram accounts. The only thing that definitely needed to happen before he slept for 1,000,000 years? Sending a direct message to unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Or Ulcie, as he'd begun calling her, to her complete disgust. Ulcie is a good name for a cow, and only for a cow, she'd written. But she hadn't told him to stop, and he hadn't. The nickname, one he alone used, pleased him more than it should. He logged on to the Lavinius server he'd helped create several years ago for the use of the lively, talented, ever-supportive Aeneas Lavinia fanfic community. On AO3, he still occasionally dabbled in Aeneas Dido fanfic, but less and less often these days, especially once Ulcie had become the primary beta and proofreader for all Book Aeneas Would Never's stories. She lived in California, and she'd still be at work. She wouldn't be able to respond immediately to his messages. If he didn't DM her tonight, though, he wouldn't have her response first thing in the morning, and he needed that. More and more as each week passed. Soon, so very soon, he and Ulcie would be back in the same time zone, the same state. Not that proximity mattered, since they'd never meet in person. Only, it did matter. Somehow, it did. Gods of the Gates, Book 1, E. Wade. The literary tour de force that inspired a world-famous TV series. Ebook, $8.99. Paperback, $10.99. Hardcover, $19.99. Audiobook, $25.99. When gods play at war, humanity loses. Juno has watched Jupiter dally with mortal women too many times through the centuries, and when she leaves him in a righteous fury, his own godly temper takes hold. Heedless of the consequences, he heaves thunderbolts so mighty that the underworld itself cracks open in fissures reaching all the way down to Tartarus, home of the wicked dead. Freed from eternal punishment, they would return to Earth, challenge Jupiter for power, and doom humanity. To preserve his cruel rule, to save the mortals he beds but does not respect, Jupiter tasks his fellow gods with guarding the new gates to the underworld he's created in his reckless rage. But the immortals, as always, care more for their eternal feuds than duty. If humanity is to be saved, demigods and mortals will have to guard the gates too. Unfortunate, then, that Juno has her own reasons for wanting Tartarus unguarded. Humanity be damned. 2. Dirt. More dirt. This particular dirt would tell a story, though, if April listened hard enough. She squinted at the site's final soil core through her prescription safety glasses, comparing the different shades of brown to her color chart, then noted the sample's water content, soil plasticity and consistency, grain size and shape, and all the other relevant data on her field form. No discoloration. No particular odor either, which didn't surprise her. Solvents would emit a sweet smell, and fuels would smell like, well, fuel, hydrocarbons. But lead would simply smell like dirt. So would arsenic. After wiping her gloved hand on the thigh of her jeans, she jotted down her findings. Normally, she'd be talking to her assistant sampler, Bashir, about their most egregious coworkers or maybe their most recent reality show binge watches. But by this point in the afternoon, they were both too tired to make idle conversation. So she finished logging the samples silently, while he filled out the label for the glass sample jar and completed the chain of custody form. After she filled the jar with soil and wiped her hand on her jeans again, she labeled the container, slipped it into a zip-top bag, and placed it in the ice-filled cooler. One last signature to confirm she was handing off the sample to the waiting lab courier, and they were done for the day. Thank God. "That's it?" Bashir asked. "That's it." As they watched the courier leave with the cooler, she blew out a breath. "I can take care of cleanup if you want to relax for a few minutes." He shook his head. "I'll help." Other than their 30-minute lunch break, they'd been on task and focused since 7 that morning, almost 9 hours ago. Her feet hurt in her dusty safety boots. Her exposed skin stung from too much sun exposure. Dehydration had her head throbbing inside her hard hat, and she was ready for a good, long shower back at the hotel. Her cheek also itched, probably from a stray smear of dirt, which was unfortunate because soil-to-skin contact was, in technical terminology, an exposure pathway. Or, as April would put it, a fucking bad idea. Uncapping her water bottle, she wet a paper towel and swiped until her cheek felt clean again. "You still have some..." Bashir's finger scratched at a spot near his temple. "There." "Thanks." Despite her headache, her smile at him was sincere. She could count the number of genuine friends she had at her current firm on one hand, but Bashir was among them. "Good work today." After one last swipe and Bashir's affirmative nod, she'd gotten rid of all the mud this time apparently, the paper towel ended up in the same garbage bag as her used gloves, and good riddance. The soil was dirty in more ways than one. Until mid-century, a pesticide factory had operated on the site, polluting the facility's surroundings with lead and arsenic. Because of that history, April had spent the last several weeks gathering samples of the soil to analyze for both chemicals. She wanted neither directly on her skin. Or on her jeans, for that matter, but paper towels were just a pain in the ass at the end of the day. "Did I tell you?" As she gathered their paperwork, he slid her a sly grin. "Last week, Chuck told that new kid never to drink water in the exclusion zone, because it's bad practice and goes against health and safety guidelines." Together, they turned to stare at their red cooler filled with water bottles, which she'd placed on the tailgate of their field truck that morning. Chuck's a self-congratulatory 22-year-old prick who's spent almost no time on actual job sites. At her flat statement, Bashir's eyes widened. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, but is happy to tell everyone how to do their jobs anyway. At that, Bashir snorted. "Not just our jobs." "Oh, Jesus." April rolled her eyes skyward. "Did he lecture you about hummus again?" "Yes. Even though I don't eat much hummus or give half a shit about chickpeas. I guess he just assumes I do because..." Bashir waved a hand at himself. "You know." Together, they began carrying the paperwork to the company truck. "I know," she sighed. Please tell me he wasn't telling you to try the chocolate hummus, Bashir confirmed. Again. If you'd like to hear about its fiber and protein content, or perhaps how it's a vast improvement over more traditional versions of hummus, the hummus of your people, as he put it, I've been well informed and would be delighted to share my newfound knowledge with you. He opened the passenger door for her, and she tucked the paperwork inside the latching case of her clipboard. Ugh, I'm so sorry. She grimaced. If it's any consolation, he also has very definite opinions about how his few female colleagues should dress to score more jobs. In a small private firm, consultants like her had to hustle for clients, woo them over lunches and at professional meetings, draw them aside at conventions and conferences about remedial technologies, convince them she should be taken seriously and they wanted to pay her company for her geological expertise. To remain optimally billable, she had to look a certain way, sound a certain way, present herself in the most professional light possible at all times. Billable had become an epithet to her in recent years. Reputation in her industry could be a fragile thing, could be damaged by, say, the revelation that a seemingly serious and practical colleague liked to play dress-up as her favorite pretend TV character, and spent most of her free time discussing fictional half-gods. Bashir rolled his eyes. Of course he has opinions about women's clothing. You told management, right? Literally 5 minutes later. Good. Bashir walked by her side back toward the sampling table. Hopefully they'll fire his ass before much longer. He knows nothing. Less than nothing, if that's possible. A pluck of her fingers at her shirt demonstrated how it clung damply to her. I mean, look at how much we sweated today. Copiously. He glanced down at his own sweat-soaked orange shirt. Disgustingly. Stopping by the table, she shook her head. Exactly. Someone needs to set that new kid straight. Unless she wants to end up in the hospital for dehydration, she needs to bring water. Bashir inclined his head. You would know. I would know. And she did. Up until now, almost a third of her work hours as a geologist had been spent staying upwind of drill rigs like the one on this site, poring over soil samples to be logged and shoved into jars and sent off for lab testing. For a long time, she'd loved the processes and the challenges and even the physicality of doing fieldwork. Some part of her still did love it. Not all of her, though. Not enough of her. As they flipped the table on its side and folded its legs, Bashir paused. You're really leaving, huh? Yep. This was her last day visiting a contaminated site in her current role, her last week as a consultant at a private firm, and her last time washing dirt from her jeans. I'll miss you, but it's time. Past time. In less than a week, she was moving from Sacramento to Berkeley. And in less than 2 weeks, future April would begin her new job at a state regulatory agency in Oakland, overseeing the work of consultants like current April, which would mean more meetings and document analysis and less time in the field. She was ready. For so many reasons, personal and professional both. Once she and Bashir had all their supplies back in the truck, she changed into her regular glasses and removed her other personal protective equipment. With a sigh of relief, she untied her dusty boots and deposited them in a plastic bag, then put on her battered, but clean, sneakers. Beside her, he did the same. Then, she was done. Finally, blessedly done. And desperate for a shower, a cheeseburger, and approximately a gallon of ice water. Not to mention some more Lavinius fanfiction, group chats on the server, and DMs with book Aeneas would never. Hopefully Bon had written while she was working. First, though, she and Bashir needed to say their goodbyes. I don't know if you already have plans for the weekend, but Mimi and I would love to treat you to dinner, to celebrate your new job and say farewell. Even after several years of working together, he was still shy enough to fidget while issuing the invitation. She knows you're my favorite colleague. As he was one of hers, and she considered his wife Mimi a genuine friend, too. But even they didn't know everything about her. Specifically, that she spent most evenings and weekends immersed in the Gods of the Gates fandom, tweeting about her OTP, writing and betaing and reading fanfic, chatting on the Lavinia server, and employing her vast enthusiasm and infinitesimal costume construction skill to cosplay Lavinia. One stray pic at a con, one slip of the tongue, and her reputation might suffer. She could devolve from an experienced professional into a silly fangirl in less time than it took for her to log a soil sample. So she hadn't attended Gods of the Gates cons. She hadn't told work friends about her fandom. Not even friends she liked as much as Bashir. The state regulators at her new job, though? Well, the difference in culture couldn't have been clearer. The personal and the professional were inextricable there, intertwined in the most joyful and hilarious ways. When she arrived in less than 2 weeks, she'd become the 5th person on their team of geologists, the 3rd woman. When she'd gone in to complete her I-9 last week, the other women, Heidi and Mel, had offered April a slice of the cake the team had brought to work in celebration of the women's 10th anniversary as a couple. Mel and the 2 guys on the team, Pablo and Kay, were in a freaking band together. A band! One that evidently performed for retirement parties and other gatherings in which their unique folk music talents couldn't successfully be avoided. "They're terrible," Heidi had whispered, her mouth half hidden behind her water bottle. "But they all enjoy it so much, we can't say anything." At that moment, in that dreary state government bureaucrat's office suite, something taut to the point of snapping inside April had eased. Any remaining doubts had disappeared. She'd made the right decision to change jobs, even with the pay cut, even with the price of housing in the Bay Area, even with the hassle of moving. At her new workplace, she wouldn't need to shield different parts of herself for fear of others' disapproval. As of next week, billability no longer concerned her. In fact, it didn't concern her now either. Not anymore. "Thank you so much for the invitation, Bashir." When she hugged him, he patted her back tentatively. "I'm busy this weekend, unfortunately. I have to be at my new apartment, getting it ready for the move. But I'll be back in town late next week. Can we do dinner then instead?" When she pulled away, he smiled down at her, looking pleased. "Of course. I'll check Mimi's schedule and text you later tonight, after we get back from dinner at her family's house. They live nearby, so I'm heading there now." Fuck billability, she thought. "I plan to spend the evening eating a room service burger and writing Gods of the Gates fan fiction," she told him. "Your night sounds much more exciting." He blinked at her for a few seconds before flashing an impish grin. "You only say that because you haven't met my in-laws." She laughed. "Fair enough. When we have dinner, I want to hear more about your writing." His head tilted. He was studying her curiously. "Mimi loves that show, especially the pretty dude." "Marcus Castor Rupp?" Honestly, it could be any one of a handful of actors, but Castor Rupp was undeniably the prettiest dude of all. Also the most boring. So boring, she sometimes wondered how one man could be so shiny, yet so incredibly dull. "That's the one." He directed a pained grimace at the heavens. "He's on her freebie list. Every time we stream an episode, she's always very insistent about that." April patted his arm. "Think about it this way. She won't ever actually meet him. None of us will, unless we move to LA and start selling vital organs to pay for our haircuts." "Huh." His expression brightened. "That's true." Before leaving the site, they thanked the drill crew. Then, after she exchanged one last round of goodbyes with Bashir, he climbed into his car while she boosted herself into the driver's seat of the truck. With a farewell beep, she headed toward her hotel, while he drove to his in-laws' home. With each mile she traveled, invisible tethers surrounding her seemed to snap free, leaving her oddly, giddily buoyant. Yeah, she still had a personal drilling rig operating in her skull, but a few glasses of water would take care of the headache, no problem. And so what if she had dirt all over her jeans? Even contaminated soil couldn't sully the essential, joyful truth. She caught a glimpse of herself in the rearview mirror. Her smile was so wide, she might as well have been starring in a toothpaste commercial. And no wonder. No wonder. This was her last day in the dirt. She was starting now. When she got back to the hotel, she dumped her jeans into a waiting plastic bag and got naked. In the shower, she scrubbed her body pink under the hot spray. Her clean flannel pajamas felt like a cloud against her skin as she drained a glass of water and read over Bond's latest messages. At long last, he'd decided what to write for his next fic. Monday's prompt for their upcoming Aeneas and Lavinia week requested a showdown between Aeneas's two lady loves, and Bond had been contemplating the best way to handle it for days. Since the two women haven't met in the books or on the show, you could always come up with a fluffy alternate universe story, which is what I'm doing, she'd written before work that morning, already knowing how he'd respond to that suggestion. Or, and I really think this idea might work for you, maybe Aeneas could dream about the showdown, so you can keep things canon compliant and in his POV. What do you think? The latter option offered plenty of opportunity for angst, so of course he'd chosen that one. Bond was such an insightful writer. But April had to admit it, some of his fics were depressing as hell. Less so now than when he'd started, though. Back then, even his Aeneas-Lavinia stories had been bursting with their heroes' guilt and shame when it came to Dade, all dirges and funeral pyres and lamentations. April's first real conversation with Bond on the Lavinia server, in fact, had involved her half-joking suggestion that he use the tag Misery Ahoy on some of his fics. For his mental health alone, it was better for him to focus on the Lavinia-Aeneas OTP. Clearly, writing occasional fluffy fics wouldn't do him any harm either. Tonight, though, she didn't have time for the good gospel of fluff. By the time she finished describing her own fluffy AU fic idea, Lavinia and Dade would meet as teenage combatants in a trivia contest, their feelings for Aeneas making each round of questions and answers increasingly fraught and hilarious. She was on the verge of losing her courage. Again. Months ago, when she'd applied for her new job, she'd decided she was done shielding different parts of herself for fear of others' disapproval. That applied to her fandom, too. On Twitter, to dodge possible professional disaster, she'd always cropped her cosplay pictures to exclude her face. But she'd failed to share her Twitter handle with fellow Lavinius stans for an entirely different reason. Her body. She hadn't wanted her friends on the server to see her body in those Lavinia costumes, particularly one of those friends, whose opinion mattered more than it should. For a ship whose essential heartbeat was all about love for goodness, sterling character, and intelligence over appearance, Lavinia's fics included a surprising, disappointing amount of fat-shaming. Not Bond's, to his credit, but some of his favorite fics, the ones he'd bookmarked and recommended to her, did. After a lifetime of struggle, April now loved her body. All of it. Red hair to freckled, chubby toes. She hadn't expected the same from others. Still didn't. But she was tired of fucking hiding, and she was done with more than just contaminated mud on her jeans and colleagues she only allowed so close. This year, she was attending her fandom's biggest convention, Con of the Gates, which always took place, appropriately enough, within a sunny day's view of the Golden Gate Bridge. Countless bloggers and reporters showed up to that con, and they took pictures, some of which always ended up going viral or printed in newspaper articles or splashed across the television screen. She wouldn't care. Not anymore. If her colleagues could openly discuss their terrible folk music trio, she could certainly discuss her love for the most popular show on television. And when she went to the con, she was finally going to meet her fandom friends there in person. She might even meet Bond in person, despite his shyness. She would give all of them an opportunity to prove they'd truly understood the message of their OTP. If they didn't, it would hurt. She couldn't lie to herself about that. Especially if Bond took one look at her and, well, No point in imagining rejection that didn't yet exist. Worst case scenario, though, she'd find other friends, other fandoms more accepting of who and what she was. Another beta reader for her fix, whose DMs were beams of sunshine to start her morning, and the warmth of a down comforter at night. Another man she wanted in her face-to-face life and maybe even her bed. So she had to do this tonight, before she lost her nerve. It wasn't the final step or even the hardest, but it was the first. Without letting herself think too hard about it, she checked a thread on Twitter from that morning, still going strong. The Gods of the Gates official account had asked fans to post their best cosplay photos, and the responses now numbered in the hundreds. A few dozen featured people her size, and she very carefully didn't read replies to those tweets. On her phone, she had a selfie from her most recent Lavinia costume. The image was uncropped, her face and body both clearly visible. Her colleagues, present and future, would recognize her. Her friends and family, too. Most nerve-wracking of all, if she told him her Twitter handle, Book Aeneas would finally see her for the first time. Deep breath. She tweeted it. Then immediately shut her laptop and ordered some damn room service because she deserved it. After dinner, she began her one-shot, fluffy, modern AU fic, so Bon could give her some feedback over the weekend. Right before bedtime, she couldn't stand it anymore. Block finger ready, she checked her Twitter notifications. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! She'd gone viral, at least by her modest standards. Hundreds of people had commented on her photo, with more chiming in by the second. She couldn't read her notifications fast enough, and some of them she didn't want to read at all. She'd known how certain swaths of the Gods of the Gates fandom acted. She wasn't surprised to find, scattered among admiring and supportive responses, a few ugly threads. Looks like she ate Lavinia seemed to be the most popular among those tweets. It stung, of course, but no stranger on the internet could truly hurt her. Not the same way family and friends and coworkers could. Still, she didn't intend to inflict that sort of harm on herself longer than necessary. It might take time, but she needed to wrestle her mentions into submission. But, Jesus, where had all these people come from? Blocking all the haters in one particular thread took a while, as did muting, at least for the moment, certain key livestock and zoo animal-related words. By the time she finished, she had dozens more notifications. These seemed friendlier for the most part, but she didn't plan to tackle them until the morning. Until she noticed one at the very top, received seconds before. The account boasted a bright blue bubble with a check inside. An official verified account, then. Marcus Castor Rupp's account. The guy playing Aeneas, fucking Aeneas, had tweeted to her, followed her. And he appeared to have... No, that couldn't be right. She was hallucinating. She squinted, blinked, read it again. A third time? For reasons yet unknown, he appeared to have... Well, he appeared to have asked her out. On a date. I read a fic like this once, she whispered. Then she clicked on the thread to find out what the fuck had just happened. Lavinia's server DMs 2 years ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I saw that you wanted a beta reader for your fix. I know we don't write the same types of stories, but if you're willing to beta my fix too, I'd be interested. Book Aeneas would never. Hi, ULS. Thanks for writing. Book Aeneas would never. I figure it might be good to get a different perspective on my work, so, to me anyway, our different styles are a bonus, not a drawback. I'd love your help with my fix, and I'm more than willing to beta your stories too. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Oh, yay! Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. My first suggestion, using the tag Misery Ahoy, so your hapless readers don't inadvertently end up running through a year's supply of tissues in one story. Clears throat, blows nose, stares meaningfully at you. Buccaneus would never. Sorry about that. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. The good news, the tissue industry is saved. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. The other good news, your writing had such an emotional punch, I managed to refill several dwindling saltwater reservoirs. Buccaneus would never. That's good. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. That's good. 3. Of course, you chose the option that's both canon compliant and rife with possibilities for man pain. Of course. Marcus snorted, then sat up in bed. As soon as he'd blinked awake in the early morning dimness of a curtained hotel room, he'd reached for his phone. Before his eyes could fully focus, he'd already checked his messages from Ulcie on the Lavinius server. Although, to be fair, that blurriness could just be a sign of advanced age. He was turning 40 in a few months, and maybe he needed bifocals now. Even the special font and extra spacing didn't always help him read his screen comfortably these days. Late last year, he'd finally asked Ulcie how old she was. 36, she'd promptly replied. At that bit of information, he'd heaved an embarrassingly enormous sigh of relief and hoped like hell she wasn't lying. Some of the people in their group were barely out of high school, and although he'd figured he and Ulcie were about the same age, one day they'd discussed how they might turn to the X-Files fandom at some point, due to their adolescent crushes on Scully and Mulder, respectively. The explicit confirmation that he wasn't DMing a near teenager was good. Not that anything suggestive had ever passed between them, either in public or in private. But still. Ulcie's most recent message had arrived only minutes ago. He was surprised she was still awake. Glad, though. Very glad. Shoving a pillow behind his back, he sat up against the leather headboard, took a sip from his bedside water glass, still smiling at her snark. Using the voice-to-text feature on his phone, he sent her a response. At least I mostly write happy endings now. Cut me some slack. We can't all be masters of fluff. After a moment, he added, Are you about to sleep, or do you want to talk about your fic and brainstorm a bit? If you have anything written already, I'm happy to look it over. Or, more accurately, have his computer read it aloud to him. Short messages he could handle without extra technical support, but deciphering lengthier blocks of text simply took too much time, given his recent shooting schedule. Of course, he had plenty of time right now. Until his flight back to LA that afternoon, he planned to do nothing more strenuous than hit the hotel's breakfast buffet and visit the gym. If he wanted to, he could read her fic with his eyes. But as he'd discovered over the years, there was no need to struggle unnecessarily, and no reason for frustration and shame. Not when his relatively common problem had relatively easy workarounds. While he waited for her response, he checked his email. Overnight, he'd apparently received a confidential message in his inbox from RJ and Ron, one addressed to all cast and crew. In the past several days, multiple blogs and media outlets have reported rumors of cast discontent over the direction of our final season. If anyone reading this message is the source of such rumors, let us be clear. This is an unacceptable breach of both our trust and the contract all of you signed upon being hired by our show. Your job, as always, involves discretion. If you cannot maintain that necessary discretion, there will be consequences as per your contracts. Well, that seemed clear enough. Talk out of turn about the show and prepare for unemployment, a lawsuit, or both. They'd received at least one similar email each and every season, all phrased almost exactly the same way. The only difference? In recent seasons, the messages had started to make him sweat. For the sake of his coworkers, for his own sake, too. Would Kara share her deeply felt and profanity-laden hatred of Dido's final season story arc to someone outside the cast? Had Summer confessed her disappointment about how Lavinia's romantic storyline with Aeneas had ended so abruptly, in a way so inconsistent with their characters? Or maybe Alex... Shit, Alex. He could be so reckless sometimes, so impulsive. Had he bitched to anyone but Marcus about how the finale fucked up seasons' worth of character development for Cupid? Despite his own discontent, Marcus hadn't said a word to anyone other than Alex. Although, well, some might argue his fanfiction on AO3 and messages on the Lavinius server did plenty of talking for him. By some, he meant Ron and RJ. And if they ever found out about Book Aeneas Would Never, there was no might about it. They would definitely accuse him of violating his contract terms, and he'd lose... Shit! He'd lose everything he'd worked for more than 2 decades to achieve. The potential lawsuit was the least of it, really. His reputation in the industry would be destroyed in an instant. No director wanted to hire an actor who might badmouth a production behind the scenes. His fellow cast members would likely feel betrayed, too. Same with the crew. He should give up his fanfic alter ego. He knew it. And he would. He would. If only the writing didn't mean so much to him. If only the Lavinius server group didn't mean so much to him. If only Ulcie... God, Ulcie. He wanted to meet her in person almost as much as he wanted a clear path forward in his career, in his public life. Under the circumstances, though, that was never, ever going to happen. So he would appreciate what they could have, what they did have. And what they could have, what they did have, he wasn't giving up. Contract violation be damned. After deleting RJ and Ron's email, he ignored the rest of his inbox and checked Twitter instead. His notifications were bristling with commentary on the photos Vika had posted of him overnight, complete with multiple references to him as a dirty boy. There were a few pleas for retweets and birthday wishes, as well as some impressive examples of fan art. Nothing he either needed or intended to answer. For the most part, he used this account entirely for the sake of publicity, retweeting especially flattering pics and alerts for con appearances and upcoming episodes. Occasionally, he responded to one of his Gods of the Gates co-stars' tweets, but that was about it. Keeping up the well-groomed golden retriever act was tiring enough in person. He had no intention of continuing the performance on the internet unless absolutely necessary. His real online life happened on one site. Okay, 2 sites. The Lavinius server and AO3. Ulcie hadn't responded to his DMs yet. Damn it. He could wait a few more minutes before giving up and getting breakfast, though. With a sigh, he scrolled back further through his Twitter notifications until he reached ones from an hour or so ago. Then he hesitated when an odd word caught his eye. Hoifer. No, heifer. Heifer? Frowning, he paused, read the actual tweet. It was connected to a photo of a curvy, pretty redhead cosplaying Lavinia. She'd apparently posted the pic in response to the official Gods of the Gates Twitter account's request for images of fan costumes. Then some prick had attached his own commentary to the redhead's tweet, comparing her to a farm animal. He'd tagged Marcus, too, inviting his favorite actor to join in the hilarity at the very idea that a woman like... Marcus checked her Twitter handle. @Lavinius5ever could ever imagine herself capable of portraying Aeneas's on-screen love interest. She hadn't responded, but other fanboys had piled on afterward. And shit. He couldn't just ignore this. He wanted to respond, "She's lovely, and I don't want to be an asshole's favorite actor. Stop watching Gods of the Gates and go fuck yourself." His agent would keel over dead. The showrunners would explode. His carefully crafted persona would fracture, maybe irreparably, in a completely uncontrolled way. He scrubbed a hand over his face, then pinched his forehead between thumb and forefinger as he thought hard. Minutes later, he dictated his actual response. "I know beauty when I see it, probably because I see it in the mirror every day, wink face. @Lavinius5ever is gorgeous, and Lavinia couldn't ask for a better tribute." He tried to leave it there. He really did. But Jesus Christ, this guy was a total dick. "Come on, dude," @Gods of My Taints tweeted moments later. "Stop the hypocritical white knight shit, like you would ever let yourself get within 15 feet of that cow." The shit stain had left poor @Lavinius5ever tagged in his tweet, and Marcus hoped to fuck she'd muted this particular conversation long ago. But in case she hadn't, he couldn't leave it there. He just couldn't. With a click of his mouse, he followed @Lavinius5ever, which made her one of only 286 people he followed, all the rest of whom were connected to the movie and television industry in one way or another. A quick glance at her profile revealed she lived in California. Convenient, that. He couldn't DM her first, since she didn't follow him. Which was fair, since he wouldn't follow an account as uninteresting and useless as his either. Over 2 million people did follow him, however. He sincerely hoped any other assholes among those followers saw his next tweet. "I'm no white knight, just a man who likes a beautiful woman on his arm. When I get back to California from filming, @Lavinius5ever, will you please have dinner with me?" Then he sat back against his headboard, arms folded across his chest, and waited for her response. April blinked at her laptop screen. Yep, Marcus Castor Rupp had definitely asked her to dinner. Marcus Castor-Rupp. Not to repeat herself, but holy fuck! The dude had graced countless magazine covers, biceps flexing. She saw him on her television screen every week and had saved more than a few photos of him to her hard drive. And he'd just asked her out? Wow. Wow. If she were being picky about which of the Gods of the Gates actors she'd want to date, if only for a single evening, she'd definitely have chosen the guy who played Cupid, Alexander Woodrow, instead. But Castor Rupp was hot, no doubt about that. Not ridiculously muscular, but tall and lean and undeniably strong and fit. She'd been known to sigh over close-ups of his thick, veined forearms before, not to mention gifs of his first love scene with Dade, because damn, that ass! Round and working and delicious. He was also undeniably beautiful. That knife-edged jawline could slice heirloom tomatoes. His cheekbones were pristine, his nose just battered and forceful enough to add character to his face. All lengths of stubble suited his handsome features and emphasized his perfect lips, as did a beard, as did a clean shave. It was ludicrous and unfair, honestly. His lush, sandy blonde hair, just starting to silver at the temples, set off his cloudy blue eyes like a television star's hair should set off his eyes. He was a damn good actor, too. A couple of seasons ago, his character had followed Jupiter's stern order to secretly gather his fleet and leave Dade, the woman he'd loved and lived with for a year, in the middle of the night, with no warning or even a final word. Castor Rupp had conveyed Aeneas's naked grief and shame and reluctance with such skill, April had cried. Then Aeneas had spotted the glow of Dido's funeral pyre in the distance, across the choppy water, and understood the implications. Because of what he'd done, she was either dying or dead, and he couldn't do anything to stop her or help. Dropping to his knees on his ship's deck, his face crumpled in agony, he'd clutched his hair and bowed his head, his breath rough pants as he grappled with horror and self-loathing at his beloved's fate. At that, April hadn't merely cried anymore, sobbed more like it. She still thought he should have won a little gold statue for that episode. In the actor's capable hands, no one could deny Aeneas's intelligence, his huge, lonely, scarred heart, or his reluctant, growing respect for and attraction to Lavinia in the last 3 seasons of the show. But there was a reason April didn't follow the dude on Twitter. She didn't think he'd ever said an interesting word in any interview she'd seen with him. And she'd seen plenty, because the Lavinia shippers hungrily pounced on any media coverage that might discuss their favorite pairing. Unlike Summer Diaz, the woman who so ably portrayed Lavinia, though, Castor Rupp never fed the fandom with insight or analysis, or even a bare mention of the Aeneas-Lavinia relationship. Not that he mentioned the Aeneas-Dido relationship either. He kept things vague, enthusiastic, and 100% generic. After the first season of the show aired, most reporters simply gave up on interviews with him and just flashed a few of his biceps-flexing pics on screen whenever they mentioned his character. His ability to portray such intelligence on camera, such emotional depth, was a wonder. In real life, the man was all hair-flipping, cheerful vapidity, a walking, talking, gleaming, preening Hollywood pretty face stereotype. Not her kind of date, in short. But spurning him, rejecting his kind gesture in public, would be churlish. And how could she call herself a Lavinius fan if she turned down the chance to talk with him? Then again, maybe he was looking for a way out. They needed to talk, not in front of his 2 million followers either. She followed his account. Then she slid into his DMs, half expecting to find out she had been hallucinating, or Twitter's notifications had gone bonkers somehow and told her he'd followed her account and asked her out when he definitely hadn't. But up the DM screen popped. She had permission to send direct messages to Marcus Castor Rupp because he'd followed her in reality. Weird. Exciting, but weird. Not to mention awkward. So much so that composing her initial message took several minutes. Hi, she eventually wrote. Nice to meet you, Mr. Castor Rupp. First of all, and most importantly, thank you for being so kind just now. It was very sweet of you to defend me like that. That said, I want you to know you don't have to go through with the dinner. I mean, I'm probably willing if you are, but I don't want you to feel obligated. While she waited for a response, she quickly checked the Lavinius server. With a groan, she flopped back against her headboard. Damn it, Vaughn had responded to her earlier messages, and she didn't have time to answer him right now. But she had a responsibility to the fandom. If he knew the situation, Vaughn would understand. Still, she wrote him a quick message. Taking care of a few last-minute tasks, then I'll be back to chat. Sorry. By the time she maximized her Twitter window again, Castor Rupp had written her back. I don't feel obligated. You're obviously very talented at making costumes, and as I said, you're also quite lovely. I would be proud to take you to dinner. P.S. Please call me Marcus. Despite her better judgment, she beamed a little at the compliments. Still, she called bullshit on at least one part of his message. So this has nothing to do with wanting to spite those dicks in our mentions, Marcus? P.S. I'm April. His response came almost immediately. I have to admit, I would also be happy to disoblige some of my more obnoxious fanboys. She frowned. Disoblige? What kind of vapid, pretty boy actor used a word like disoblige? 3 blinking dots appeared on the DM screen. He was writing more. That came out wrong. Sorry. I meant to say, I think this would be good PR for me, too. You know, socializing with the fans. That was more what she'd expected of a man like him. A well-intentioned, good-natured, but ultimately surface-oriented publicity stunt. That makes sense, she wrote. More dots, this time blinking for several minutes. Fair warning, April. If we do go out, it'll probably end up in the tabloids or at least a few online blogs. So if you're protective of your privacy, you might want to turn me down. If so, my feelings won't be hurt. She bit her lip. I'll need a few minutes to decide. Is that okay? Of course, he answered. Take all the time you need. It's still morning in Spain and I'm not flying out until late this afternoon. I'll be around for a while yet. Okay. Now she was dying to ask him questions about the 6th season and the show's finale. Obviously, he'd been sworn to secrecy, but surely a man that slow on the uptake might let at least 1 or 2 details slip. A new message appeared on the Lavinius server. Bon, reassuring as always. No worries. I'm dealing with a few unexpected issues myself. Besides, I'll be around for a while yet. She huffed out a breath, amused by the way Bon had randomly, inadvertently echoed Marcus, the man whose character Bon had written about in dozens of fics. Should she tell him what had just happened? No, not yet. She hadn't even decided for certain whether she'd accept Marcus's invitation, and she wasn't ready for her Lavinius friends to see her in the flesh. Soon, but not now. Not when she had so many other decisions to make and considerations to weigh. Thanks. I'll be back soon, she wrote Bon. Climbing out of bed, she checked in the side pocket of her suitcase for a fresh notebook. She did her best thinking on paper, always had. Along the way, she grabbed a pen and refilled her bedside glass of water. Propped once more against the wooden headboard, she tapped the ballpoint against the first blank page and acknowledged the obvious. If she wanted to stop hiding, she couldn't have found a more efficient means of exposure. Assuming tonight's thread hadn't done the trick already, a date with Marcus Castor Rupp, a world-famous television star, would make her face and body and shipping interests publicly known, at least in some circles. And she knew enough about the Gods of the Gates fandom that she could already see the blog post headlines. The kind ones, anyway. Gates fan accepts date with actor of her dreams. Nerd girls rejoice. A fangirl scores a star. And on this day, 1 million modern AUs were born. At Lavinius 5ever, stan icon for the ages. Which reminded her, the Lavinius server was going to freak out if the hysteria hadn't already begun. It probably had, since most of her friends followed Marcus on Twitter. Thank God she hadn't checked the server's main chat threads yet. If they knew at Lavinius 5ever was also unapologetic Lavinia stan, and that she was tempted to turn down a goddamn date with half of their OTP, they would fucking annihilate her. Well, since she'd already made her public debut as a fangirl, she might as well do it right. Might as well spell out everything she needed to do, all the parts of herself she intended to expose to sunlight. In bold block letters, she titled her page, Environmental Geologist, Remediate Thyself. Some of the parts of her plan she'd determined on the drive home today and over the past few months, but others she'd list now, including the most painful bits. 1. Say yes to Marcus, publicly. 2. Without being obnoxious about it, merge the personal and professional at work. Stop fearing exposure. Remind self of terrible folk trio as necessary. 3. Share Twitter handle and identity with Lavinius friends. Wear earplugs when doing so, as squealing may be heard from space. 4. Attend Con of the Gates. Meet Lavinius friends and let them see what I look like in person. Scratch that. 5. At Con of the Gates, enter cosplay contest. Chewing on the inside of her cheek for a moment, she paused. No, she was going to add everything. She'd said she would, and she was no coward. 6. Address fat-shaming in the Lavinius community, even though it might alienate my friends. 7. Decide what to do about Mom and Dad. Once I'm sure, tell Mom in person. 8. Immediately dump any man who wants to change me and/or doesn't seem proud to be with me in public. There. That was it. If she wanted to dig out the poison in her personal landscape, that was how to go about it. Leaving her notebook and remediation list within sight, she woke her laptop from hibernation mode and maximized her Twitter window. Chewed the inside of her cheek for a moment. Nodded to herself. In the end, it took only seconds. She located Marcus's invitation amid her ballooning notifications and clicked retweet with comment. I would be delighted to have dinner with you, at Marcus Castor Rupp. Thanks for your kind invitation. Feel free to slide into my DMs to work out details. Wink face. Lavinius Server. Thread. WTAF is up with Dido. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I mean, first, the show totally ignored the books by having her actually die on that funeral pyre. But I guess you could say they were going old school there, as in Virgil old. But having Juno bring her back from the dead? Then making Dido some sort of crazed, power-hungry, sex-starved, scorned woman basically boiling bunnies in her Aeneas obsession? As the thread title indicates, WTAF. Mrs. Pius Aeneas. She's completely unrecognizable from the Dido in Wade's books. Book Aeneas would never. Even Virgil's Dido, before Aeneas's arrival and the intervention of Venus, was a supremely competent ruler. I hate to say it, but... Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. But what? Book Aeneas would never. The show's Dido has never been anything more than a misogynistic caricature. Cara Brown's talents are wasted in the role, although she's the only reason the character has any gravitas. Once they get past Wade's books, it'll only get worse. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. But why make that narrative choice? It's so much less interesting than what Wade or even Virgil did. Book Aeneas would never. I suspect it has a lot to do with how the showrunners view women. 4. Her cell buzzed from atop the hotel room desk, and April rested her forehead against the faux wood surface. She lifted her head, only to drop it again with a muted thud. Without even looking, she knew who was calling and why. At some point, her mom was going to hear about the date with Marcus happening that night. It was only a matter of time, but April had appreciated every minute of it. And now her time was up. One glance at the display confirmed her fears, and she heaved a sigh before tapping the screen. Hi, Mom. Honey, I just saw a picture of you on Entertainment All Access, I think. Her mother sounded both startled and confused. You were wearing some sort of old-fashioned dress? April had wondered yesterday whether Joanne's favorite show to watch during dinner prep would feature the story. Evidently, she had her answer. That was me, in my Lavinia costume, you know, from Gods of the Gates. Oh, my heavens! Her mother blew out a breath. April, I don't even... A lengthy silence followed, in which Joanne likely blinked in shock at her daughter's sudden, unexpected fame, absorbed the news, and contemplated where to begin the conversation. With curiosity, concern, pity, advice. Eventually, she'd cover all of the above. April knew that already, as well as she knew what her mother's advice would entail. At long last, her mother chose an opening query. How in the world did this happen? That was a question with many answers, some more existential than others, but April settled on the bare facts, minus a bit of context, in the vain hope they could both avoid the inevitable. Well, I have a Twitter account where I post pictures of myself cosplaying Lavinia, and Marcus Castor Rupp saw one of the photos Wednesday night and asked me out. She kept her voice calm, as if her world hadn't exploded in the last several days, as if her heart hadn't been skittering in her chest since the moment she'd risen that morning. I'm staying at a hotel in Berkeley this weekend while I get my new apartment ready, and he happened to be in the area. So our dinner is happening tonight. But please don't tell anyone. I'd like to keep the whole thing as private as possible under the circumstances. As private as possible meant not very private, and that was putting it mildly. As soon as her Twitter exchange with Marcus went viral, her mentions became incomprehensible, overwhelming, filled with commentary both heartening and stunningly ugly. And even though she'd muted all the main threads long ago, new followers and tweets just kept coming, as did interview requests and blogger and media questions. Her current amount of exposure was more than sufficient, so she'd refused all requests and ignored all questions. Then, just when the hubbub had begun to diminish, the official Gods of the Gates Twitter account had picked up on the story and obviously seen the date, true to Marcus's prediction, as a great PR opportunity. To her dismay, they'd started promoting the shit out of the blessed event. Which meant yet more notifications, more DMs, more threads to mute. At that point, the story had reached her former coworkers. Because of the continued internet uproar, 2 of her now ex-colleagues had seen her picture in one of the many stories available online by Friday. They'd chatted to her about it in hushed corners of the office, and she hadn't minded their winks and nudges. But their sympathetic winces and pitying pats on the arm? Such terrible things people said, April. I can't imagine how you must have felt. Had set her teeth on edge. When she'd walked out of her old workplace, box of belongings in her arms, she'd done so through a gauntlet of gawking and whispers. No more hiding, she'd repeated through a suddenly tight chest. No more hiding. Folk goddamn trio. Then the story had leaped from Twitter to Facebook and Insta, and from there to Gods of the Gates blogs and even a few entertainment news programs. Including Entertainment All Access, evidently. She was trying not to follow the spread of her newfound fame, but how could she not? Even when each post, each televised clip, ratcheted the tension in her muscles until her shoulders ached. I see. Joanne probably had seen the entire story only moments before, displayed for the public's viewing pleasure on television screens nationwide. Are you okay, honey? Ah, concern and pity had made a simultaneous entrance into the conversation. Lovely. I'm good, just figuring out what to wear for... Shit. Rookie mistake. Normally, April never, ever introduced clothing choices into any discussion with her mother. Just looking forward to tonight. Marcus plays Aeneas, one of my favorite characters. Her mother ignored that gambit. They showed us part of that conversation on Twitter. Joanne's voice dropped to a near whisper. I'm not sure posting pictures there is a great idea. It was more or less the same advice April had received for more than 30 years. If people are cruel, make yourself smaller and smaller, until you are so inconsequential no one can target you. But April was done cringing and hiding. The opinion of fatphobic randos on Twitter didn't matter, and she wouldn't make herself small just to avoid their notice. I like showing everyone the costumes I've put together. Joanne responded carefully, worry and good intentions in every syllable. That dress, she hesitated. It didn't show your figure to its best advantage. Maybe you can make one that doesn't cling to... It could be anything. April's arms, her back, her stomach, her ass, her thighs. I'm good, she repeated, her tone more curt than she'd intended. Another long silence. When Joanne spoke again, her voice quavered slightly. You said you were picking out what to wear tonight? April had hurt her mother's feelings, and a flush of shame crawled up her neck. Yes, I brought a few options, and I'm trying to decide between them. Her hands were clenched into fists, and she knew, she just knew. I imagine people will take pictures of you during your dinner tonight. Joanne's faux cheer lodged under April's skin like splinters. A black dress is always in style, you know, and the color disguises so many sins, especially if you find a design that doesn't fit too tightly. Black to disappear, extra fabric to disguise. As always, fatness was a sin, most likely mortal rather than venial. Bowing her head, April didn't respond for fear of what she might say. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about the date. Joanne continued. Other than your father, of course, but I'm sure he won't spread the... Okay, they were done. I'd better go. I need to take a shower now so I have enough time to get ready for dinner. All right. Have fun tonight, honey, Joanne said, although she didn't sound as if she expected fun to be had by anyone involved. I love you. Her mother meant it. April had never questioned that. Thanks, Mom. Her nails were biting into her palms so hard she was surprised she hadn't broken the skin. I love you too. And that was the hell of it. She did. Fresh from the shower, clad in a loose nightgown, April stood in front of her tiny hotel room closet and dithered. As she'd told her mother, she'd brought plenty of date outfit options from her half-packed home in Sacramento. Good ones. And under normal circumstances, she wasn't prone to indecision. But these were far from normal circumstances. Whatever she chose to wear for her dinner with Marcus Castor Rupp later that night, it had to make two simultaneous statements. First, I'm confident and sexy, but not trying too hard. Because, yes, he might be vapid and vain, but he was also a famous actor and fucking hot, and she had her pride. Like her mother, she also anticipated more than a few candid shots of the dinner ending up online before she finished her last bite of dessert. She intended to look good in those photos, as well as in the pics she and Marcus would post on their own social media accounts. To make that kind of statement required a form-fitting dress. Not one in black, either. It required heels, loath as she was to torture her feet. It required dangling earrings. But that was all her standard big date garb, despite her mother's advice. Nothing too complicated. No, it was the second statement, one directed toward Marcus alone, that was proving tricky. You should share confidential details about the final season of your show, despite the legal and professional consequences you'd suffer upon doing so. And making that kind of statement? Well, she wasn't entirely sure what kind of outfit would suffice. It should probably involve a hypnotist's watch. You're getting sleepy, very sleepy, and also very prone to telling me whether you and Lavinia finally fuck, and whether it's awesome, and is there any full frontal male nudity? Absent such a watch, her best bet was cleavage. Last year, the mere sight of her dress's plunging neckline had caused a date to stride confidently into a lamppost outside the Fairmont. Later, when she'd bent over to retrieve a dropped napkin during dinner, he'd stabbed himself in the cheek with his fork and yelped loudly enough to summon a nearby waiter. Before that ill-fated evening, Blake had spent hours bragging about the intensity and thoroughness of his long-ago Special Forces training. Apparently, however, SEALs didn't prepare for advanced mammary warfare tactics back in the early 2000s, and neither did present-day internet security experts. When she'd teased him about that oversight, he'd scowled petulantly at her, right before spilling half a glass of white wine over his suit jacket when she fiddled with the pendant hanging just above her breasts. She'd snickered then, and she snickered again at the memory. Sucker. Okay. A wrap dress, then. Cleavage central. She flipped through the hangers in the closet, contemplating her two main options. That colorful medallion print, or the gorgeous seafoam green. The green dress slipped to the floor, and she could barely put it back on the padded hanger. Shit, her hands were shaking. She shouldn't be nervous. She wasn't. Only, Jesus. Those Twitter notifications, blog posts, and entertainment news programs. Her mother's doubts. April's own fears. Despite her excitement, despite her hard-won confidence, she was still human. This sudden exposure of her private life to the public eye had left her feeling odd, as if she were watching herself from the outside, evaluating every nuance of what she said and how she looked. And even apart from the public uproar and her new self-consciousness, she was meeting a man she'd seen for years on television, for fuck's sake. The same man whose terrible movies she'd occasionally watched with a bucket of popcorn in hand. His handsome face on the screen almost as big as the house she'd just sold. The same man various magazines proclaimed the sexiest man alive. The same man who'd starred in countless fics she'd written, grinning and flirting and fucking his way to guaranteed happy endings, both literal and metaphorical, at least in her imagination. In less than 2 hours, she was meeting him in actual reality, and she needed not to hyperventilate, somehow. She should pick a dress with a soothing color. One last glance at her closet, and she had her answer: seafoam green. No one hyperventilated while wearing seafoam green. It was the Valium of dress colors, in the prettiest possible way. Or so she fervently hoped. Lavinia's server DMs 18 months ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I think I'm going to pack as many tropes into this one-shot as possible. Help me think of more, please. I already have, oh no, there's only one bed, fake dating, one bang will get this out of our systems, Big Brother's best friend. Buccaneus would never. Wow, that's quite a lineup. Buccaneus would never. Maybe kissing for the sake of science? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Nice. Done. Buccaneus would never. How about some pining, too? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Oh, here we go. Buccaneus would never. Unrequited love? Or he inadvertently led to his ex's death? Maybe she died in a fire he could have prevented if only he hadn't been so caught up in duty? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Jesus Christ! Buccaneus would never. Sorry. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. No, don't apologize. Angst is your thing. It works for you. Buccaneus would never. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. What? Buccaneus would never. Maybe he experiences PTSD because of his military background? Like a bunch of his men died under his command? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Holy shit, Bon. 5. So... Marcus dabbed his perfect mouth with his starched cloth napkin, then returned it neatly to his lap. You have a Twitter account? April wasn't entirely certain how to respond to that. He hadn't seemed quite this dim in DMs. But maybe he had a personal assistant handle his social media accounts, and she'd never really communicated with him at all before now. Or maybe, for a man like him, she was too insignificant to remember for long? Yes. With her fork, she teased free a flake of the restaurant's signature house-smoked salmon and dipped it in the artistic smear of her appetizer's sour cream dill sauce. I do. Their server, Olaf, came to refill her water glass, as he seemed to do after every sip. Taking advantage of the distraction, she discreetly checked her watch. 30 minutes since she'd met Marcus? That was all? Damn it. It seemed like longer since she'd entered the candlelit confines of the exclusive, expensive Soma restaurant and found him already sitting at their windowside table. Since she'd arrived 10 minutes early and expected a bit of a wait, weren't Hollywood types supposed to swan into events fashionably late? She'd blinked at him in surprise when he'd risen smartly to his feet and greeted her with a placid smile on his handsome face. You look lovely. His glance at her form-fitting dress had lasted maybe a half-second, no more. Thank you for joining me tonight. He'd extended an arm toward the chair with the best view, his dark suit jacket molding attractively against his biceps, then helped seat her. Still smiling, he'd begun to make small talk. About the weather, about the traffic, about the beauty of the sunset that evening. And that was what they'd been doing ever since, in between Olaf's visits. She was half tempted to knock over a water glass or set her napkin on fire with their table's candle just for a little excitement. This dinner was going to be endless. Heaving a small, silent sigh, she ate her bite of salmon. At least she no longer felt guilty about her preference for dinner with Alexander Woodrow over Marcus. Or, better yet, long-distance DMs with Bond over in-person conversation with either famous actor. Her online bestie didn't know about this date, but she intended to tell him as soon as she returned to the hotel. First, though, she had to remain awake through 3 courses with Marcus. Damn it! I imagine your notifications this past week have been, His broad brow creased as he appeared to search for the right word. A lot? April had to laugh at the understatement. Definitely. I've been Googling local hermitages, also attempting to locate nearby empty caves suitable for a life of silence and solitude. If you're considering life in a cave, that's probably not a good sign. I'm sorry. For the first time all evening, his genial smile died. Are you being harassed online, or in person? Neither. Then she paused to reconsider. Well, yes, on Twitter, occasionally, but not in ways I can't handle with the mute and block functions, at least so far. Yet more public exposure was coming soon. She might not be familiar with the rituals of fame, but even she knew enough to expect onlookers' photos taken of her and Marcus at a dinner table together. Even her mother knew that much. Once those photos appeared online, once she and Marcus posted their own selfies, there would be more blog posts, more entertainment television updates. She might even end up a brief mention on her mother's favorite morning show. If so, she was not looking forward to the subsequent phone call. If you do run into worse issues, please let me know. For the first time all night, Marcus's blue-gray eyes pinned her in place, their sudden alertness startling. I mean that. It was a sweet offer, also pointless. What could you even do? His jaw worked for a bare moment, the shadows beneath that sharp jet shifting in the candlelight. I don't know. Something. Instead of arguing, she merely inclined her head and allowed him to take it for agreement. Then silence reigned for several minutes as they finished their first course, which, to be fair, was utterly delicious. He, or his PA, whoever, had chosen well when it came to the restaurant. Also, to his credit, he hadn't tried to influence her order in any way. There'd been no subtle steering towards so-called healthier options, no pointed references to the salads, none of the food policing that stung most when it came from people who were supposed to care about her. Instead, when the discreet server, now hovering in their peripheral vision, water jug in hand, had taken her order, the 3-course, fixed-price menu, Marcus had merely said it was an excellent decision and ordered the same. Sometime while they'd been eating, his placid smile had returned. That was tasty. What did we order for the main course again? More salmon? Oh, God. Compared to this meal, the half-life of radium was going to seem short. Food, she reminded herself. You're getting amazing food out of this. Roasted chicken thighs stuffed with goat cheese and an apricot relish, alongside creamy garlic polenta and sautéed haricot vert with thyme. She paused. Oh, and toasted pine nuts, somewhere. Probably as part of the relish. I can't remember for certain. He blinked at her. She lifted a shoulder. I like food. His smile broadened, warmed his eyes. So it seems. There was no mockery in his voice, at least none that she could detect. Just amusement. You also have a hell of a memory. She waved a dismissive hand. I checked out the restaurant last night. I'm staying in a local hotel while I deep clean my new apartment, so I had plenty of time to study the menu online. I'm glad you found something you wanted to order. He was looking down at his empty plate. When he glanced back up at her, he flicked his fingers through his hair, rumpling it attractively, as he positioned his arm in a way that outlined all those muscles she'd admired from the safety of her laptop screen. And yes, his muscles were still rather impressive in person, and he was very polite. and his hair was thick and golden in the candlelight. But Jesus, the tedium! For a moment, she contemplated talking about her move, her new job, or anything she was doing over the weekend apart from this dinner, just to pass the time. If the man couldn't remember either their Twitter exchanges or the food he'd ordered minutes ago, though, that seemed like wasted effort. So instead, the two of them sat in silence once more, until Olaf arrived to remove their empty dishes and refill their water glasses. Immediately after their server's departure behind a set of swinging doors, arms piled high with plates, a sudden flash of light from the side made her flinch. Turning, she scanned that swath of the restaurant for the source of the white spots now dancing behind her eyelids. Of course. A man at a neighboring table had taken a photo of them with the cell phone he was now hurriedly placing in his lap, safely out of sight. That photo would probably end up on Insta or Twitter within minutes. Maybe less if they turned their attention from his increasingly red face and he felt free to use his phone once more. "I was wondering how long it would take," she murmured. "Usually people are smart enough not to use their flash in a place like this." Marcus tilted his head in the direction of the Maitre d' station, where the suit-clad man who'd greeted her at the door was now hustling toward their photographer's table. "The management here values customer privacy and discretion, or at least the appearance thereof." If she hadn't been so curious about the forthcoming confrontation at the other table, she'd have side-eyed Marcus for his choice of words. The appearance thereof? But she couldn't spare him that amount of attention, not when the most interesting thing that had happened all night was occurring only feet away. Her elbow propped on the white tablecloth-covered table, she rested her cheek on her fist and waited for the show to begin. The maitre d' swooped in and bent low, all sotto voce scolding, only to be met by hushed denials. Eyebrows furrowed in dismay, the man gestured at the phone in his lap, its innocent location apparently meant to serve as incontrovertible proof that he couldn't possibly have taken a flash photo inside the restaurant. Marcus's words were barely audible. "And people call me an actor." Finally, after more whispered discussion, the man at the table slid his cell into the inner pocket of his jacket, patting it as if to promise he would keep it there for the rest of the meal. With one final, narrow-eyed look, the maitre d' returned to his station. Her entertainment over, April turned regretfully back to Marcus. "I don't care about the pictures, really. I figure there's no good way to avoid them. I'd just prefer not to be blinded by a flash." Whether she'd be able to maintain such equanimity in the face of unflattering candid shots, she didn't know. But she was certainly going to try. "I'm sorry. Again." Mouth tight, he caught her eye from across the table. "I chose this restaurant in part because the paparazzi hadn't found me here yet. I'd hoped you could control tonight's narrative online, if at all possible." Huh. Her mouth opened, then closed. "It's fine. No need to apologize," she finally said. "Marcus, I have a random question for you. Do you handle your own social media accounts, or do you have an assistant do that?" A deep line appeared between his handsomely arched brows. "I handle them myself. Badly, for the most part. Why?" Sitting back in her cushioned chair, she tilted her head and studied her date. "I'd hoped you could control tonight's narrative. Not something a man lacking the capacity for deep thought would generally say. Interesting. Disoblige could be a lucky choice of word. Even the most misguided squirrels occasionally located acorns. The appearance thereof was pushing the bounds of belief. But he could still be parroting someone else. His agent, a scriptwriter, a director, someone. Controls a narrative, though? That was the third time he'd said something surprisingly incisive. At this point, she either had to conclude that someone had given him a smart-sounding phrase-of-the-day calendar, or acknowledge that he wasn't quite so dim after all. Not nearly as dim as he'd been pretending to be, anyway. Time to dig deeper. Take more samples. When their main course arrived moments later, yum, She smiled at him and picked up her fork and sharp-bladed knife. Her pair of chicken thighs lay in the middle of the plate, their skin crisp and browned and perfect. So perfect, in fact, a random observer might never realize there was something more than chicken beneath that surface. With a precise cut, she halved a deboned thigh, exposing the stuffing beneath that pristine skin. Then she carved a slice and took the time to taste it thoroughly. The dish was complex, deeply savory, with tart and sweet notes and unexpected texture from those toasted pine nuts. Exactly what she'd wanted, although she'd had doubts about the wisdom of ordering something as unexceptional and boring as chicken thighs at such a fancy restaurant. But she wasn't bored. Not in the slightest. Not anymore. I would love for you to tell me more about your work on Gods of the Gates. As he winced apologetically, she held up a hand. I know you can't say anything about the final season, and I'm not asking. I'm more interested in behind-the-scenes stuff anyway. Your daily routine and what your actual job has entailed all this time. How you train for sword fights. Whether you already knew how to ride a horse when you joined the cast. Things like that. This time, when he pushed his hair back from his forehead, the motion didn't look quite so studied. Not paired with that crinkled brow. I'd bore you to tears, I'm afraid. His smile was still bright, still genial, but now a wee bit tighter. Why don't we talk about my exercise routine instead? Or maybe I can tell you about working with Summer Diaz and Kara Brown? He'd addressed those topics numerous times in countless articles and blog posts, and she didn't care to discuss either one. The exercise stuff would, in fact, bore her to tears. And when it came to his co-stars, the man was a font of good-natured platitudes. I'm lucky to work alongside such talented colleagues, and ones nearly as pretty as I am. They're true professionals, and as beautiful inside as outside, like me. The show couldn't have found more lovely, gifted actors to play Lavinia and Dido, or Aeneas for that matter. No. She wanted to tackle topics that didn't allow for generic, surface-only answers. I won't be bored, I promise. Another neat slice of the chicken thigh, and she paused with her forkful of food just above her plate. Did you ride horses before being cast on the show? No, I didn't. He was pushing a tiny cube of apricot around his plate with his own fork, studying the circles it made with unusual focus, as she chewed and waited for words that weren't coming. She swallowed before digging deeper. Do you like riding? Yes. Instead of elaborating, he shoved a hasty bite of food into his mouth. All right, no more yes or no questions. What do you like about it? He pointed to his full mouth, and she nodded in understanding and waited. And waited. And waited. His chewing had become extraordinarily thorough in the last minute or so. But if he was hoping she'd say something more or change the topic while he endlessly chewed his mouthful of polenta, which didn't actually require chewing, he was doomed to disappointment. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, and she smiled encouragingly at him. His chest hitched in a tiny sigh, one so discreet she'd have missed it if she hadn't been watching him so closely. I like being outdoors. And, I'm pretty athletic, so things like riding suit me. Fit my talents, I guess. Suddenly, he straightened in his chair, flipped his hair back from his face with a practiced snap of his head. To help strengthen my thighs, I had certain exercises my trainer suggested I do. I can tell you about those. Nope. I imagine you had to practice a lot, even if you're naturally athletic and exercise the right way. Barreling right past his attempted conversational misdirection, she continued pressing. Did someone from the show teach you swordplay, or did you learn how to use a sword on your own? At that, he met her eyes again. Finally. You want to hear about the crew? Sure. That might prove as revelatory as any other topic, she figured. His mouth pursed. He gave a little nod. Okay. Putting down his cutlery, he leaned forward.
Okay. Any skill with the sword I have, I owe to them.
How? She asked. Once more, she waited. And this time, the dam broke.
From the moment I was cast, they started teaching me how to handle my sword and shield in a way that would look second nature, as if I'd been doing it my whole life.
This time, she didn't need to ask him to elaborate. He just did, without prompting.
How to walk, how to sit, how to stand at attention. And if I look capable on screen while fighting, that's due to them too.
No credit for himself. Interesting. In what way? He barely hesitated.
The fight coordinators and choreographers and the stunt coordinators worked like hell to make sure each battle scene not only looked impressive, but fit each character's personality and history and the specific goals and mindset they'd have for that particular fight. Then they'd run us through the sequences again and again until we knew exactly what to do and when to do it.
In other words, yes, with their help and guidance, he'd practiced a lot. He was very skilled at erasing his own efforts from the narrative, though, especially for a man whose vanity was legendary.
Some of those big battle sequences, they'd start preparing us months ahead, he added, up to a year in a few cases. Always looking ahead, always striving to make each scene convincing and spectacular and memorable.
His blue-gray eyes were bright and intent on hers, willing her to understand the greatness of the Gods of the Gates crew, the extent of their hard work. He was gesturing with his broad hands now, punctuating his points with little waves and slashes. It was like watching a ghost become corporeal once more. Life, where only a shadow once existed. Fascinating and disorienting all at once. She thought over what he'd told her. So, if they take each character's history into account, someone like Cyprian shouldn't fight as capably as, say, Aeneas, because Cyprian wouldn't be as battle-hardened and wouldn't have had the opportunity to learn swordplay in the same way.
Exactly. Sometimes they'd have to tell one of us to dial back the skill a few notches.
He grinned at her, and it crinkled at the corners of those eyes in a very distracting way.
Between takes, the director would come around and ask each of us what we were fighting for in that scene, what our goal was, what had happened to us prior to that scene that would inform the moment for our character. So a battle might involve hundreds of people, but for the main actors, that scene, that fight, would also be specific, different for everyone.
His face was mobile with passion. So much passion and intensity and intelligence. She crossed her legs under the table, uncrossed them.
And that's not even getting into all the work done by the weapons master, the sword master, the horse master, the VFX and SFX people.
He shook his head, his golden hair glowing in the candlelight, and she couldn't look away.
The show has over 1,000 crew members, and they're all amazing, April. The hardest-working, most talented people I've ever met.
That didn't sound like a platitude. It sounded like a bone-deep truth. For the first time that night, April excused herself to the restroom. Once there, she used the facilities, washed her hands, and didn't leave immediately. Instead, she dabbed more cold water on her wrists, the back of her neck, only two of the many places she was suddenly much too hot, even though she knew better. She did. She stared at herself in the mirror. Red hair, freckles, brown eyes behind contact lenses, round breasts, round belly, round thighs, all normal. Not normal, the rosy flush on her cheeks, and the slight ache between those thighs. Because she suddenly wanted him. Marcus Castor-Rupp. The dim, vain man who was apparently neither vain nor dim. Or at least not as vain and dim as he pretended. He was still gorgeous, however. Still famous. And only having dinner with her tonight out of kindness, not desire for her company or her body or anything else specific to her. Well, shit. Gods of the Gates, Season 1, Episode 3. Exterior, mountainside cave, dusk. Juno waits inside the entrance, half in shadows, expression calm and righteous. When Leda ventures within, Juno makes no sudden movements, aware that the woman her husband has wronged, yet another woman he has violated, has no reason to trust her, and may fear the vengeance of a possessive wife. Juno. Trust my goodwill if you can. I no longer find relief in petty jealousy, and am no longer foolish enough to blame a mortal maiden for the rapaciousness of an all-powerful god. Leda. I would not have betrayed you, Mother Juno, not if resistance were in my power. Europa glides through the entrance, armed, shaking with fear. Europa. Whatever tortures you may choose to inflict upon me, you can do no worse than the man you call husband. Juno. I no longer call him husband, and if we make common cause, none of us need call him king of the gods for long. Gods of the Gates, Season 6, Episode 2. Interior, Aeneas and Lavinia's home, night. Lavinia waits by the fire. She's pissed. He's been fucking Anna, Dido's sister. She knows it. Aeneas enters the house. Lavinia. Where have you been, my husband? Aeneas. That is not your concern. Whatever. He doesn't need this shit. When Lavinia cries, he walks away. 6. While April visited the bathroom, Marcus regrouped. Somehow she'd gotten him talking about things he actually wanted to talk about. Worse, doing so in the same way he might with Alex, the one person he trusted without hesitation. Alex, who definitely wouldn't contact a blogger and say, I think Marcus Castor-Rupp has been fucking with everyone this whole time as some kind of big joke. His public persona wasn't a joke. It never had been. But unless he controlled the narrative, as he'd advised her to do earlier that night, his behavior could easily be construed that way. If he chose to shed his persona, it had to be on his terms, and only on his terms, for the sake of his career, but also his own troubled conscience. When April got back from the bathroom, well-groomed golden retriever was going to make his triumphant return to the stage, ready to perform his few hard-won tricks. Or maybe he'd simply turn the conversation to her life, her job, and let her do all the talking for the rest of the evening. In the meantime, he got out his phone and checked his messages. Not those on the Lavinius server, since he wanted time and privacy to read any DMs from Ulcie. But by now, reactions to the showrunner's ominous message several days before should be all over the cast's private group chat. And, sure enough. Kara. For the record, I'm not saying a goddamn word to anyone about this season. Kara. Saving that for my fucking memoirs, bitches. Ian. Whoever hid my tuna, it's not funny. Kara. Ha 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 ha. Ian. Give it back, assholes! Jupiter needs protein for this last week of shooting. Summer. I don't know why we need a new reminder about the confidentiality clause in our contracts each season. Summer. It's a little insulting. Summer. At Kara. Thumbs up. Looking forward to reading that, hun. Alex. No one wants your pocket tuna, Ian. You probably just ate it without realizing. Maria. This. Up arrow. Alex. I mean, it was like your 12th serving of fish today, so... Peter. Yeah, probably not very memorable, all things considered. Maria. Do you know the symptoms of mercury poisoning, and do they involve referring to yourself in the third person as a god? At that point, the conversation derailed because of Ian's extended, defensive, seafood-related rant, as per usual. The man could use a few more carbs, as well as a bit more distance between himself and his role, at least enough so that he could cease referring to himself as Jupiter when the cameras weren't rolling. As Marcus slipped his phone back into his jacket pocket, he spotted another cell's camera pointed in his direction. Not the same one as earlier, though. This time, a woman from the table behind April was taking the opportunity to get an unobstructed, flash-free shot of him during his date's absence. When he looked around, at least a couple of other customers were eyeing him speculatively, leaning close to their dinner companions and whispering. But at least they were all amateurs, rather than actual paparazzi. He'd half expected to be greeted that night by a shouting handful of people with enormous cameras clustered outside the restaurant entrance, as had happened on so many of his other dates. Not because the paparazzi had followed him to those restaurants, because his dates had told the media beforehand where to go. It was unforgivably stupid, naive, he knew it, but each time, blinking against the harsh strobe of the flashes, overwhelmed amid the roar of voices calling his name and telling him to look over here, the realization that his date hadn't wanted him, really, but rather the dubious perks of his odd, transient fame. Each time, he'd floated outside himself for a moment, disoriented, lost. Tonight, he'd walked into the restaurant undisturbed, illuminated only by the lingering glow of sunset and streetlights just flickering to life. Even though, if April had alerted them, countless reporters would have raced to cover the much-anticipated date. Star meets Stan, one blogger had termed the momentous occasion. Before April had even arrived then, he'd already considered their date more enjoyable than most he'd had since being cast on Gods of the Gates. Her eventual entrance into the restaurant hadn't shaken that assessment either. This might be an evening spent together out of necessity, rather than any real attachment on either side, but he could still appreciate her company, the opportunity to admire her across the table for an hour or two, and the convenience of her location near San Francisco and his parents. When their dinner ended, they'd take a few pics to post on Twitter and prove her haters wrong. Afterward, once they went their separate ways, all the buzz would slowly diminish, until their meal together became simply a footnote in his Wikipedia entry, a reminder of that time he went on a date with a fan of his show, because he might be dim, but he was also kind. That was how everyone was interpreting this dinner, as a sympathetic gesture, rather than an expression of real attraction. They weren't wrong, obviously, but the easy assumption that, of course, he couldn't be attracted to April, of course he couldn't truly want to date her, pricked some raw spot within him, made him bristle a bit. After that ugly thread the other day, he couldn't avoid knowing why everyone had made their assumptions. And if he understood, April did too. The irony? They weren't entirely right, either. Yes, he would have asked out anyone in her position. A troll living under a bridge, a beauty queen, whomever. But April was no troll. By candlelight, her hair was a gleaming sheet of copper flowing just past her shoulders, her eyes dark and sparked by fire. She hadn't covered her freckles with whatever makeup she was wearing, and he was trying very hard not to count each adorable speckle on her nose and the tops of her round cheeks, much as he'd forced himself not to stare for longer than a heartbeat at her body, lush and faithfully outlined by that green dress she wore. Those braying fanboys weren't just cruel, they were fools. April Whittier was a goddess. And as the son of Lawrence Castor and Deborah Rupp, as a man who played a demigod himself, he would know. As she circled other tables on her way back to theirs, her confident stride matched her up-tilted chin. Maybe she didn't notice the stares, the way at least one cell phone camera followed her progress. Maybe she didn't care. Or maybe she was pretending not to care. Either way, she impressed the hell out of him, just as she'd been doing all night. She was bright, funny, incisive, practical, a good listener, even when he was saying too much, too honestly. Her direct manner, her humor, the intelligent, plain-spoken way she expressed herself, reminded him of Ulcie somehow. No, Looking at and listening to her throughout the remainder of their meal wouldn't prove a hardship. Once she'd seated herself, he offered the amiable smile that had graced 5 straight years of photo spreads in the annual World's Hottest Men magazine issue.
You've heard about my job. Tell me more about what you do.
I'm a geologist, she said, before taking another healthy bite of her chicken. How far did he want to take the dunce routine? Pretty far, he supposed, given his earlier slip-ups.
So you make maps?
He asked. Her lips twitched, but somehow she didn't seem to be laughing at him, more with him, which was infinitely more alarming. That would be a geographer, or rather a cartographer. Neatly, she sliced off a manageable bite of her green beans. I sometimes consult maps for my work, but I'm a geologist. In the simplest of terms, I study rocks. He couldn't say he'd ever met a geologist before. To be fair, that was also true for geographers or cartographers, but he wasn't having dinner with one of those.
Why rocks?
For once, the simplest question mirrored his honest curiosity. She tapped the tines of her fork against her plate, pausing to think before she answered. I guess. One last ting of metal against porcelain, and she looked up at him again. The Northridge earthquake happened when I was a kid, and a geologist came on TV at one point. Everything she said was so fascinating, so smart. She impressed the hell out of preteen me. After that, I was into seismology for a while. He remembered watching news coverage of that quake himself, but the Loma Prieta quake was a much more visceral memory. Most people had already tuned into the World Series game. He'd still been studying, though, seething with resentment all the while. And then, the ominous rumble from everywhere at once, the rattle of fragile glass and porcelain, the creak of their house moving around beneath them, the urgency in his mother's voice as she pushed him under the dining room table where they suffered together day after day. The way she tried to tuck his head beneath her body, protecting him as best she could for those few seconds on a Tuesday evening. Why did that memory hurt so damn much? Then, after a geology program I did one summer in high school, I realized seismology wasn't my first love after all. April took another bite of her chicken before continuing. That would be sedimentary rocks. Well, his ignorance this time wasn't feigned. He wouldn't know a sedimentary rock from, well, any other rock, whatever other rock types there were. His parents' desire to teach science had paled in comparison to their love of languages and history. Her wide smile shone with just a hint of wickedness, and he shifted in his seat. It's a love affair that continues to this day. A dirty one, literally. He took a hasty sip of water, cleared his throat before speaking.
Okay, why do you love supplementary rocks so much?
Her smile never wavering, she dipped her chin at that, as if she were giving him credit, acknowledging his exemplary work in the dunce arts. Good one, Marcus, he could almost hear her say in that husky, warm voice of hers. Jesus, he was in such trouble. Olaf came by to refill their water, but Marcus couldn't tear his gaze from April. When she leaned forward, her cleavage... No, he wouldn't look at her cleavage. He wouldn't. I love sedimentary rocks. To her credit, she didn't emphasize the correct word. Because I love the stories they tell. If you study them closely enough, if you've trained enough, if you use the right tools, you can look at a particular spot and know whether there was once a lake there. You can know whether that area was part of a fluvial system, if a lahar came through after a volcanic event, if there was a landslide, a mudslide. Her hands were tracing pictures in the air as she spoke, miming the movement of water and earth, a graceful visual shorthand for destruction and chaos and creation revealing itself under her scrutiny. Shit. Even with those telling gestures, he didn't understand half of what she was saying, but he was so fucking turned on right now. Smart, accomplished, passionate women were his undoing. Always. Even though he knew. He knew. He'd never be enough for them. Not the fake him, and not the real him either. She waited until he met her eyes before continuing. Each word precise, each word the echo of a siren, and he meant that in every conceivable way. You have to dig. She didn't look away, and he couldn't. You have to look carefully, but there's a story waiting for you. It wants you to see the signs. It wants to be told. Under that clear, calm gaze, he wanted to hide beneath the table once more, cover his head, and protect himself as the ground beneath him swayed and buckled. Then she picked up her fork and speared another bite of her haricot vert, and he could breathe again. Could ignore for another moment that under his feet, the earth wasn't actually solid and still. It was moving, continually. And deep, deep below a placid, cool surface, even stone turned molten and fiery and liquid. Also, geology is a culmination of various sciences, she added in a casual aside. Chemistry, physics, biology all come into play. I like that too because lots of different subjects interest me. He shouldn't ask. He definitely wasn't going to ask. And yet...
Why do you say it's a dirty love affair?
He asked. There it was. Closing his eyes, he dropped his chin to his chest and exhaled hard through his nose. Shit! He didn't need yet more reason to want April. Not when his gut already tightened with each glimpse of her pale, freckled skin bathed by candlelight. Not when she made a goddamn living spearing through surfaces and discovering what lay underneath, and he wanted to remain undiscovered, at least for the moment. Up until now, I've spent a good chunk of my workdays handling soil, looking for contamination at former industrial sites and coordinating whatever cleanup is feasible under the circumstances. When he opened his eyes again, she was scraping the last bits of polenta from her plate. The last few weeks, I've been dealing with a former pesticide facility, so the ground is contaminated with metals. Well, that was a lot less sexy than he'd both anticipated and feared. Despite her matter-of-fact tone, though, her work sounded dangerous, technical, physical, in ways he hadn't anticipated. He braced his elbows on the table, fascinated.
What will happen to that land once the cleanup is done?
She lifted a round shoulder. Depending on what the owner of the site decides, it might become anything from a parking lot to a residential area. He didn't understand. He truly didn't. How was such a transformation even possible? How could something so thoroughly poisoned become a place for a family, for a home? But that's not up to me, or even the consultant who will be taking over the site starting next week. Her pale throat moved as she sipped her water, and he had to swallow hard himself. Either the owner will devote the enormous amount of time and effort and money necessary to dig up all the contamination and dispose of it elsewhere, or they won't. Can't, in many cases. He fiddled with the edge of his jacket cuff.
And if they won't, or can't?
With an arc of her hand, her forearm going from vertical to horizontal, she mimed something being dropped from above. They'll tell the consultant to put a cap on the land, 2 to 5 feet of clean soil over the contamination. It's cheaper, easier.
But?
There was a catch. He understood that, even without a single smidgen of background in geology. But, under those circumstances, the land can never be used for any purpose that would require digging below surface level. The options for its use, its future, are limited forever. There was no judgment in her tone. It was a statement of fact, not a condemnation. At least until that owner, or the next one, makes a different decision. His chest hurt, and he forced himself to inhale slowly. Blow out the breath in several extended beats of his rabbiting heart. Olaf came then to remove their plates, decrumb the tablecloths, and top off their water yet again. After he left, they sat without speaking and waited for dessert. You were worried you'd bore me to tears talking about your work, she finally said. But you had it exactly backward, as it turned out. She was watching him from across the table, her hair a silky wash of red gold, her skin speckled with constellations, her wide mouth tilted at the corners. That wry, gorgeous smile caught at him, a hook towing him places he'd intended to avoid. He wanted to make a different decision, though. He did.
I'd like to go out with you again.
It was a sudden rush of words, tumbling force like the landslide she'd mentioned earlier. Mindless, inexorable.
Dinner, if you want, or something else. An art gallery, or a museum, or...
What would hold the interest of a woman like her? How could he hold the interest of a woman like her? Could he maintain control of his narrative and date her?
Better yet, we can go to an indoor water park.
He winked at her, forcing a confident grin.
I'm always happy to show off my hard work at the gym.
Eventually, if all went well, if he decided he could trust her, he would let her dig further beneath his surface. In the meantime, he would entertain her the best way well-groomed golden retriever Marcus knew how. It could work. It would work. For the first time since he'd met her, April appeared stunned. Her lips were parted, her eyes wide, her body motionless. She didn't make a sound, not one, before Olaf arrived in a burst of terrible timing to lay their desserts before them. He disappeared quietly, and then it was just the two of them again. She bit her lip, eyes downcast. And Marcus knew, without her needing to say a word. He waited anyway, prepared to absorb the blow. The answer was as clear to her as it was to him, evidently. How could he hold the interest of a woman like her? He couldn't. He didn't. I'm sorry, Marcus, she began, her voice quiet and reluctant. But I don't think that's a great idea. And there it was, the kick to his chest he'd expected.
Okay.
He didn't say more. Couldn't. Not through the ache beneath his ribs. It's just... She hesitated. It wouldn't work. Not under the circumstances. Even though he hadn't asked for more of an explanation, it seemed she was giving him one anyway. He just hoped she was kind enough to cushion the blow, rather than saying it outright. You're too shallow and stupid for me. And how could he blame her for thinking that, when she'd spent almost an entire meal in the company of his public persona? I, write Gods of the Gates fanfic, she said, her cheeks suddenly rosy. Including some stories that are kind of explicit. Now he was the one startled into stillness and silence. She wrote fanfiction? Sexy fanfiction? And given both her Twitter handle and the photo she'd posted, her OTP must be... I write almost exclusively about Lavinia and Aeneas, so you can see how it would be a little weird to date you after devoting hundreds of thousands of words to you. She paused. Well, not you, really, but an Aeneas who looks like you. Anyway, after devoting hundreds of thousands of words to a you-looking Aeneas falling in love and, fucking. The word she was looking for was definitely fucking. Being intimate with Lavinia, she finished. Hundreds of thousands of words about Aeneas and Lavinia, which meant she wasn't a short-timer or a newbie. No, she'd been posting for a while. And he'd be willing to bet her fics were as intelligent and incisive as she was, which meant she wouldn't go unnoticed on AO3 by the Lavinius community. He'd almost definitely read her work then. She might even... No, he'd know if she were on the Lavinius server. Somehow he'd know. Still, he had to ask, just to be certain.
I've read fanfic on occasion, he said slowly. Out of curiosity, what name do you post your stories under?
Her teeth had sunk into her lower lip again, and her flush had washed away her freckles. On the tablecloth, her fingers were clasped together tightly. She released her lip, exhaled. Then, with clear reluctance, she finally answered his question. "I'm unapologetic Lavinia Stan," she said. "Don't tell anyone, and don't read my fics." Lavinia's server DMs 1 year ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. No matter what Lavinia's OTP might argue, I firmly believe that you can't call your fic a slow burn if they bang in the first chapter. That's a violation of all known slow burn principles and subject to various penalties, including, but not limited to, major side-eyeing by yours truly. Buccaneus would never.
I was a bit surprised, too. To be fair, however, it's an arranged marriage AU. For succession purposes, they have to sleep together. The slow burn part can refer to the emotional ties they form, maybe?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. They banged and enjoyed it. If it's a perfunctory boning, only mildly enjoyable for all involved, sure, I can overlook the transgression. But if multiple mutual orgasms are had, nope. Buccaneus would never.
I didn't actually read the love scenes closely. Thus, I bow to your superior wisdom on this issue.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Thank you. Now, on to more important matters. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Speaking of slow burns, are you feeling better? Fever all gone? Buccaneus would never.
Yes. Thank you for asking, Alcy.
Smiley face. 7. The sexy fics were an excuse, of course. April definitely didn't want Marcus reading them or telling his 2 million followers about them before she'd explained herself to the Lavinius community. But they didn't constitute an insurmountable obstacle to a second date. What did? Marcus's insistence on performing for her. Sometimes, on certain job sites, the driller used a direct push rig to collect soil samples, instead of a hollow stem auger rig. It was easier that way. Cleaner, too. The downside? They often couldn't get beyond a certain depth with a direct push rig. On one job, they'd had to stop a mere 3 feet below the surface because they kept getting refusal again and again. Until, in the end, they'd had to swap rigs because they weren't accomplishing anything. The experience was entirely too reminiscent of tonight's date with Marcus. With their conversation about the Gods of the Gates crew, she'd gotten 3 feet down. Then she'd hit refusal. Again and again. If he didn't want her to see below his very attractive surface, she wouldn't. Simple as that. But since the surface didn't interest her nearly as much as what lay underneath, she wasn't courting frustration by going on a second date with him, no matter how much she suddenly wanted him. As shocked as she remained that he evidently wanted her, at least enough to request a second meeting. This was truly the oddest date ever. She'd eaten several bites of her lemon lavender panna cotta. Delicious, not soapy tasting at all. Before she realized he hadn't spoken for quite a while. When she looked up, he was staring at her, his face. It was slack, blank. Until, in a blink, it wasn't anymore. Instead, that aggravating, empty smile beamed out at her once more.
You really don't want me to read your stories?
She considered the matter for a few moments. I mean, I guess you can, but it might be a little weird, like I said. Getting weirder by the moment, actually. If you do, check the ratings before you start. To avoid unnecessary awkwardness, I'd skip the ones rated E for explicit. He seemed particularly intrigued by his panna cotta now. In a slow, careful movement, he delved into the custard and emerged with a perfect spoonful.
Maybe I'll read one of your stories someday. I can always skim key portions as needed.
No way he'd ever actually go on AO3 and look for her fics. But still, Pretty Man, my prostitute/client modern alternate universe. She crinkled her nose. Yeah, don't choose that one. You'd be skimming the whole thing. It was one of her earliest fics, written before her partnership with Bon, and it wasn't her best work. Marcus looked up from another delicate spoon incursion into his dessert. His smooth cheeks, he must have shaved right before coming to the restaurant, creased in a sudden grin. His brow quirked.
I take it I'm the prostitute?
Aeneas is the prostitute, she emphasized.
But he's pretty.
He took his time savoring the spoonful of custard.
Thus the title.
Well, yes. Obviously.
And since you said Aeneas looks like me in your fics, that must mean—
Yes, yes, she rolled her eyes. You're very pretty, Marcus, which you well know. His grin abruptly died, and she had no idea why shadows seemed to gather beneath blue-gray eyes gone solemn, intent. So unexpectedly vulnerable that something twisted inside her chest. Not her heart. Definitely not her heart.
In your story.
He played with his spoon, looking down as he rotated it in his grip again and again.
Is he only pretty?
Ah, there it was. A new layer beneath that pristine surface of his. And damn it, yes, that was her heart aching for him. Just a little. He's very pretty. Gorgeous. With a seemingly idle motion, she tapped her spoon against her porcelain ramekin until he raised his stricken eyes to her again. Then she told him the rest. Also underestimated and honorable and quite intelligent. I have no interest in writing about a man who offers nothing but good looks and easy charm. But hidden depths fascinate me. There it was. One last chance. And if he was as smart as she was beginning to suspect he was, he'd realize it. Marcus blinked at her, lines scoring deep between his brows. But he didn't say anything more, and she didn't intend to push him anywhere he didn't want to go. She couldn't resist one final nudge, though. Have you ever been tempted to write a fix-it fic yourself? A story where you'd put right whatever went wrong in the show? After Dade and Aeneas' relationship went off the rails, maybe? The throwaway remark was a bit rude, and she was sorry for that, but she wanted to hear his response. Wanted to see a bit more of the man under pressure. He muttered something that sounded like, "You have no idea."
Clearing his throat, he spoke more loudly. I'm delighted with the talent and hard work of our scriptwriters, of course. And, that was the story we got. That was the script. It makes total sense.
From his verging on pained expression, his stilted words, he might have been starring in an impromptu hostage video. Ironically, it was the worst acting she'd ever seen him do, and that included his hilarious feigned ignorance of what geology meant earlier that evening. She smiled at him, highly entertained.
There's no alternative script. No alternate universe, so...
He spread his hands.
Yes, I'm thrilled with Aeneas' story. Completely. Dido's too.
Yes, very convincing. He was going to need to rehearse his answers a few more times before his press junket for the 6th season began. Although... Her smile widened. Damn, he was smart. By playing Mr. Dim and Pretty all these years, he'd managed to avoid publicly discussing scripts and storylines and the way his show diverged from E. Wade's books. Instead, he could focus on workout routines and grooming rituals, subjects that wouldn't get him into trouble with his showrunners or co-stars. She leaned conspiratorially close, propped on her elbows. There's no alternate universe, that's true. This time she tapped her spoon against his ramekin, winked at him. Unless you write fanfic and come up with one, like I do. He didn't smile as she'd anticipated. Instead, head tilted, he gazed at her, pressed his lips together, rested his own elbows on the table and spoke haltingly, his voice barely audible despite the few inches separating them.
Growing up,
His throat bobbed.
I was never much of a writer, or a reader, for that matter.
This wasn't a tale she'd heard before. Not in any interview. Not in any blog post.
I liked stories, loved stories.
He gave his head an impatient shake.
Of course I do. I wouldn't be an actor if I didn't, but...
This close, she dragged his subtle scent into her lungs with every breath. Herbal, musky. This close, she could measure the true length of his eyelashes, trace how they fanned and turned pale gold at their tips. This close, she couldn't miss the raw sincerity in his words, in his pained eyes. She held very still, a steady presence as he seemed to struggle for words. But, softly, softly, an invisible hand holding his as he faltered, not a shove in the back. With his thumb and middle finger, he pinched his temples, exhaled.
From the very beginning, there were issues. I took a long time to begin speaking. And once I started school, I kept reversing my letters and numbers.
Oh. She knew where this was going now, but he needed to get there in his own time, in his own way. Okay.
My parents blamed the teachers, so they decided my mom should homeschool me. She taught at a nearby prep school, so she was more than qualified.
His little huff of laughter didn't contain a single trace of actual amusement.
We all found out pretty quickly that the teachers weren't the problem. I was.
No, that couldn't stand unchallenged. Marcus having to... He didn't seem to hear her.
No matter how much she had me read, no matter how much she had me write, no matter how many vocabulary lists she made for me, I was a terrible speller. I had terrible handwriting. I couldn't write or read quickly, couldn't pronounce things correctly, couldn't always understand what I'd read.
Fuck. That early interview with Marcus, the one that had cemented his reputation as amiable but not especially bright, now seemed...
My parents thought I was lazy, defiant.
His eyes met hers, and they were defiant, daring her to judge him, to second the condemnation of his family.
I only found out there was a name for my problem after I dropped out of college and moved to LA. A name other than stupidity, anyway.
Chin haughty, no hint of a smile softening that famous mouth. He waited, knowing, somehow, that he didn't need to use the word himself. You're dyslexic. She pitched her voice low to protect his privacy. Marcus, I had no idea. That stony expression didn't flicker.
No one does, except Alex.
When her brows furrowed, he clarified.
Alex Woodrow, Cupid, my best friend. He's the one who figured it out since one of his ex-girlfriends had dyslexia too. Diagnosed, unlike mine.
The bitterness in that last phrase painted the back of her tongue, and she pushed her panna cotta to the side. No need to get custard in her hair, and she wasn't hungry anymore. Not after hearing his story. The skin over his knuckles seemed stretched to its limits, his fists almost as white as the tablecloth beneath them. When she rested a fingertip on one of those bony knuckles, a vein in his temples throbbed. Marcus. Since he didn't move away from her touch, she traced a gentle line across the back of his hand. One of the smartest, most talented people I know is dyslexic. He's an amazing writer, too. Sometime after she'd beta read and proofed a couple of his fics for the first time, Bon had told her about his dyslexia via DM, amid a flurry of apologies for any spelling errors.
I have voice-to-text software, he wrote, but it sometimes has issues with homonyms. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I won't be much help proofreading your fics.
I can deal with spelling on my own, she'd written back. Where I need help is plotting and making sure I remain true to the characters, even in a modern AU. Emotional depth, too. All strengths of yours. If you could help me with those bits, I'd be very grateful. He hadn't responded for a long time.
I can do that, he'd eventually written.
There are workarounds, she said, when Marcus remained silent and still beneath her gaze, beneath her touch. I'm sure you've found them already. When she withdrew her hand, he startled, then shifted restlessly in his seat. At the heat lingering on her fingertip, the guilt churning within her gut at touching another man while thinking of Bon, she did the same.
Yes, lots of workarounds.
He cleared his throat.
This person you know, the one with dyslexia, the smart, talented one. Does he write fanfic too?
She had to smile. That's how I know what a great writer he is.
What name does he use?
As Marcus scooped out a perfect semi-oval of custard, his attention once more seemed entirely focused on his spoon.
For his stories, I mean, in case I ever visit your fanfiction site.
Was that an offhand question? A test of her discretion? Either way, she wasn't answering. The linen napkin was smooth and crisp under her fingers as she plucked it from her lap, folded it, and placed it next to her half-finished ramekin of panna cotta. It was a gesture of finality, matching her firm tone. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that without his permission.
Ah.
After one final spoonful of the dessert, he nudged his ramekin aside too.
I understand.
Olaf appeared from nowhere to remove their dishes, refill their water, and offer coffee or after-dinner drinks. Only moments after they both refused and their server faded into the gorgeous woodwork once more, her jaw cracked in a huge, unexpected yawn. Marcus snorted.
Good thing we're almost done for the evening.
He pointed a scolding finger at her.
Don't stay up too late on the computer, either. After cleaning all day, you need your rest.
She shook her head at him, exasperated and amused. So he did remember their Twitter DMs, where she'd briefly described her plans for the weekend. Because of course he did. His gaze held a new warmth, a fondness she wouldn't have anticipated. Not after one evening together, not given how carefully he guarded himself. At least, until just a few minutes ago. If he asked her on a second date again, after that conversation? Well, he wouldn't. Instead, he'd asked for the check. When it arrived, he wouldn't let her see the total, much less pay her half. I can get the tip, at least, she protested. Brows high in a silent rejoinder, he pinned her with a look that said everything. I'm starring in the most popular television show in the world. I have a multi-million-dollar home in LA. According to fashion magazines, I pay $400 per haircut and use 7 different styling products every day, each of which costs more than you make per hour. Okay, so maybe she'd filled in a few of the specifics herself, but still, those were some damn expressive eyebrows. No wonder the man could afford that home nestled in the Hollywood Hills. Out loud, he said only,
I believe I can afford dinner.
She didn't argue further. Her exhaustion was dragging at her shoulders now, turning her legs into aching pillars, and she couldn't help a sense of deflation, maybe. This was over. Whatever had happened between them tonight, it was done as soon as he handled the credit card receipt and stood to go. But after he signed his name and closed the little leather book, he didn't stand. Instead, he took a sip of water. Those cloudy blue eyes, if she was judging the angle of his gaze correctly, resting on her hair, her cheeks, her bare arms. Then he met her own gaze. His chest expanded in a huge inhalation and he reached across the table. Laid his fingertips lightly on the back of her wrist and spoke as she tried not to shiver at his touch.
If you don't want a second date with me, that's absolutely fine, and I promise not to bother you again. We can take a few selfies before leaving, post them tonight or tomorrow, and go our separate ways.
That knife-sharp jaw was working again, but he managed to sound calm. Sure.
That said, I want to make certain you understand something before we leave.
With her free hand, she fumbled for her water glass, sipped away the dryness in her throat before responding. Okay. Whether he knew it or not, his fingertips were moving on her flesh. Just a millimeter back and forth, and the subtlest caress she'd ever known, and it burned. What should I understand?
Your fan fiction. Whatever you've written.
His fingers stilled.
It may make things a bit awkward, a bit more complicated, but it doesn't bother me. It doesn't stop me from hoping to see you again. If that was your main reason for turning me down, I wanted you to know.
If that was your main reason. He knew she'd been fibbing to save his feelings, and no wonder. She wasn't much of a liar, never had been. And unlike him, she had no natural talent for acting. As he straightened in his chair, his fingertips slid away from her wrist, and she almost snatched them back.
If you had other reasons, though, that's fine too.
His voice became oddly formal then, solemn, as if their dinner together held more meaning for him than she'd realized.
And if this is the last time we meet, please know it was an honor to spend the evening with you, April Whittier, a.k.a. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan.
She'd given him a final chance, and he'd taken it. Now she had hers. She wasn't hesitating another moment. Let's do a second date, she told him. Are you free the day after tomorrow? That smile. Fuck, that smile. It banished the shadows in the dim restaurant, lit his eyes, turned her buoyant and giddy, light as helium, as his hand reached for hers again and tethered her safely to the earth.
Yes,
he said, his fingers interlacing with her own.
Yes. For you, I'm free.
Rating, explicit. Fandoms, Gods of the Gates, E. Wade, Gods of the Gates TV. Relationships, Aeneas Lavinia, Lavinia and Turnus, Aeneas and Venus, Aeneas and Jupiter. Additional tags, Alternate Universe Modern, Sex Work, Explicit Sexual Content, Dirty Talk, Porn with Feelings, Angst and Fluff and Smut, Hurt/Comfort. The author regrets nothing, except maybe all her previous life choices that led to this fic. Hard to say, really, but seriously prepare for the Smutathon. Stats. Words, 12,815. Chapters, 4 out of 4. Comments, 102. Kudos, 227. Bookmarks, 34. Pretty Man, Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Summary. When Aeneas arrives in Latium upon the orders of his mother and grandfather, he finds himself disoriented, guilt-stricken, and without enough resources to survive. Unless, of course, he uses the one resource he values least, his astounding handsomeness. Luckily, his first sex work client is Lavinia. He won't need another. Notes. This is not at all accurate when it comes to sex work, I'm certain, as I wanted to keep things fluffy. But I did intend to explore how two people defined by their appearances in totally opposite ways could find comfort and love and a sense of self-worth through the medium of sex. Aeneas sees the woman before she spots him, and she is definitely looking for him or someone like him. There's no doubt about that. No woman comes to this street at this time of night for anything other than what he can offer. Sex, for a price. He hasn't decided on that price yet. This first night, he intends to play it by ear. Once he sees her face under a streetlight, pale and crooked and homely, he knows she'll pay plenty. This one act should make him enough for a night at a hotel, at least. And in return for shelter, he'll give her the best fuck of her life.
No need to keep looking, sweetheart,
he calls out from the shadows.
Here I am.
Only, once she sees him too, she laughs and keeps walking. Too pretty for me, she calls over her shoulder, and he finds himself somehow startlingly indignant.
Excuse me?
He huffs. Consider yourself excused, she says, not looking back. And without quite understanding why, he discovers he wants to change her mind. 8. That night, after she'd showered and changed into her pajamas, April opened her laptop and went online. Most likely, she'd received several new DMs from Bon, but she wasn't ready to face those quite yet, much less the Twitter reaction to whatever dinner pics had been posted already. AO3 then, to check the reaction to her most recent story. She'd posted her one-shot fic late last night, in response to the Lavinia server's self-declared fanfic initiative, Aeneas's Angry Boner Week. Her contribution had received a gratifying number of kudos and comments so far, all necessary and welcome encouragement after one of her rare forays into book canon-compliant storytelling, rather than a self-created modern AU. In the story, Lavinia confronted one of her ex's soldiers outside the home she shared with Aeneas, a soldier who spat upon her for breaking her betrothal to Turnus, his dead leader, and threatened to do worse. Instead of calling for help from her husband, she drove away the intruder with her own sword, and when Aeneas heard about the incident, he marched toward his homely, resentful wife, inexplicably enraged by her carelessness when it came to her own safety and... yeah, their platonic marriage of convenience became decidedly less platonic, but somewhat more convenient in terms of, say, mutual sexual gratification. April had originally intended to write a fluffy modern AU as normal, but somehow, even before their date, picturing a hero with Marcus Castor-Rupp's face meeting, falling for, and fucking a woman, albeit a woman who looked like Lavinia, not April, in the modern world had suddenly seemed odd, exploitative in a way it never had before. When she'd written the story, she'd figured returning to modern AUs might take her a month or two after their date, until the thoughts of the actor himself no longer interfered with thoughts about the character he played, until she could separate the two more effectively in her mind once more, until he was no longer so much of a real person to her, but simply the physical vessel in which her chosen hero lived and loved. Now she was wondering whether she might have to switch her OTP permanently, to Cyprian and Cassia maybe, forever stuck on that damn island and pining for one another, or Cupid and Psyche, torn apart by the machinations of Venus and Jupiter. But she wasn't ejecting herself from her favorite fandom without good reason. Contemplating her other options could wait until after a second date at least. Idly, she checked the other stories posted under the Aeneas's Angry Boner Week tag, and she had to laugh. Almost everyone else on their server had gone full throttle on the modern AUs, and she should have known. Her recent online activities really had spawned countless fics. Aeneas's angry boners these past several days all seemed to be occurring in the presence of a Lavinia he'd met on Twitter, a Lavinia he'd saved from internet bullies, a Lavinia with whom he fell in love and lust over the course of a single fateful dinner. In the stories, he dispatched countless rude paparazzi, a dozen jealous didos, and battalions of sneering fanboys. And then, his blood still hot from anger, saw Lavinia in the candlelight, eyes wide, mouth an O of shock and confusion and... well, Virgil's Aeneas might have ascended to the realm of the gods after death because of his dauntless piety, but in this week's fix, little Aeneas had risen to turgid heights for decidedly different reasons. Reading those fics was hot. Undeniably hot. Also uncomfortable in an entirely new way. At one point, she had to start skimming sex scenes, instead of lingering happily over them as she usually did, because it was Marcus in her head, Marcus on the page, Marcus making her ache. After leaving her kudos and comments, she was eager to log out of AO3 and turn to the Lavinius server instead. And once more, she ignored Bond's DMs, delaying what she needed to do and say. Not much recent activity in the group threads. So far, they didn't appear to have spotted any photos of her date with Marcus on Twitter or Insta, but that was only a matter of time. And if the server's response to his public dinner invitation was any guide, she needed to prepare herself for one hell of an uproar. Can you believe it? Mrs. Pius Aeneas had virtually screeched Wednesday night on her brand new OMFG MCR Asked Out a Fan chat thread, linking to the relevant tweets. Lavinia is my goddess and savior responded with an endless stream of heart eyes and streaming tears emojis, too emotional for mere words. I told you he was really a nice guy. I told you, Top Me Aeneas crowed. The way he defended her, Her subsequent legs spread, crotch up gif said it all, really. Did you see that awful thread? It really was kind of him, Lavinia's OTP wrote. That poor woman. April had winced at Lavinia's OTP's post, taken off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, wondering if she'd made a terrible mistake. Pity. Shit, she despised pity, and the last thing she wanted to be was that poor woman. Then, Book Aeneas Would Never, largely absent from the server for a few days, had interjected.
Why does everyone assume he asked her out of kindness alone? I mean, look at her. She's pretty and obviously very talented.
His comment had changed the tenor of the thread, which, after a flurry of posts agreeing with his take, had then shifted to speculation as to what the date might entail. April had been tempted to post endless heart eyes and streaming tear emojis herself. Instead, she'd simply DM'd Bon one last time before bed. Thank you. Just thank you.
For what?
He'd immediately responded, but she was too tired to explain. We can talk about it this weekend. I have some things I need to tell you. For now, though, I have to get some sleep. If I don't hear from you before then, have a safe trip home, okay? XX. The blinking dots had flashed and flashed.
Okay. Sweet dreams, Ulcie. I'll be back in your time zone soon.
They both lived in California. She knew that much. She also knew he traveled a lot for work, something else they'd had in common until now. She got the sense he was a consultant of some sort, although she didn't know for sure. In recent months, they'd both mentioned evaluating their career paths and their next professional steps. Finally, she knew he was a he, unlike the vast majority of Lavinia's fans in their group. As soon as he'd helped set up the server, in fact, he'd explicitly informed everyone, concerned they'd feel misled or uncomfortable if they found out later.
If my presence here ever makes any of you feel unsafe in any way, please tell me, and I'll immediately bow out, he'd written. P.S. As a cis-het guy, there are certain threads that may not be as applicable to me, so please forgive me for sitting them out.
Via DM, he'd said a bit more to April last year.
If you notice me being inadvertently creepy or offensive in any way, please let me know. I might not see it.
She'd agreed, but so far she hadn't had to intervene. Not once. Other than the prompt way he bowed out of conversations about the hotness and fuckability of various actors, his maleness didn't seem to influence his interactions on the server much. Of course, he didn't write sex into his fics either, which had made her wonder. Maybe sex and sexuality in general made him uncomfortable. Maybe writing sex into his fics felt somehow predatorial or boundary-crossing to him, given his status as one of the few men in their group. Or maybe he just didn't like writing explicit scenes. Some people didn't. Not April. She loved including the bang that was promised in her fics. But she'd long ago decided to either steer those particular stories toward other beta readers rather than Bon, or redact any explicit sections in the drafts she sent to him, because she absolutely 100% did not want to cause him any discomfort. Her latest story, accordingly, had been baited by Top Me Aeneas, not Bon, even though, for once, she'd delved a bit into canon, or at least canon compliance. She shoved her glasses more firmly onto the bridge of her nose. Okay, no more delays. She could either sit against her headboard and think about Bon, or read the man's actual messages from that morning and respond to him. Tell him what he needed to know and gauge his reaction. Book Aeneas Would Never.
You went canon compliant, huh? Bold choice, Ulcie.
Book Aeneas would never.
Didn't I say you'd rock canon if you ever tried it? You really captured Lavinia's resentment at the marriage, the reluctance in her attraction, in a way most can't. Also, the description of her wielding the sword, A+. Narrating a clear action sequence informed by her character's history, her personality, and the skills she would and wouldn't have is damn hard, and you pulled it off.
She smiled at the screen. Bon was so supportive of her work, always. Funny how his praise of her action sequence echoed Marcus's description of how the Gods of the Gates crew handled the show's battle scenes. That approach must be more common than she'd realized as a fight sequence newbie. Later that morning, he'd sent one more message. Book Aeneas would never.
You said you had something to talk to me about this weekend?
Well, she supposed that was her cue. He deserved to know what was happening. In so many ways, for so many reasons. She wanted to know more about him, too. Wanted to meet him in person at the next Con of the Gates, despite his professed shyness. Maybe tonight, once she took that first step and told him who she was on Twitter, showed him what she looked like, they could move toward a relationship that didn't exist solely online. And if whatever was happening between her and Marcus would damage her chances with Bon, she would happily, or at least not overly unhappily, DM the actor and tell him the second date was off. He could comfort himself with one of his many hair products. Biting her lips, she winced at her own callousness. He wasn't the shallow, uninteresting man she'd once thought him. She knew that now. He could be hurt, would be hurt, if she changed her mind about their second date. But for Bon, she'd handle the guilt and forego the opportunity to dig deeper beneath Marcus's surface. For Bon, she'd expose her heart now. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Thank you for the lovely comments, here and on AO3. I have a feeling I'll be writing a lot more canon in the near future, which is related to what I need to tell you, actually. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. So, you saw that uproar the other night, when Marcus Castor Rupp asked out a fan on Twitter? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. That fan was, me. I used the handle @Lavinius5ever there. Please don't tell the rest of the group yet. I will eventually, but I wanted to talk to you about it first. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. We had our date tonight. Dinner at a restaurant. I'm posting pics later tonight on Twitter, although other people in the restaurant probably have their own shots up already. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. When you're online, please let me know. Let's chat. With that information, he could see her at long last. Face, body. Caught talking or eating. From the side, the back, the front. In motion. Still. Oh, God, her heartbeat was echoing in her ears. And when Bon's response popped up within seconds, she literally jumped. Book Aeneas would never.
I'm here.
Book Aeneas would never.
Wow, this is a surprising development.
Book Aeneas would never.
It's wonderful to see your face, Ulcie.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Only my face? Book Aeneas would never.
All of you. I just checked, and there are some very nice shots of your dinner tonight appearing online, as you said.
Wonderful, he'd said. Very nice. Slowly, her heart rate was calming, the prickle of nervous sweat at her hairline diminishing. It was okay. It was okay. He'd seen her and hadn't turned away. She should have known. Bon wasn't shallow or unkind. He hadn't even seemed especially shocked by news that she'd gone on a date with one half of their OTP, weirdly enough. Unable to resist, she did a quick internet search of her own to discover what version of herself he'd just seen, and yes, there she was, on Twitter and Insta and one entertainment blog post already. In some shots, those bastards had caught her mid-chew. In others, though, she was smiling. In one, Marcus was leaning across the table, staring at her intently. touching the back of her wrist in a way that made her shiver to remember, shiver to see from an outsider's perspective. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. You're right. I just found a few of the pics. Buccaneus would never.
I imagine it must be hard to have your private life suddenly so visible. Does it bother you?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Well, it's not my favorite thing in the world, but it's okay. In general, I don't give a shit what strangers think. Just the people I care about. Buccaneus would never.
Good.
Buccaneus would never.
So how was the date?
Here be dragons, she thought. Because she couldn't really tell him much about her topsy-turvy dinner with the man who played Aeneas, could she? Not without violating Marcus's privacy and contradicting his chosen public persona, which she refused to do. Even if that hadn't been an issue, though, she wouldn't have described the date in detail. If Bon cared about her the same way she did him, hearing those details would sting. And she wasn't about to hurt him. Not for anything. God, if he'd gone on a date with a famous actress, she couldn't even imagine how insecure and worried she'd be. So no, she wasn't sharing specifics. And depending on how he responded to their conversation tonight, there might not be any future specifics to omit. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. It was pleasant. He seems like a genuinely decent man. The food was excellent, too. If you make it to San Francisco for Con of the Gates, maybe we could go there? My treat. Buccaneus would never.
Any interesting tidbits? Behind-the-scenes secrets he let slip? Or personal anecdotes?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Nope, none. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. He was very circumspect. Buccaneus would never.
Do you want to see him again?
His assumption that Marcus would be willing to see her again, that the existence or lack of a second date was entirely up to her, was flattering. But Bon had entirely ignored her mention of meeting in person. Damn it! And she wouldn't lie to him, so double damn it. She hoped he wouldn't take her answer the wrong way. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. We agreed to meet again. While she was still in the midst of typing the second part to her answer, the part where she'd explain her willingness to cancel that agreed-upon date with Marcus, if Bon wanted to meet in person instead, her friend's next message blinked to life on her screen. Then she had to swallow against the taste of bile as she read Bon's DM. Read it again, just to be sure she'd understood it correctly. The actual information, yes, but also the possible implications. Buccaneus would never.
I'm glad we got a chance to chat tonight, because I wanted you to know I'm traveling again soon. I have a new job. Where I'm going, I don't think I'll have much internet access, if any. So this may be the last time you hear from me, at least for a while.
Buccaneus would never.
I'm sorry, Ulcie.
As soon as he returned to his hotel room from the restaurant, Marcus called his best friend.
I don't know what to do.
He didn't bother with formalities, not even a token apology for bothering Alex at such an ungodly hour. Ungodly. In Spain.
I need advice.
To Alex's credit, he only called Marcus an asshole once or twice before asking for details. Even though Alex was still filming for one last week, still suffering through that endless climactic battle sequence, and still fuming over the abrupt, surprising end to Cupid's character arc. Thank fuck for good friends. Gratefully, Marcus spilled the whole story. April and Ulcie and Buccaneus would never, and all of it. How he hadn't confessed his own fanfic alter ego to April, even when she'd told him about hers. How he was going on a second date with her soon. How he didn't know what to say to Ulcie as Buccaneus would never. Or if he could even continue corresponding with her in that context without either explaining the truth or being a shady prick.
Maybe I should tell her who I am.
He scrubbed a hand over his face.
She probably wouldn't let it slip to anyone. When I asked her for the AO3 handle of her friend with dyslexia, she wouldn't tell me. She seemed very protective of my privacy.
which hadn't surprised him, not after more than 2 years of close online friendship. Still, people's online identities didn't always match their real-life selves. He was evidence enough of that. To win a second chance with April, he'd needed to reveal something personal about himself, something private. And after a minute or two of thought, he had. But he'd chosen the revelation of his dyslexia for a reason. If that bit of news broke, he honestly didn't care that much. Plenty of other actors were open about being dyslexic, and joining their ranks wouldn't bother him. That particular secret wasn't as damaging as, say, the fact that he'd been aping a shallow, dim stereotype of a Hollywood actor for years. Or that he'd posted comments and written stories about his character, his show, that clearly showed just how much he hated the scripts he'd been given in recent seasons.
I want to tell her.
He sighed and slumped over his phone.
But one inadvertent word to the wrong person, and I could lose everything.
His reputation in the industry, his prospects of future gainful employment, his hard-fought pride at everything he'd accomplished over 2 decades and the respect he'd earned from others. With Alex making occasional sleepy grunts of affirmation in the background, Marcus rambled for a while longer. A long while longer. By the time he eventually wound down and asked point blank whether he should tell April about Book Aeneas Would Never, his friend was too tired to sugarcoat anything. Alex expressed his opinion in 3 short words.
Dude, your career.
His judgment about further DMs with April as Book Aeneas Would Never required 4 instead.
Don't be a dick.
And that was that, in the end. So by the time April finally appeared on the Lavinius server and responded to his earlier DMs, Marcus already knew what he had to do, had to say.
I'm sorry, Ulcie,
he dictated into the microphone. And he meant it. The prospect of a second date with April shimmered in the near distance like an oasis. Or better yet, Virgil's description of the Elysian fields in the Aeneid, which the Gates crew had faithfully tried to bring to life for the finale. Welcoming, blissful. Still, cutting off communication with her as Book Aeneas Would Never hurt. Worse than Marcus had even imagined. Worse than that time Ian hadn't sufficiently pulled his kick on camera and nailed Marcus right in the kidney. But what else could he do? Ever since he'd walked her to her car after dinner and left her with his number in her phone, a squeeze of her hand and a kiss on her cheek. Warm, velvety, rose-scented, infinitely nuzzleable. God, he wanted her. He'd been considering his options. And as Alex had helpfully confirmed, he had none. Not really. Not unless he wanted to be either a fool or an asshole. He wasn't a fool, despite what his parents and a good chunk of the world believed. And he wasn't enough of an asshole to keep communicating with April under another name without her knowledge. The way he'd prodded her for inside information about himself as a sort of test, the way he'd discovered her feelings about their second date and public scrutiny under false pretenses, all that was bad enough. He wasn't doing worse. Not to the woman he'd been corresponding with for years, and not to the woman he'd met tonight. If the second date didn't work out, Book Aeneas could return early from his business trip, and their online friendship could resume with her none the wiser. And if the second date did work out, well, without all those DMs, he'd have more time to spend with April in person. Face to face. Body to body. Finally. Although he didn't honestly know what he'd do without the Lavinius community and his writing. It was going to be a hard, hard adjustment. Worth it, though. For her. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. You won't have internet access? Not even on your phone? Book Aeneas Would Never.
I'm not allowed to contact anyone outside work, not on this job.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Are you a spy, or... Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Damn it! Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Look, Bon, I want you to be honest with me. Oh, no. No, no, no. He didn't want to lie to her more than he already had, but... Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Did you see those pictures of me and think... Buccaneus would never.
Think what?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Think maybe you weren't interested in talking to me anymore because of them? What? What the actual ever-loving fuck was she talking about? Buccaneus would never.
No.
Buccaneus would never.
Absolutely not. JFC, Ulcie.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Okay, so if that's not it, is this about my second date with Marcus? Because if you wanted to meet in person, at Con of the Gates or wherever, whenever, if... Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. If you were interested in me that way, I could DM him, cancel the second date. At the confirmation that she'd grown just as attached to him as he was to her, that she valued the man he'd shown himself to be online, his real self, more than the gleaming star he'd put on display earlier that night, Marcus collapsed in on himself. Chin to chest, he covered his face, breathed deeply, tried to recapture the certainty that had burned so brightly mere minutes ago. Dude, your career! He couldn't meet her in person. He couldn't. Which meant he was going to have to hurt her now, in ways Marcus couldn't yet soothe. And he wanted Ian to kick him again, harder this time. Buccaneus would never.
I can't. I'm so sorry.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Okay. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Okay. I guess I'll talk to you whenever then. Buccaneus would never.
Ulcie,
Buccaneus would never.
Please take care of yourself.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Same to you. Buccaneus would never.
I'll miss you.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Sure. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I'd better go now. Bye. Before he could say anything more, she was offline and gone. He was going to see her the day after tomorrow. Any minute now, they'd be texting about exactly when and where to meet. Somehow, in that moment, the knowledge didn't help at all. Rating: Mature. Fandoms: Gods of the Gates, E. Wade, Gods of the Gates TV. Relationships: Aeneas Lavinia. Additional tags: Alternate Universe Modern, Fluff and Smut, Celebrity Aeneas. Collections: Aeneas's Angry Boner Week. Stats: Words 1036. Chapters 1 of 1. Comments 23. Kudos 87. Bookmarks 9. Rising Fury. Lavinia is my goddess and savior. Summary. Aeneas's invitation was only meant to be kind, but when the paparazzi insult his Twitter date, he finds anger isn't the only thing of his on the rise. Notes. Yeah, so I would die for @Lavinius5ever, and also die to be her. It's complicated, okay? Last of the paparazzi slink out the restaurant door, broken cameras cradled in their arms. Maybe they'll sue. He can't muster any real concern. Not with Lavinia candlelit across the table, her lush mouth parted in shock, her breasts heaving with the aftermath of violent confrontation. Blood running hot with fury, he finds his cock has become a divining rod, pointing hard and true toward the only relief for such deep, deep thirst. The woman he met on Twitter only yesterday. Dimly, he hears the shattering of glass, the gasps of other diners. Aeneas? Her voice, sweet and low, only makes matters worse.
Yes?
He stands tall and proud and erect, In this moment, anything she wants, he'll give her. I think you just knocked over a water glass with your dick, she says. And so he has. 9.
My trainer says I should have a chicken breast within reach at all times,
Marcus told his parents the next day.
The more protein, the better, especially when you're trying to bulk up.
Which he wasn't. Not now, anyway. That didn't matter, though. For the sake of this private show, pretense took precedence over reality. He stretched out an arm and let it rest along the top of the dining room chair next to him. With a smug smile, he cast a caressing, lingering glance over the muscle definition evident beneath and below his T. The bulge of his biceps, the thick solidity of his forearm, the veins on the back of his hand. All evidence of endless, sweat-soaked hours at innumerable hotel gyms around the world. All evidence of how seriously he took his job and how hard he worked at it. In his profession, in the role he'd inhabited for 7 years, his body was a tool to be maintained, kept strong and flexible both, polished, admired by the audience. He appreciated the actual exercise, how it felt and what it helped him accomplish, much more than how its results looked in the mirror. But once more, this wasn't about reality. You're supposed to carry a chicken breast at all times? Horizontal lines scored across his mother's high forehead, as familiar as the graying ponytail at the nape of her neck. How would that even work? Would you bring a cooler with you everywhere? Under the table, he tried to find enough open space to stretch out a bit, but amid the tangle of 4 chairs, his parents' own long legs, and the legs of the table itself, there was nowhere to go. Fair enough. If his knees were beginning to feel a bit cramped, he supposed he could suffer through the discomfort for another hour or so. Like the rest of this San Francisco home, the dining room was barely large enough to serve its purpose. 5 years ago, flush with Gates money, his parents' cramped quarters in mind, he'd offered to buy them something bigger. They'd immediately and emphatically refused. He hadn't asked a second time. They didn't want what he had to give. Again, fair enough.
No cooler necessary.
He lifted his shoulder in a desultory shrug.
Ian, the guy who plays Jupiter, always has a serving of fish in a pocket somewhere, a pouch of tuna or a fillet of salmon.
That much, at least, was the truth. It was only one of many reasons Marcus and most of the cast avoided Ian. Fishy motherfucker should have played Neptune, Kara had muttered only last week. The practice sounds dubious, at least in terms of sanitation. His mother tilted her head, eyes narrowing behind her wire-rimmed glasses. Why would you need to bulk up? Didn't you say you were done playing your previous role? She still couldn't bear to say Aeneas. Not when she believed with every ounce of conviction in her ancient languages-devoted heart that E. Wade's books had bastardized Virgil's source material, and that the Gods of the Gates showrunners had only dragged the demigod's lyrical, meaningful tale further into the muck. His father agreed, of course.
I'm done playing Aeneas, but I need to maintain a baseline fitness and strength level, even between jobs. Otherwise, the road back is too hard. So, thanks for this.
With a sweep of his hand, he indicated his half-finished plate of food.
You're helping me remain a prime physical specimen. Grade A man meat.
His father didn't look up from his own plate of poached chicken and roasted asparagus, instead dragging a forkful of the tender poultry through the green goddess dressing he and his wife had prepared in their small sunlit kitchen earlier that morning as Marcus watched. When his parents cooked together, it was like his sword fight with Kara, a dance rehearsed so many times that each precise movement required little thought, no effort. His parents didn't stumble. Not ever. Lawrence picked fragile leaves from bundles of fragrant herbs, while Deborah snapped the offending woody ends off her asparagus stalks. Lawrence prepared the poaching liquid, while Deborah trimmed the chicken breasts. Spoons flashing in the sun, they tasted the dressing in the food processor, A slight tilt of the head and a moment of eye contact, enough to indicate the need for a pinch more salt. It was beautiful in its own fashion. As usual, Marcus had leaned against the cabinets closest to the door, safely out of their way, and watched, arms tight across his chest or against his sides. If he took up more space, he'd become an intrusion. Unlike most of his lessons, that one hadn't taken long to sink in. Marcus's mother rested her fork and knife neatly on her now empty plate. "Will you be joining us for dinner, too? We planned to go shopping this afternoon, then make grilled cioppino tonight. Your father intends to char some flatbreads while I mind the seafood skewers." On their tiny deck, the two of them would crowd around the old charcoal grill, arguing amiably as they worked within arm's reach of one another. Another version of their dance. A tango, fiery and smoky, rather than the pristine waltz of the morning. His parents did everything together. Always had, from as far back as Marcus could remember. They cooked together, wore blue button-down shirts and endless khaki slacks together, washed and dried dishes together, went on rambling after-dinner walks together, read academic journal articles together, translated ancient texts together, bickered about the clear superiority of either Greek, in her case, or Latin, in his, together. Taught until retirement at the same prestigious private prep school together, in the same foreign languages department, once Deborah no longer needed to homeschool Marcus. Long ago, they'd also conducted late-night, not quiet enough conversations about their son together, in mutual accord about their growing concern and frustration and determination to help him succeed, to push him harder, to make him understand the importance of education, of books over looks, serious thought over frivolity. From their co-written opinion pieces about the Gods of the Gates books and series, he imagined that aspect of their partnership had never entirely disappeared, even after almost 40 years, much to the glee of various tabloid reporters. So yes, he was going to lie to them. He directed a casual, gleaming smile to the table at large, focused on no one and nothing in particular. "I appreciate the invitation, but I have a dinner engagement tonight. In fact, I'll need to leave in an hour so I have enough time to get ready." Tousling his hair just so with a practiced, easy gesture, he winked at his mother. "This kind of beauty takes effort, you know. And with the ubiquity of smartphones, cameras are everywhere these days." Her lips compressed, and her gaze sought her husband's. Marcus pushed his plate an inch or two farther away, leaving a knob of chicken uneaten amid the sauce. There was never enough heat or acid in their green goddess dressing. Yet another truth that had survived decades. His father had insisted Marcus's unsophisticated palate would appreciate subtlety if they only exposed him to it often enough. But insistence alone couldn't transform reality. That was a lesson they should have learned more easily. "We'd hoped to show you the new neighborhood park after dinner tonight." Lawrence finally looked away from his wife, his familiar blue-gray eyes solemn and magnified by the glasses he wore. "We could walk together. You always liked the outdoors." As a child, hell, even as a sulky, bratty teenager, Marcus would have leaped at the offer. Outside their home, his body in motion worked exactly as it should, and the benches by the sidewalk reliably stayed in one place, facing one direction, unlike letters on the page. His parents might finally notice the one arena where he did excel, might appreciate the talents he did have. He could dance at their sides, at least for the space of a single night. Instead, he'd been tasked with finishing the day's schoolwork as his parents walked every evening. He'd been wasting everyone's time and not working up to his potential, they'd said. Translating that passage should have taken him half an hour at most, they'd said. He needed to learn, they'd said. Despite his native intelligence, he was lazy and recalcitrant and required routine and fair, predictable consequences for his behavior, they'd said. "I'm sorry," he'd told them so many times, head bowed, until he'd finally realized there was no point. There was never any fucking point. Not to his apologies, which they didn't believe. Not to his efforts, which never bore enough fruit. Not to his shame, which curdled in his stomach and left him unable to eat dinner some evenings. Not to his occasional childish tears after they left him in the darkening house night after night and walked away hand in hand.
"I'm sorry,"
he told them now. And part of him was, the part that still ached watching their graceful two-person waltz from a safe, inalterable distance. They cared about him. In their own way, they were trying. But he'd also cared and tried. Too hard, too long, only to receive baffled disapproval in response. He was done now. He'd been done since the age of 15. Or maybe 19, when he'd dropped out of college after only 1 year. "If you have a dinner engagement, does that mean you're dating someone in the area?" His mother's lips tipped upward in a hopeful smile. He was bursting to talk about April, about all his excitement and longing and regret, but not with his mom. The less his parents knew about him, the less they had to criticize.
"Nope."
He set his napkin beside his plate.
"Sorry."
When silence descended on the table, he didn't break it.
"Have you chosen your next role?"
His father finally asked. With his thumb and middle finger, Marcus fiddled with his water glass, turning it in endless circles.
"Not yet. I've had a few offers and I'm looking over some scripts."
Lawrence had given up on the last scraps of his own lunch and was now watching his son from across the round table. In the breeze from the open window, his white hair, still reassuringly thick, which augured good things for Marcus's future ability to score silver fox rolls, fluttered. Using his fingers, Lawrence carefully combed the wayward strands back into place. Just before leaving for college, Marcus had finally noticed the pomade under the lone bathroom's sink. That old man brand of hair product certainly hadn't belonged to him, and he'd held the jar in his palm, wondering at it, confused, until he'd realized the truth. His father did care about appearances, at least a little. Back then, Marcus had exulted in the evidence that Lawrence had his own vanities, however minor compared to his son's seeming obsession with good looks and good grooming. Marcus had taunted his father about that damn pomade for months, to Lawrence's clear discomfiture, and he'd done so using his father's own pet phrase.
"Vanitas vanitatum, omnia vanitas, pater,"
he'd sing-songed whenever possible. "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity, father," spoken in Latin for extra spite. Each repetition of that smirking jibe had tasted sweet and bitter both, like the kumquats he ate whole from the struggling tree in their small front yard. He wasn't a defiant, heartsick teen anymore, though. He might be tempted, but he wouldn't mention the proffered role he would never, ever take, not given the director's reputation when it came to women on set, and the movie's truly terrible script.
"I'm still considering my options," he told his parents honestly.
"Hopefully you'll pick something we care to watch this time." His mother shook her head, lips pursed. "Before we retired, Madame Fourier insisted on telling us about that horrid show every week, in great detail, even though the narrative defied history, mythology, literary tradition, and all common sense." Lawrence sighed.
"She enjoyed torturing us, once she found out you were involved. The French can be très passive-aggressive."
His parents looked at each other, rolled their eyes, and chuckled at the memory. Something in that fond amusement, their easy, shared dismissal of 7 years of grinding work and effort and hard-won accomplishment. One time on set, a careless fall from Rumpelstiltskin had cracked a couple of Marcus's ribs. This felt like that, somehow. Like his chest had caved in, just a little. Before today, his parents hadn't seen him for nearly a year, hadn't shared a meal with him for longer than that. For all their supposed desire for his company, had they truly missed him for a single moment? Could he even call whatever emotion they felt for him love, when they didn't either understand or respect anything he did, anything he was? His mouth opened, and suddenly he seemed to be telling them about that one role. That one script they'd hate, if possible, even more than Gods of the Gates.
I've been offered the part of Mark Antony in a modern-day remake of Julius Caesar.
His voice was breezy, a lazy taunt, unpleasantly familiar to all of them.
The director intends to make Cleopatra the main protagonist of the story.
In the worst, most exploitative possible way, of course. Marcus had told his agent he'd rather return to bartending than work with that director and that script. Watching RJ and Ron willfully misinterpret E-Wade's iterations of Juno and Dido for 7 years had been painful enough. He didn't need to lend his time and talents, such as they might be, to yet another story ready to equate women's ambition with instability and evil. The violent sex scenes, numerous and full of dubious consent at best, had only been the poisonous icing atop a cake already tainted by toxic masculinity. No, he wasn't going anywhere near that misogynistic train wreck of a movie, or that genial predator of a director. Somehow, though, he was still talking.
They're all vampires, of course. Oh, and Caesar comes back from being staked somehow, intent on revenge, and starts killing senators one by one in the grisliest possible fashion.
His most vapid smile in place, he ran his fingers through his hair.
Stylistically, it's very Mark Bolan and David Bowie, so I'd be rocking guyliner, and in the Friends, Romans, Countrymen, Lend Me Your Ears scene, I'd only wear a strategic coating of glitter and a smile to give my big speech. I figure I'd better start putting some chicken breasts in my pockets now, right?
A deathly silence fell over the dining room, and he squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. Fuck. Apparently he was still an asshole teenager, striking out when hurt, play-acting the worst possible son, phrasing the truth to inflict maximum distress, then making shit up, anything he could imagine that would horrify his parents. He was a 39-year-old man. This had to stop.
His father visibly swallowed. You're considering that role?
He almost said it, almost shrugged and answered, "Why not? The director says I'd look fantastic in the costumes." His water glass was going to break if he kept gripping it so tightly. He put it down very gently, removing his fingers from the fragile glass shell one by one. The truth. This time he would tell them the unvarnished truth, with no affectations adopted for self-protection.
No, Dad.
His voice was even, toneless, verging on bored. It was as much grace as he could muster in that moment.
No, I'm not considering the role. I had my agent turn it down immediately. Not because it violated Roman history, but because I deserve better as an actor, and I demand better in my directors and my scripts.
His parents glanced at each other again, lost for words. Stunned, perhaps, that he considered himself someone who had standards. "I'm glad you're considering your choices more carefully this time," his mother finally said, offering a cautious smile. "That Julius Caesar remake excluded, almost anything would be an improvement over your last project." No wonder they considered him the stupidest member of their family. He still hadn't learned. The chair screeched beneath him when he rose to his feet.
"I'd better go," he told them. "Thank you again for lunch."
They didn't protest as he left the dining room, gathered his jacket and keys, and dispensed generic good wishes with a rictus smile. His father gave him a polite dip of the chin in the postage stamp entry hall, which Marcus returned. He was at the door, almost gone, when his mom reached out for something, some sort of contact. A half hug, a kiss on the cheek. He didn't know. It didn't matter, honestly. If she touched him right now, if either of them did, he thought he might shatter like that water glass. He stepped back from her. Her hand fell to her side, her green eyes stricken behind those familiar glasses. Late one winter night, when he'd sneaked out of bed to eavesdrop at the cracked door to their tiny bedroom, he'd heard her weeping. In a tear-choked voice, she'd haltingly explained to her husband how much she missed teaching the kids in her prep school, missed working alongside him. She'd admitted that she found it nearly unbearable to sit across a table from their son day after day, trying in vain to reach him in ways his kindergarten and first-grade teachers couldn't, while Lawrence shone in the brightness of the outside world. She'd never make the same amount of money as her husband, never have his seniority in their department, even if she got her position back. "I feel like I'm losing essential pieces of myself hour by hour, Lawrence," she'd sobbed. "And I love Marcus, but I'm not getting through to him, and sometimes I want to shake him, but instead I just have to keep trying to get him to learn." The words had tumbled over one another, near hysterical, and Marcus couldn't doubt the truth in them. He'd carried that truth with him back to bed that night and every night. Even as he suffered, she did too, because of him. So, despite the bile in his throat now, he gathered her in his arms, kissed the top of her head, and let her kiss his cheek, offered her a wave from inside his car window. Then he got the fuck out of there, with no idea when or if he'd ever return. Julius Caesar Redux. Interior, Cleopatra's bedroom, midnight. Cleopatra stretches out naked on a round, velvet-covered bed, pale in the candlelight. She is everything a man wants, beautiful and insatiable and a sultry mystery, her ample breasts perky and firm and promising all the world to any hapless man who falls under their sway. Mark Antony lies beside her, insensate from pleasure. She literally has him by the short hairs. Cleopatra. Caesar must die. Again. Mark Antony.
No, such treason would besmirch my honor.
Cleopatra. You must stake him. She leans over him, her breasts speaking of sexual frenzy, and he cannot look away from their pendulous swing. No man could, in the face of Eve's temptation. Mark Antony.
If you insist, my treacherous flower.
Cleopatra. Fear not that he might rise from the dead once more. No twice-murdered unnatural creatures have taken blood-soaked revenge on their enemies since the last Ides of March, exactly a year ago today. Mark Antony.
Woman is the most unnatural creature of all.
10. They were doing the exact opposite of posing and preening at an indoor water park. Still, Marcus hadn't objected, hadn't asked if their plans were meant to serve as a test of some sort, although he suspected they were. "Let's meet at 11 at the Cal Academy," April had texted last night, while he stood beneath the too-hot spray of his hotel shower and let it scald him. "I've been meaning to check out the natural history exhibits, and I thought you might enjoy the planetarium." Resisted making a star joke there. Yay me. "We can grab lunch at the cafe. Sound good?" After emerging from the shower, he'd read her text, toweled his hair, and considered the logistics.
Sounds good. Why don't we meet at the cafe for lots of coffee before we look at rocks and recline in a dark theater? JK.
"I think I can manage to keep you awake in the dark," she'd returned. "But yes, coffee first." He'd blinked at that message for a minute, wishing he'd made his shower cold instead. Flirtation. That was definite flirtation. For the rest of the night, it was enough to take the edge off the slice of pain in his chest every time he thought about how he'd hurt her, as Buccaneus would never. How he'd miss the Lavinius community, and how his parents had watched him in disappointment and disapproval from across that small table. Now, here he was, standing outside a science museum cafe on a Monday morning, embarrassingly excited about the prospect of seeing literal stars, even though he appeared to be the only person in sight not towing along at least one child. "Hey!" Her voice, breathless and husky, came from behind him. "Sorry, Bart and Muni were running a bit late this morning, which meant I ran late too. When he swung around, his own breath whooshed out a bit too forcefully.
Hey, he wheezed. No problem, I just got here myself.
Her jeans, so skinny they were basically leggings beneath her mustard yellow tunic, outlined the generous curves of her thighs with loving exactitude. Caught in a high ponytail, her gorgeous red gold hair glinted in the light from the windows, and her thick-framed tortoiseshell glasses emphasized the soft brown of her eyes. He'd dressed for discretion. Jeans, sneakers, a basic blue Henley, a baseball cap. By all rights, no one should look twice at him today, not when April stood nearby. It was a wonder she didn't have paparazzi following her everywhere she went, simply to document the blazing glory of it all.
You look beautiful.
Simple fact. It had to be said. Her mouth, soft and slightly downturned upon her arrival, twitched upward into a sweet smile. Thank you. When she opened her arms for a hug of greeting, he fell into them, tugged her close, one hand spread on her back, another resting at her bare nape, where silky little hairs tickled his fingers, rested his cheek on her crown and breathed in roses and spring. April. Her warm, lush body conformed to his, yielding and filling in gaps he hadn't even known existed. At his own back, her individual fingertips pressed into him, their pressure noticeable. To his pleasure, she was hugging him fully as much as he was hugging her. She clung longer than he'd have expected, her breath hitching once. When he finally pulled back a few inches, her eyes were a little too bright behind those glasses. Thanks, she said. I needed that. Damn it. Cupping the back of her head in his palm, he pressed a gentle kiss to the pale, freckled skin of her temple, above the arm of her glasses.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry for. After one last squeeze, she stepped away from him and offered a smile that looked only somewhat strained. Let's get some coffee and look at some rocks. He groaned in mock torment, but took her hand and allowed her to lead him toward the coffee bar. Some of them will be shiny, she sing-songed, then reached her free hand to tug a strand of his hair as they stood in line. Just like you. He glanced at his sneakers for a moment. A pretty face, Ron had said. We couldn't have found prettier. Despite my years in the dirt, I have a weakness for shiny things. I'm a magpie, really. She flicked her earlobe, where looping strands of silver cascaded to her shoulders. I'm especially fascinated by how some shiny things come to be. It was a lure, an effective one. His eyes returned to hers.
Tell me.
The curve of her lips had turned gentle. Certain minerals are created under enormous pressure over vast stretches of time, making them as tough as they are beautiful. His parents hadn't found science interesting, but he wasn't ignorant either. He let out a slow breath.
Diamonds.
Diamonds, she agreed. His laugh was a little shaky.
Vast stretches of time?
He arched a brow at her.
Did you just call me old?
She snickered. I said what I said. In companionable silence, they paid for their coffee and doctored it to their tastes. A splash of cream for him, milk and a generous waterfall of sugar for her. Over the years, he'd received extravagant compliments, often from people who wanted something from him. Money, a brush with fame, sex with a star. But also from people who simply admired him for reasons flattering or uncomfortable or both. Somehow, she'd managed to turn a discussion of minerals into praise as sweet as her coffee. Nerdy, too, which somehow made it even sweeter. No wonder she loved rocks. In her hands, on her tongue, they did tell stories. Ones more faceted and crystalline than any he'd managed to craft over years and years of writing fanfic. Diamonds shouldn't be as expensive or rare as they are, and I hate how they've been extracted from the earth and used as a justification for exploitation and subjugation. So much of the diamond industry is hateful and corrupt. That said, after taking a sip of her coffee, she wrinkled her nose and added more sugar. The first time I saw the Hope Diamond in D.C., I considered a life of crime. When he laughed, a nearby mom with a stroller took a cell photo of him. Discreetly, he steered April toward the windows, and they looked outside as they drank and talked about favorite museums. Or, rather, he urged April to discuss hers, since she didn't need to hear about the misery of his previous museum visits. "Ready for rocks?" she asked after they'd finished. He offered his arm, and she took it.
Ready for rocks.
They spent an hour or so rambling through the museum, first peering at and handling a startlingly bright rainbow of minerals, then visiting the penguins and studying expansive dioramas rife with vegetation and animals preserved through expert taxidermy. At the first text-intensive informational sign they encountered, she glanced at the display, bit her lip. Of course she remembered, cared, and wanted to know more.
I can read it, but it'll take me longer than you.
He sighed.
Please don't get impatient.
Her brows drew together. Of course I won't get impatient. And she didn't, no matter how long he took, although he still tended to favor displays that didn't require much context to appreciate them. Hands-on activities, or the enormous blue whale and T-Rex skeletons, or, to April's delight, the shake house. This is my first earthquake simulator. Grinning, she tugged him through the doorway. We don't get many noticeable quakes in Sacramento, so I'm excited. He allowed himself to be dragged toward a spot near the faux window.
Good news, then. Now that you live in the Bay Area, you'll feel something every year or two at least. Hopefully not a big something, though.
Her nose crinkled in a wince. Well, at least we're not in Washington or Oregon. Sooner or later, those poor people are in deep, deep... Just then, the museum helper began talking, and he made a mental note not to move to Seattle. As the polo-clad woman explained what would happen next, he studied his surroundings. Beside him, April was doing the same, her eyes sharp and narrowed in scrutiny as she scanned the cloth-covered ceiling, the screen disguised as a window, the blue-patterned walls and built-in shelves. The simulator, built to resemble a Victorian drawing room inside, didn't boast many decorations on those walls and shelves. Some books, decorative plates and glasses, a mirror, a painting, a chandelier. A fishbowl, too, amusingly enough. White-painted metal railings crisscrossed the room, providing handholds each small group of visitors would need in due course. Along one wall, the screen showed a window's-eye view of the Painted Ladies near Alamo Square. The city as it existed in 1989, during the Loma Prieta quake, according to the museum employee. Eventually, she told them, the image would change to the city as it appeared in 1906, before the most infamous disaster in San Francisco history. Compared to a Gods of the Gates set, the room was sparse at best. But in today's scene, he got to hold April's hand and interlace their fingers, knowing he wouldn't have to die a stupid, stupid death on camera. All in all, he'd take that trade every time. Even though more than one cell phone was now pointed toward the two of them, rather than the room or the guide explaining the gist of what would happen. First, as the polo-clad woman explained, the room would jolt through the 1989 earthquake, then the 1906 trembler, or at least modified versions thereof, demonstrations safe and brief enough for casual visitors. If the first, weaker quake simulation proved too nerve-wracking, they could leave before the second. In one nonsensical scene in Gates's 5th season, Aeneas rode a Pegasus to visit Venus, his mother, in her lofty celestial abode. To film that sequence, Marcus had spent hours and hours perched precariously atop a giant green-painted rig, assembled in a cavernous green-painted hangar, and programmed to simulate the movements of an enormous winged horse in flight. For all the precautions taken, for all his love of physical challenges and performing his own stunts whenever possible, he'd found the experience disconcerting. At least at first, until he'd gotten used to the rhythm. He figured a room that required only railings as safety measures should be just fine. As a recording briefly explained the circumstances surrounding each earthquake, he and April leaned against their patch of railing, hip to hip. Then the recreation of the Loma Prieta quake began. The lights flickered out, and the room rattled and shook beneath their feet. He put his arm around her shoulders, hitching her closer as the chandeliers swayed and the books hopped out of place, millimeter by millimeter.
As a precautionary measure,
he said when her gaze shot to his. She snorted. Right. All in all, it felt not entirely dissimilar to his memory of the actual quake, except happier and sexier. Much, much happier and sexier. One of her breasts nudged his chest as she shifted under his arm, and he had to swallow back an embarrassing noise. When the simulator's version of the 1906 quake began, the difference between the two tremblers was immediately apparent. This quake involved not just rattling, but sharp jolts, and an ominous rolling sensation too, and the whole experience lasted much longer. Long enough to recall, unwillingly, that a similar catastrophe could happen again, right where they were standing, at any time. Yet the grin on April's round, lovely face widened, moment by moment. In a burst of movement, she got up on her toes and nestled closer. Her breast wasn't merely nudging his chest anymore. The contact had become a blindingly pleasurable press of softness, a taunt rubbing against him with each jolt of the floor beneath them. "This is fucking awesome," she whispered in his ear as they bumped into the rail and clutched one another. "I wonder how accurate they were allowed to make it." As she spoke, her lips brushed his earlobe, and her hot, moist breath caressed his bare neck. He inhaled sharply, relaxed his fingers on her shoulder one by one, before their bite into her cotton-covered flesh became too possessive or painful. Slid that hand between her shoulder blades and down to the small of her back. The two of them had an audience as they rode out their simulated earthquake, and he didn't give a fuck anymore. He gripped the rail beside him more firmly, feet spread apart for balance. Enough balance for two, as necessary. With a single, deliberate shift of his sheltering arm, he fitted her against him front to front, heat to heat. Her lips parted in a silent gasp, and their thighs tangled. As the world shuddered around them, she braced one hand against his chest for balance, the other still reaching for the rail by his ass. The shrieks of the children in the room disappeared, muffled by the buzz in his ears and the rocketing thump of his heart. She didn't shift away. Instead, her warm palms skated slowly, slowly down his chest, rubbing back and forth a bit with each jolt, stopping just above his jeans, fingers spread wide. And she wasn't watching the room anymore. Neither was he. He bent low, ran his nose along the pretty, pale curve of her ear, and that shiver shifting her body against his wasn't from the damn simulator.
"May I?"
he breathed into her ear. She nodded, turned her head and looked up at him, eyes heavy-lidded, then fisted her fingers in his Henley and... The lights came on. The room stopped moving, even as his personal ground continued to shake. They didn't move, didn't speak, didn't look away. The recording cheerfully informed them that the real quake would have lasted 3 times as long, and goddamn the museum for not properly valuing historical and scientific accuracy, because he wanted that extra minute of stomach-pitching chaos. Wanted to taste that plump, rosy mouth and trace the bow of her upper lip. Wanted to use his teeth and tongue until she gasped and trembled again, and used her hold on his shirt to bring his body closer, closer. But some people were shuffling out of the room, chattering noisily, while others were still documenting every second of this private moment occurring in a much too public place. They both deserved better than this. He drew back, removing his left hand from... Well, it had evidently moved at some point, settling just microns above the tempting swell of her ass in those tight, tight jeans. Then he let go of the rail, too, and offered her his right hand, which wasn't entirely steady. She took it. "The planetarium next?" He nodded, too overwhelmed for words. Fingers interlaced once more, they left the exhibit and walked toward the planetarium. Would kissing her there work better than in the earthquake simulator? They'd have dim lighting, and maybe an isolated cluster of seats, and stars wheeling overhead. And if he slid his hand under her tunic, maybe... Okay, the thought of what they could do in a dark theater wasn't helping his current situation.
"Tell me more about the Loma Prieta quake on the way there."
His voice had turned raspy, and he cleared his throat before continuing.
"If that's okay. I lived through it, and I should understand how and why it happened."
Really? She raised a skeptical brow. Because you don't need to humor me. I'm not offended if you don't want to hear more about geology right now.
Really?
Casting aside his public persona, at least for the moment, he dug deep and let the right words, the true words, emerge.
I'm interested in lots of things, actually. I listen to nonfiction audiobooks all the time, especially when I travel.
Stupidly, his cheeks had gone hot. He had never known what to say, who to be, how to act, how not to disappoint. But he had to give her something real and true, since appearances alone didn't interest her. Even their undeniable sexual chemistry wouldn't be enough to keep her, not if she didn't see anything in him worth keeping. And maybe their years of online friendship weren't enough to entrust her with a career-destroying secret. But they were enough to entrust her with this little hidden corner of his heart. So he forced himself to continue.
"One of my favorite things about what I do."
His tongue was so damnably thick all of a sudden.
About acting, is how it pushes you to learn new skills. Like this one terrible pilot taught me the basics of sailing.
In his peripheral vision, he could see her face turned toward him. Her absolute attention focused on him and him alone.
The series was supposed to be called Crime Wave. Because I was a crime-solving dude on a boat, it wasn't the world's best concept.
No network had wanted to touch that pilot. It had rightfully sunk beneath the surface of television history without a trace. Except when it came to his sailing skills.
A complete flop of a rom-com helped me learn how to handle a chef's knife and chop like someone who knew his way around the professional kitchen.
"I saw that," she exclaimed. "Julienne by love, right? And your love interest was actually named—"
"Yes, Julienne, Julie. My plucky sous chef who thought she was dying but wasn't, and who eventually became famous for her jambalaya cheesecake fusion dish."
He winced.
"I apologize. I'm more than happy to refund your money personally."
Her laugh echoed in the expansive space. "Oh, I didn't pay for it. I streamed it during a free trial, just out of morbid curiosity." That sounded about right.
For Gates, I studied ancient shipbuilding and military tactics. Swordplay, too, like you said the other night.
He fixed his eyes on the signage ahead, awkwardly scratching the non-existent stubble on his jaw with his free hand.
If you, ever wanted to hear about that, maybe it could help with some of your fanfiction?
When he fell silent, she slowed until he turned back toward her. Then she eyed him up and down in frank assessment and appreciation, her teeth sinking into her lower lip. And Jesus! Flicking his hair and flexing hadn't bought him that kind of interest, that heat in her gaze. Not once. "I do want to hear about your swordplay. Trust me." Her fingers tightened on his. "In the meantime, though, if you want to know more about the Loma Prieta earthquake, ask and ye shall receive." So she told him as they walked, and she was so fucking smart, and made things so damn clear and interesting, without an ounce of condescension. Shit, it was sexy. Which wasn't actually what he'd wanted from a discussion about a deadly earthquake, but there it was. There he was, tugging down the hem of his Henley to ensure it disguised his reaction to her. So it was an oblique slip rupture, she explained, reclaiming her hand so she could gesture gracefully with her arms in illustration. And he both grasped, at long last, what that actually meant, and wanted to grasp one of those blunt fingers and slip it into his mouth, sink his teeth into the pad of her thumb, and watch those alert brown eyes turn hazy. When her tongue wrapped around a technical term, he wanted that tongue wrapped around him, too. Anywhere. Everywhere. His desire to have his mouth on her, hers on him, wasn't oblique. It was direct. And yes, he was certain that didn't make a lick of sense in seismological terms, but he didn't care, because he wanted to lick her. In the end, the planetarium was packed for their particular showing, so he behaved himself, despite the way she rested her hand proprietarily on his thigh, his upper thigh. In person, everything he'd come to adore about Ulcie online seemed impossibly more intense. Her plain-spoken pragmatism and calm, her kindness, her intelligence, her easy humor, her self-confidence, they all radiated from each gesture, each word, and the glow was as blinding as the lights in the planetarium when they came back up after the show. The only time she seemed hesitant, unsure of herself, was after lunch, when they exited the museum and lingered outside the entrance in the spring breeze. Was this okay? A strand of her coppery hair had worked free of her ponytail and had fluttered against her cheek. I know it wasn't exactly a water park, but... Carefully, he took hold of that silky lock, moving it away from her face.
I told my parents I hated museums, he told her. I refused to go after a while.
Her head bowed. I'm sorry, I should have...
It wasn't true.
He played with the end of that loose tendril, stroked it between his thumb and forefinger, watching the way it shone in the sun.
Saying that was easier than saying I couldn't read the tiny text on all those signs as quickly as they wanted.
Easier than saying, your impatience makes me feel as small as those letters. Marcus! Her brow was pinched. I'm sorry. As he followed that red-gold strand of hair down to its end, he brushed his thumb along her jaw and down her neck, lingered in the dip of pale skin between neck and shoulder, her flesh giving and soft, and getting warmer by the moment. He stroked that shadowy arc, traced her freckles, connecting one to another to another.
Don't be sorry. I'm trying to say thank you for showing me I could love museums.
She was gripping his hips now, head tilted to ease his thumb's path, lips parted, eyes half closed behind her glasses. With every breath, she edged closer, closer, until... He couldn't stand it. He had to know. Leaning forward, he pressed his mouth to the vulnerable curve of flesh beside his thumb, so his every word became a caress of his lips against the fragrant skin of her neck.
Thank you for a perfect afternoon. Thank you for being so patient, so smart, so gorgeous. Thank you for...
Her fingers sifted through his hair. Her capable hand cradled his skull and urged his mouth harder against her, and he shut up and obeyed the unspoken order. Against his tongue she tasted like roses and sweetness, salt and sweat. He cupped her nape to steady them both as she shuddered, then fitted his mouth more tightly to her. When he drew on her flesh and grazed her neck with his teeth, she gasped and arched against him. That would leave a mark. Good. And then, just as her thighs parted to let one of his in between and he groaned in heedless want, he heard them.
Marcus, look this way! One of them called out. Is that the girl from Twitter?
When Marcus raised his head, another man was moving closer to April, his camera lens enormous and expensive and trained entirely on her.
What's your name, sweetheart? How long have you two known one another?
She stiffened, and Marcus didn't blame her for shifting away from him under the onslaught. But she had to know. This was just the beginning.
The paparazzi had found them at last. Julienne by Love. Interior, restaurant kitchen, midnight. Mike and Julie are kissing passionately, Julie pressed up against the metal countertop. Unexpectedly, she sways, ill and near crumpling, and the kiss breaks. She lays her hand against her forehead and looks at him, tears swimming in her eyes. When he reaches for her, she dodges. Julie. I can't be your sous chef anymore. Mike. But why? Why, Julie? Julie. What we have can never be. Trust me. It's as impossible as perfecting my jambalaya cheesecake fusion dish. She backs away from him, step by step, supporting herself with one hand on the counters, the walls, the doorway to the dark dining area. Mike. Julie! Julie, don't leave me! She is almost to the restaurant exit, crying. Mike, off screen. Don't leave me. Without you, I'll be in the weeds, forever. As he stands alone in the echoing kitchen, Mike clutches her discarded hairnet to his chest. Mike. Goodbye, my sweet, spicy sous chef. Goodbye. 11. Since accepting Marcus's dinner invitation, April had wondered how she might react to the appearance of actual, real-life paparazzi. Would she freeze, cringe, try to hide, ignore them entirely and get on with things, as she'd visualized doing over the past couple of days? In the end, none of the above. Instead, she was entirely occupied watching Marcus put on one hell of a show. Somehow, he'd managed to draw their attention away from her in mere seconds, through sheer charisma and unabashed flirting and... Yes, he appeared to be stripping. Moving another step away from her, he grinned at their audience. It's damn hot in the sun today. Reaching down, he crossed his arms and tugged his Henley upward, the friction of fabric on fabric pulling the tee underneath higher at the same time and exposing bare flesh. It was a cool spring day. No way he couldn't feel the chill against his skin. He knew what he was doing. Oh, he knew. His abdomen appeared first, flat and firm and bisected by a line of silky-looking golden brown hair, lovingly bracketed by those lickable diagonal furrows. His jeans rested lower on his hips than she'd imagined, low enough that she had to swallow hard. Then, as he kept dragging his Henley higher, slowly, so slowly, his chest came into view, muscled and lightly furred, and... nipples! Jesus, nipples! They all got a flash of those, too, hard in the chill, before the Henley was over his head and gravity dragged his tee back down a few inches. The paparazzi were capturing everything, their cameras clicking away. One of them finally managed to recall the reason for their presence, however. Are you here on a date, Marcus? What's your lady friend's name? Well, we all know I have no interest in museums. At his wink, one of the paparazzi actually blushed behind her camera. But anything to impress a pretty woman, right? I suffered for the sake of beauty, as I so often do. Yes, it was definitely an impressive show. At least, April assumed he was putting on a show. Hoped. Because otherwise, he'd only been acting today, pretending to enjoy the museum, enjoy her company, in hopes of riding their obvious, if surprising, sexual compatibility into the orgasmic sunset. Would she even know? Hadn't she been thinking only days ago that he should have won an award for his dramatic abilities? How could she assume the man she'd seen today, the man she'd briefly glimpsed at the end of dinner, was the real Marcus, and not merely another role? He gifted their onlookers with one last gleaming smile, before taking her hand again and tugging her toward a taxi just arriving at the museum's entrance. The paparazzi trailed after them, shouting more questions, taking more pictures, but he merely waved and grinned.
They were sliding into the back seat of that taxi before the elderly woman inside even managed to finish paying the driver. To give the woman enough room, Marcus drew April down onto his lap, and she wished she could relax into the contact, melt against the heat emanating from his honed, strong body. But she couldn't. Not right now. Instead, she remained stiff against him, her back ruler straight. Was he thinking how heavy she was, compared to other women he'd dated? Or, and this was somehow illogically worse, was he thinking, finally we can stop talking about fucking rocks and just get down to actual fucking? Marcus smiled apologetically at the wide-eyed taxi patron perched on the other side of the back seat.
Sorry to intrude. We'd be happy to pay the tip for your ride, if you'll allow it.
At that, a smile crinkled her papery cheeks, and she rapped his knee lightly with her cane. I already put the tip on my card. Besides, I saw your performance as we drove up. That was more than sufficient compensation, young man. He laughed, his mirth rattling through April on his lap, and he accepted the free hand the woman held out. They chatted for another minute, hands clasped the entire time, before she began to exit the taxi. Awkwardly, attempting not to elbow him, April nudged Marcus toward the center of the back seat and maneuvered out of his lap. Sliding across, he supported the elderly woman's elbow as she slowly climbed out. That Lavinia girl seems nice. One more rap of her cane against his shin. Don't screw things up. Her eyes flicked to April. That goes for this one, too. Then she was safely on the sidewalk, and Marcus shut the door behind her, blocking out the clamor of questions and the blinding strobe of camera flashes in an instant. His gaze immediately returned to April, now huddled against the far door. A line appeared between his brows as his smile faded to nothing.
Where to?
The driver asked.
I'm sorry, but we need a moment to figure that out. Feel free to start the meter.
Marcus didn't look away from April.
This taxi ride was my idea, not yours. Please let me pay for it. I'll take you back to your hotel or wherever you want to go. We could hang out at...
Whatever he was going to suggest, she didn't want to do it. Not until she'd had the chance to think. And their surreal duo of dates had already taken up entirely too much of her time and her thoughts, given her current circumstances. I need to get back to my apartment and prep a little more before my furniture starts arriving Wednesday. Sorry. She leaned forward to speak to the driver. Please drop me off at the Civic Center station.
Let me take you directly to your apartment instead, if that's okay with you.
Marcus sounded tentative.
I'd like to save you some hassle.
It was a kind offer, and she was too tired to turn it down. Thanks. After she gave the driver her new address, the cab began moving, Lizzo's voice now the only noise in the vehicle. Maybe she'd have a few minutes that night to write and get out all her tangled feelings about Bon, about Marcus, about being on camera in ways sure to trickle into her private life. She should have plenty of time. After all, she wouldn't be spending an hour or two corresponding with her best online friend anymore. The view outside the window blurred for just a moment.
Hey.
Lightly, Marcus touched her elbow with a fingertip.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, she said, and let him interlace their fingers on his firm thigh. That wasn't a passive-aggressive dodge, either. She was fine. She would be. No matter what happened with Bon, and no matter what happened with Marcus. And maybe, the paparazzi's intrusion had disoriented her more than she'd acknowledged. She'd already known about Marcus's media persona, after all. Its reappearance shouldn't have either surprised or bothered her. In his inimitable fashion, he'd also protected her, drawing the paparazzi's attention away from pressing her about her name, her work, or other identifying information. Even if she knew public knowledge of her real identity was, like so much else, only a matter of time. More importantly, even if she couldn't trust him, not yet, she needed to trust herself and her own instincts. Those instincts were telling her the man beside her, with his grave eyes and gentle hold, was the true Marcus, not the man who'd dismissed their day together as the necessary price he'd had to pay in exchange for physical closeness and intimacy. Turning away from the window, she swung her knees to the side until they brushed his. You distracted those people very capably. With one finger, she marked a line down the center of his chest. Very nakedly, too. You'll probably need a hot shower when you get back to the hotel. His lean body shifted under her fingertip, his belly rising and falling with each quick, deep inhalation.
Not if you keep touching me like that.
Those form-fitting jeans didn't quite conceal his reaction to the contact. Well, I don't want you getting frostbite. Through the soft fabric of his tee, she traced the top of his jeans, the band of fabric riding low against those firm, flexing abdominals. Not when you sacrificed your body for my sake. His voice turned low, serious.
My body is a tool, that's all.
Still, she scooted a little closer on the seat. Thank you for protecting me as best you could. His brow creased beneath that golden sweep of hair, and he captured her wandering digit in a light hold.
I only delayed the inevitable. At some point, they're going to know your name and your address. Probably your phone number, too.
He pressed a kiss to the pad of her finger.
I'm sorry, April.
She shrugged. It's not your fault. When I agreed to dinner and today's date, I knew all that was a possibility. I've tried to mentally prepare myself, but if I have trouble handling it, I'll ask you for advice.
Of course,
he said, pressing her palm against his cheek.
Whatever you need.
He couldn't protect her from public scrutiny, even if he tried, not without hiding her from the world like a dirty secret, which would hurt her so much more than even the most unflattering candid shot or intrusive phone call. Besides, protecting her wasn't his job. Making all the inconvenient aspects of dating him worth it, now that was his job. One he could resume tomorrow, maybe, if his flight didn't leave too early. When do you have to get back to LA? The line of his cheekbone. It was so distinct under her fingertips, so sharp, like his jaw. I need to work for the rest of the night, in preparation for the cleaning company tomorrow. But other than that, I'm free. When his forehead crinkled this time, she smoothed the lines.
My flight leaves tomorrow morning. I wish it didn't.
Then his face relaxed, his grimace lifting into a hopeful smile.
But I'd planned to work out in the hotel gym first thing in the morning, before showering and checking out. Want to join me? We could grab a quick breakfast afterward. The hotel has a decent buffet.
She dropped her hand to her lap, the nape of her neck prickling in warning. You want me to work out with you? She asked. Before this moment, she'd thought it didn't matter. He was treading familiar ground now, digging the same poisoned well deeper and deeper yet, and she'd abandoned that particular spot long ago. She wasn't going back, not for anyone, and especially not for a man whose company already came fraught with endless complications and contradictions.
Yeah.
His voice was quieter now, a bit uncertain.
Early tomorrow morning, if you're interested.
Her stomach was roiling, her cheeks hot with anger and stupid, stupid embarrassment. One more chance, just in case she'd misunderstood. Tell me, Marcus. Her legs, they were touching his. She angled her knees away from him. What do you recommend from that breakfast buffet? Head tilted, brow lowered, he was studying her closely.
I usually have the oatmeal, hard-boiled eggs, fruit.
The words came slowly.
But there's...
I appreciate the invitation. To her pleasure, her smile was probably colder than the wind on his bare chest earlier, her words clear and calm. On second thought, though, I think I'll be too busy to do anything tomorrow. Tomorrow and for the rest of her life. Her lips were trembling, and she pressed them tight. breathed through her nose until the hurt stopped twisting her gut inside out. Oh, wow! Someone prodding me to work out! How novel! She wanted to cry gaily, arms spread wide in false surprise. And how grateful I am for the suggestion of healthy food alternatives. Without your help, how would a woman of my size ever know about the importance of exercise and nutrition? But she didn't think she could keep her voice steady, not while saying something that revealed so much of her scarred heart. There was no point to wasting her energy on sarcasm either. He probably wouldn't even register it as such. They never did. My body is a tool, he'd said. Like body like owner, apparently. She should have known. A body like his, a face that pretty? Of course he cared about appearances more than what lay underneath. Of course. An erection didn't mean he respected her. It didn't even mean he liked her body. Just that their pheromones were compatible. Probably to his abject confusion and dismay. She loved shiny things. Always had. But he wasn't a diamond. Just fool's gold. Marcus Castor Rupp could fuck off to exactly the same place as all the other people, roommates, colleagues, so-called friends, who'd seemed to offer unconditional affection at first, then eventually coaxed her to visit the gym, presented her with the gift of a high-tech scale, bought her a membership to a weight loss organization, offered her helpful nutritional tips. Over the course of 2 decades, she'd occasionally dated and fucked men like him. Before that, she'd lived with people like him for 18 years. Enough! She was done being fat-shamed. By him, by everyone. Tonight, she was pouring a glass of wine and explaining exactly that to her friends on the Lavinius server. Sharing hurts she should have acknowledged long before. Telling them truths she wished they'd understood without her having to say anything. She'd try to do it gently because they were her longtime friends. Unlike the man sitting across from her in this cab. But she was doing it, period. No matter how hard it was to expose herself that way, and no matter how badly they might react.
Okay.
At least Marcus was sensitive enough not to argue, not to reach for her again, even as those blue-gray eyes watched her so carefully.
That makes sense. You've got a lot going on.
I really do. She pulled out her phone from the inside pocket of her purse. With a few taps, she made herself a note to pick up wine along with the necessary cleaning supplies.
Maybe.
His body still wasn't touching hers, but he'd edged a bit closer again. So close the heat radiating from him threatened to melt her resolve. Too close.
Maybe I could fly back later in the week, help you unpack and get settled. I'm between jobs right now, so...
That shyness, that incompletely masked hurt in his voice, was a ploy, an act. It had to be. She didn't need to respond to it with softness anymore. Whenever someone helps me unpack, I always have trouble figuring out where everything went. Phone deposited safely back in its pocket, she zipped her purse shut. It made a satisfyingly final sound. Then she turned to look out the window. I'm not sure what my schedule will look like for the rest of the week, so I shouldn't make plans. Thank you for the offer of help, though. At that point, he seemed to understand. Enough, at least, to stop trying.
Okay,
he said again. That was the last word exchanged between them, until the cab arrived in front of her new, empty rental. They made their stilted farewells without touching a single time. His face, the one time she dared to look, was drawn, solemn, resigned. She didn't care. She didn't. Once out of the cab, she walked to her entrance, unlocked the door, opened it, kicked it shut, flipped the deadbolt. She didn't look back. Lavinius server DMs, 10 months ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. You seem off today. Everything okay? Buccaneus would never.
Nothing that merits complaint, but thank you, Ulcie.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. It doesn't need to be something of earth-shaking importance for me to listen. If you want to vent, I'm here. Buccaneus would never.
I'm just tired, I think. Sick of traveling, at least for now. Unsure where I want my career to go after this.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Making a career change is hard. I only recently started applying for different positions, even though I've wanted to leave my current job for months. Buccaneus would never.
You're doing it, though, because you're brave.
Buccaneus would never.
I have no right to whine. I'm very, very lucky to have my job, but...
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. But what? Buccaneus would never.
It gets lonely. I don't feel like myself around anyone, really.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I'm sorry, Bon. Hugs. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. What can I do to help? Buccaneus would never.
Keep being you, Ulcie. That's more than enough.
Smiley face. 12. Marcus let himself back into his hotel room. It was dim and cold and pristine. In the bathroom, he splashed his face with cold water, then braced his hands on the edges of the marble vanity and stood over the sink, letting himself drip. April didn't want to see him again. That, among all the confusion of their cab ride, was clear enough. He'd said something wrong, done something wrong. It shouldn't surprise him anymore, and it shouldn't hurt him anymore either. When he finally dried off, the towel was soft against his skin. When he wanted roughness instead, he wanted to scrub and scour his flesh until he'd uncovered a new iteration of Marcus Castor Rupp, one whose throat wasn't thick and tight, one who hadn't lost both April's friendship and the possibility of so much more in a mere handful of days. When he opened his laptop and checked Twitter, there they were. He and April, fingers intertwined by a colorful display of rocks, braced against a rail, body to body, as the ground jolted beneath them, cuddled close in their planetarium seats. The paparazzi photos were beginning to appear too, on various entertainment sites. In those, he had his mouth open and hot on her neck, her shoulder, as she laced her fingers through his hair and held him close, chin tipped toward the sun, eyes closed behind those cute glasses. Whatever he'd done, it was after that, in front of the paparazzi or in the cab. The images. Letting out a hard breath, he scrolled down, down, down away from them. After checking one thread of comments at the bottom of an article, he clicked away from those as quickly as he could too, hoping April made a smarter decision than he just had. He hadn't gotten the sense she was sensitive about her body during the fanboy asshole incident on Twitter, and Lord knew she was gorgeous, but anyone's confidence could be shaken by enough cruelty. That said, someone had already created a Twitter account dedicated solely to retweeting pictures of April and adding admiring commentary. Their handle? @Lavinius5ever5ever. The follower count had already hit 200 and kept rising as he watched. If they knew her Lavinia's server name, he suspected a second account might appear. @Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Speaking of which, he couldn't post there anymore, not without silently confirming that he'd lied to April as Buccaneus would never about his non-existent business trip and its non-existent ban on internet and cell phone usage. But he had to see what everyone was saying. With one click, he was invisible, simultaneously outside and within his longtime community, observing, taking comfort from his friends, even from a desolate distance. New threads had popped up, along with those new photos of his date with April. New DM notifications, too, including one from Ulcie, which couldn't be right. He blinked at the screen, squinted, clicked after a few moments, his heart rate soaring to uncomfortable levels. No, he wasn't imagining things. She'd written him in the last few minutes, even though he'd said he would be out of touch indefinitely, even though he'd hurt her with his obvious falsehood. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I know you said you were going to be off on a job where you couldn't get online, but I wanted to let you know something. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. In case that wasn't entirely true, in case maybe your offline trip had something to do with my dating Marcus Castor Rupp, we're not dating anymore. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Which is a stupid thing to tell you since you didn't want to meet me in person, even if I canceled my second date with him. So this was pointless. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I'm sorry. My head is a mess right now, and I wasn't thinking. I won't bother you again. We're not dating anymore. I won't bother you again. Well, that was confirmation he'd neither wanted nor needed. He wasn't getting a third date with April. He wasn't even certain she'd write to book Aeneas Would Never after he returned from his fake trip, unless he agreed to meet her in person, which he couldn't. In theory, he could probably make up some story about why they couldn't meet, come up with some plausible explanation about agoraphobia or whatever. But he didn't want to lie to her yet again. Yeah, he was fucked and hurting, and he had no idea what, if anything, he could say in response to her messages. If her head was a mess, his was too. He needed time. Accordingly, he said nothing, even if part of him desperately wanted to ask what had gone wrong on her second date. Shoulders slumped. He navigated back to the main list of threads. A new topic had appeared, one started by April entitled A Big Fat Shame. When he clicked, her post appeared, and it filled his entire monitor. It was eloquent. It was heartfelt. It was direct. It was also an answer to the question he hadn't been enough of an asshole to ask. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I've wanted to talk about this issue for years now, but I wasn't sure how to begin the conversation. I've been especially nervous because the people in this community, all of you, mean so much to me, and I don't want to hurt your feelings or alienate any of you. But the simple truth is that some of you have hurt my feelings, albeit inadvertently, just as I'm sure I've done the same to some or all of you without understanding how. If so, please tell me. I want to know and do better. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. So here's the thing. I'm fat. Very fat, in fact. Not chubby or merely curvy. Fat. A good part of the reason I was originally drawn to this particular OTP was, I think, for that reason. Lavinia's story resonated with me. Her character isn't fat in either book canon or show canon, but in book canon, as you know, she's described as unattractive in terms of conventional beauty. Several of Aeneas's men even call her ugly. As we've discussed many times, the choice of Summer Diaz, who's gorgeous even without makeup and in dull, unflattering clothing, to play Lavinia, undercut the resonance of that storyline, but echoes of it are still there in the show even so. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I think I desperately needed to read and watch the story of how a woman most considered homely or downright hideous could earn respect, admiration, desire, and eventually love from the man she desired and loved herself. Aeneas, of course. I needed to witness how her character, her choices, and her words would come to mean more to him in the end than whether the rest of the world would call her pretty. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I wanted that because of my family history. I wanted that because of my personal and romantic history, too. I can't tell you how many times a date or a boyfriend or someone I considered a friend has shamed me for my size. Sometimes they do so directly, but more often in ways I'm sure they consider subtle or don't consider at all. They do it by urging me to work out or take a walk with them every time I see them, or by discussing their ostensible concern for my health, or by pushing me toward what they consider more nutritionally sound food choices. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. But I'm not looking to be fixed. I want to be loved and liked and desired not because of my size, not despite my size, but because I'm me. My character, my choices, my words. Each time someone I care about shows they don't care about me that same way, it hurts. It hurts more than I can easily express. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. So this ship, this community, is important to me. It's reassurance that better things are possible for me, and better relationships, and even real, abiding, passionate love. Not because of my size, not despite my size, but because I'm me. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. That's why it's painful to me when fics coming out of our community use fatness as shorthand for greed, for evil, for ugliness, or for laziness. I'm stunned by how often it occurs, given that one half of the couple we all ship is not considered conventionally attractive in book canon. The Lavinia-Aeneas relationship, at least in the books, is fundamentally about rejecting appearances in favor of character. Yet I see fat-shaming frequently in Lavinia's fanfiction, and it feels like a slap every single time. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. To be clear, I don't think fat-shaming is usually a conscious choice in our fics. Hatred of fatness, disdain toward fat people, is so widespread in our culture it comes out in ways we don't intend, and I include myself in that statement. Being fat myself doesn't exempt me from having to consider my words and actions thoughtfully when it comes to fatness, because I'm part of this culture too. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I'm not asking you to celebrate my fatness or make Lavinia fat in your stories or go back and change any old fics with fat shaming in them. I am asking, though, for you to be thoughtful anytime you reference fatness in your writing. I want you to think of me and ask yourself, would the implications of this hurt ULS? If the answer is yes, please do better. For me, for yourself, and for everyone else. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. As I wrote earlier, I don't want to hurt your feelings or alienate any of you, because you're my friends and my community. But I thought this was important, so I said it. And hopefully, by discussing the issue, we can become an even better, more inclusive community than we already are. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Thank you, and I'm sorry this ran so long. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. TLDR, please don't make fat people automatically awful or ugly or lazy in your fics. It makes me, an actual fat person, sad. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. P.S. When I say I'm fat, I'm not insulting myself. I don't use fat as a pejorative, as some do. For me, it's merely an adjective, like blonde or tall or, top me Aeneas's favorite, tumescent. Whether it's offensive depends entirely on context, as with many descriptors. Marcus sat back in the too-hard hotel chair and let out a slow breath. Among all the fics he'd recommended to her over the years, at least a few included fat secondary or tertiary characters. He suspected the descriptions of those characters would now make him cringe. Shit! But that wasn't the worst of it. Not by far. They do it by urging me to work out, she'd written, or by pushing me toward what they consider more nutritionally sound food choices. With his goddamn life at stake, he would swear that his invitation to the gym, to the buffet, hadn't been a paternalistic nudge toward more exercise or so-called better nutrition. But with her background, he could see how she might interpret his words that way. He could see why she'd gone chilly, and why she'd pulled away from him, and why she hadn't wanted to look him in the eye for the rest of that endless cab ride. Given her personal history, given the infamous, all-consuming concern for appearances he'd play-acted in front of cameras for years, of course she'd believed the worst of him. She didn't yet know him well enough to do otherwise. Even with book Aeneas would never... He pinched his forehead between his thumb and forefinger, pressing so hard he half expected to leave fingerprints. How had he overlooked it? How had he forgotten? She'd asked even book Aeneas would never, her longtime faithful friend, whether her appearance had spurred him to cut off contact with her. Because she'd thought those photos of their dinner together were his first real glimpse of her, and she didn't know he'd already seen her by that point. Already admired her. Already found her unbearably sexy. Not because of her size, not despite her size, because she was April. Ulcie. Her. And no, she hadn't seemed especially bothered by the cruel opinions of Twitter randos. But she'd been clear about that distinction in her Twitter DMs, hadn't she? I don't give a shit what strangers think, just the people I care about. Either he was still a stranger to her as Marcus cast her up, and she didn't give a shit about him or his clumsy, ill-considered invitation, or she'd begun to care about him, if only a little, and he'd hurt her. Like Book Aeneas would never had only last night. Fuck. This time, it was only a little after Alex's usual bedtime in Spain. And since his friend wasn't precisely an exemplar of impulse control himself, Marcus figured he'd be forgiven. Eventually. Once Alex got a good night's sleep.
Holy shit, I've fucked up so badly,
Marcus said as soon as his friend answered.
I didn't mean to, but God, did I fuck things up.
With admirable patience, Alex forbore calling him an asshole again.
What specifically did you fuck up? Everything.
He scrubbed his free hand over his face.
Everything. Such a freaking drama queen, Alex muttered. Maybe you could be a bit more specific?
If Marcus was a drama queen, then Alex was a drama... whatever was more powerful and dramatic than a queen. Drama dictator? Drama deity? Still, kettle pot blackness issues aside, Alex was listening, and Marcus planned to take advantage. The whole story didn't take as long to relate as he'd expected. After it was done, Alex remained silent for a long, long time.
Maybe it's for the best,
he eventually said. The phone should have splintered under the force of Marcus's glare.
What?
Even across a continent and an ocean, Alex's sigh was audible. Marcus stabbed an accusing finger at his best friend's name on the screen.
Over the course of a single weekend, I've lost a dear friend and the only woman I've truly wanted in years.
Or possibly forever, but that could just be the drama queen in him swanning forth yet again.
And she's convinced I'm a fat-shaming dick as Marcus, and a lying abandoner as Book Aeneas would never. In what universe could that possibly be for the best?
Dude! His friend smothered a yawn.
Think about what you just said. You answered your own question.
Marcus scowled.
I did not. Moments ago, you just referred to yourself in the third person, twice, as two different identities.
The patience in Alex's voice sounded a bit strained.
Doesn't that seem a bit overly complicated to you?
Humph.
I'm a diamond of many facets.
Hadn't April told him so earlier that day?
Save the self-congratulatory shit for the camera, Marcus.
A scraping noise came down the line. Alex scratching his scraggly beard, most likely.
I'm just saying you could meet a nice woman who only knows you by one name, to whom you haven't lied, and from whom you aren't keeping various secrets. I don't want a nice woman. I want April, Ulcie.
He pinched the bridge of his nose, wincing.
Not that she isn't nice. At least, when she doesn't think I'm a dick who's trying to steer her toward exercise-induced weight loss and diet food.
Before Alex could say more, Marcus added,
I know. I just referred to her as two different identities, too. I don't want to hear it.
Yes, that was definitely a gusty sigh.
Then why did you call? Because
He dropped his chin to his chest.
Because maybe I need to hear it, even if I don't want to hear it.
Through a thick throat, he forced himself to say the words.
You think I should let her go then? Not contact her again as Marcus, and avoid DMs with her on the Lavinius server after I get back from my theoretical, possibly espionage-related business trip? I think, based on everything you've told me, that she deserves someone who can be open and honest with her under a single name and identity.
His friend's voice had gone raspy, tired.
Can you do that, even knowing what it might cost you?
If he'd jeopardize his career for anyone, it would be her. He was almost sure she wouldn't reveal his secrets. Almost. Even though he'd only met her face to face twice. Damn it! Was he willing to bet 2 decades of work on that near certainty? The professional reputation he'd painstakingly accumulated over endless hours of repeating his lines and learning his craft, and sailing and sword fighting and chopping and square dancing? Which reminded him, if Dosey Danger ever ended up on a streaming service, he was going into hiding. Much like his character, an arrogant, high-powered executive and accidental bystander to a gangland murder who assumed a new witness protection identity and found ill-fated romance among homespun square dancers. That movie was fucking awful, terrible in nearly every respect. Still, he'd done his job. He'd treated his crew and co-stars and everyone else on the set like the professionals they were, and behaved like a professional himself. In the end, he'd pocketed a little money and burnished another corner of his reputation as a hard-working, easygoing actor. But that wasn't all the movie had done for him. He'd arrived on that set at the age of 23, eager and excited and half convinced he was an irredeemable fuck-up. By the time filming wrapped, he'd still kind of felt like a fuck-up, but a fuck-up who could be redeemed, who would be redeemed through putting in the hard work and getting better at his job in every way so he could land better parts. Acting had brought him professional respect, yes, but also the beginnings of self-respect. It was his source of accomplishment, of community, of pride. His only source, at least until he'd found fanfiction. Without his work, without his reputation, he'd be nothing, have nothing. Again. A smart, uber-competent woman like April wouldn't want him then anyway.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
His eyes stung, and he closed them for a moment.
Thanks. Look.
Something rustled down the line. Alex, shifting.
I'm sorry. For what it's worth, if you decided, fuck it, I want her more than my career, and told her everything, I'd have your back. You know that.
Marcus huffed out a breath, unwillingly amused.
It's the sort of shit you would do. It's 100% something I would do. Probably on live television, followed by an impromptu reading of the filthiest, most show-averse story I'd ever written.
Alex's laugh was short-lived, tinged with bitterness.
There's a reason Ron and RJ gave me a fucking nanny. But you're not me, and I'm trying to help you make better decisions than I usually do.
After his recent arrest at a bar fight, the showrunners had saddled Alex with a paid minder to keep him out of trouble. A woman related to Ron somehow, which didn't bode well.
Speaking of which, how's it going with...
What was her name?
Laurel? Laura?
With that sigh, Alex could have single-handedly powered a wind farm.
Lauren, my implacable, humorless, improbably short, annoying as fuck albatross.
Marcus kept his voice dry as the desert they'd shot in during the 3rd season of Gates.
It's going well, then. It's going. She's not.
Aggrievement saturated every syllable of every word.
Apparently, she'll be accompanying me to all public outings until the last season finishes airing, even though I promised not to drink again, or end up in another bar brawl unless absolutely necessary.
At that addendum, Marcus massaged his temples.
As I pointed out to Ron, she couldn't actually stop me from brawling unless she was standing on a step stool of some sort, Alex said. Although she's stronger than you'd think. Maybe she'd just tackle me at the knees and sit on me until I sobered up.
There was a certain grim relish in Alex's phrasing, which raised the question, under what precise circumstances had he discovered Lauren's strength?
She's going to hate all the premieres and award shows, his friend crowed. Hate! I can't wait.
With all the evil glee in his tone, Alex might as well have been stroking a hairless chihuahua and plotting the eruption of a henchman-created supervolcano from his secret lair. Marcus winced. Better not to think about that ill-fated role in Magma the Musical.
He could only hope April never learned of its existence, because the science behind the entire... No. It didn't matter what April thought anymore, because they wouldn't be communicating either in person or online. After this one last time, tonight, he knew what he needed to do now. I'm glad you're getting some pleasure, however perverse, out of the arrangement. Be nice to Lauren, though. It's not her fault she got assigned to keep you sober and peaceable. A quick glance at his laptop revealed a screen full of responses to April's posts, with more appearing every few seconds. I'd better go now, but thank you for listening. Again. No problem. A rustling noise. Hold on just a second. Let me check my schedule. While he was waiting, Marcus skimmed the first several comments. Most were supportive, but Aeneas Fan 83, not a close friend on the server, but a longtime member nevertheless, was edging toward defensive, don't be so sensitive territory, in a way that made Marcus's hackles rise. Within a minute, Alex was back. I'll be in LA on Sunday. Want to binge watch that British baking show later next week? I haven't heard someone say the word claggy in far too long. His voice turned speculative, almost dreamy. I'll bet if I used the phrase claggy sponge around Lauren, she'd think it meant something dirty. I'll have to try it. Marcus didn't envy Lauren her job, not at all. After this disastrous week, however, Marcus figured he could use as much time as possible with his best friend. Binge-watching claggy sponges sounds great. We'll work out the details once you're back. Take care of yourself in the meantime, and safe travels. And be nice. More evil laughter, and Alex was gone. Then it was time to think. Hard. Marcus's response to April's thread took him embarrassingly long to compose. Finally, though, he came up with the right words. Or at least the best words he could under the circumstances. They would have to be enough. Book Aeneas would never. Because of job requirements about internet usage, I won't be able to post here much for the foreseeable future. I shouldn't even be doing so now, but I wanted to say 2 things. Book Aeneas would never. First, thank you for being such a welcoming, supportive group. Over the past few years, becoming involved with this particular fandom has taught me so much about storytelling and community and, sappy as it sounds, myself. Book Aeneas would never. Second, if we are a community that prides itself on being welcoming and supportive, we shouldn't look away when one of our members tells us, at the cost of her own personal discomfort, that she sometimes feels alienated and hurt by things we've written. Especially since, as ULS rightly points out, the fundamental message of the Aeneas-Lavinia relationship is simple: character over appearance, and kindness and honor above all. Book Aeneas would never. So I want to extend a heartfelt, sincere apology to ULS for not previously considering the important issue she just raised, and for not noticing fat-shaming and fics I've recommended to her and to all of you in the past. I'll do better in the future, because of what you've written today. Thank you for that. Book Aeneas would never. Also, ULS, I'm so sorry the people in your personal life, the men you've dated, have made you feel judged or shamed. More sorry than I can say. Book Aeneas would never. Take care. I'll be back sometime. I'll miss you. After that, Marcus set his status to invisible again. He logged out. And then, as he'd done so often before, he wrote until his chest no longer ached with each breath he took. Dosey Danger. Interior, the Farnsworth Barn, evening. The barn is lofty and hay-strewn, the lighting soft from lanterns and glass canning jars. Other couples are still square dancing, but Christopher and Millie have found a quiet corner. She brushes a bit of straw off his expensive suit, and they both laugh. Millie. Only a month ago, I couldn't have imagined this. Christopher. Imagined what? He takes her hand, holding it gently, tenderly. Millie. You alamanding left, easy as the breeze. Us together. Christopher. Never to be parted again, Millie. Never.
She moves in front of him for a kiss. Suddenly, a gunshot, then screaming. Millie collapses in slow motion, face blank, blood blooming on her chest, as he desperately tries to catch her, to revive her, but it's too late. By the time he looks up, all traces of the shooter are gone. Christopher.
Millie, don't leave me!
But she's past answering. Face to the rafters, he howls his grief and despair and rage to the universe, knowing that he now has new motivation, new goals, to become a better man in her memory and to avenge her. Her deaths will be the key to his character arc now, exactly as she would have wanted. 13. The first day on April's new job, her coworkers treated her to take out sushi for lunch, with a side of light interrogation. According to Heidi, it could have been worse. Much, much worse. "They have this rendition of Blowin' in the Wind," she'd whispered near the printer that morning. "Mel changed the lyrics to 'Contaminants, my friend, are blowin' in the wind.'" "Wow," April had managed. "That's... wow." Her colleague nodded emphatically. "There's a verse about air monitoring stations, too. Pablo and Kay contributed that bit." "And they considered performing that song for me at lunch? In a sort of welcoming ceremony?" Honestly, despite Heidi's bugged-out eyes, it sounded amazing. After a week like this last one, April embraced any and all distractions from her tangled thoughts. A horrible folk concert promised much greater distraction and entertainment value than munching a sandwich at her desk alone, as she had done during her first lunch at her old office. Creativity in any form she appreciated, especially when said creativity would have to cease at the end of the lunch hour, should it prove particularly ear-piercing. However, she also appreciated the kindness of not imposing that creativity upon her without an invitation. After some discussion, they decided it would violate the boundaries of good colleague behavior. Heidi's cerulean blue nail polish matched her hair beautifully, and April mentally widened the scope of her wardrobe and makeup options for work. They didn't want to force you to listen if you weren't interested, even though they're very proud of their version of This Land Is Your Land. Oh, the endless lyrical possibilities. In the end, though, lunch didn't involve singing, just a few friendly questions. "I'm a Gates fan, too," Mel said, before selecting a piece of the spicy tuna roll with her chopsticks and transferring it to her plate. "I saw your Lavinia costume on Twitter, and it was amazing. How long have you been interested in cosplay?" Of all the juicy topics Mel could have asked about, she'd chosen cosplay. Not Marcus, not the dates, not even the publicity surrounding Marcus and those dates, or the public yet intimate photos splashed all over the internet and featured on several low-rated cable entertainment shows. Despite a morning spent completing first-day paperwork and watching HR-mandated videos, April already loved her new job. Only this past year. Any sushi roll containing both tempura shrimp and avocado was clearly meant to be hers, so she snagged a piece. That picture turned out well, and I'm proud of my design, but there are problematic bits. If I'd been posed any other way, you'd have seen evidence of staples and double-sided tape. She'd intended to share her interest in cosplay and accompanying Twitter identity on the Lavinius server last week, since a few people in their community might be able to offer much-needed costume construction tips. That would have meant acknowledging she was Marcus's mysterious date, though, and after all the hubbub surrounding her fat-shaming post, she was lying low for a few days instead. Not that most people hadn't been kind and gracious about the topic, especially, and heart-wrenchingly, Bon. She was also locating fewer and fewer fucks to give for people who couldn't give her any in return. But a few naysayers had caused some tense moments on the server, and she had no intention of hogging the bandwidth yet again so soon thereafter. "Do you need to borrow a sewing machine?" Pablo glanced up from his sashimi.
I have one I can lend you. It's not fancy, but it does the job.
April swallowed her sushi and sent him a grateful smile. Thank you, but I would have no idea how to use it. Better to buy, experiment on, and possibly break my own machine. So you designed that amazing costume but can't sew? Heidi looked thoughtful. Mel, darling, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Probably not. With her chopstick, Mel was poking at the row atop her sushi. I was compiling a mental list of species whose eggs we consume, and wondering where and why the line gets drawn. Heidi blinked at her. You're right. That wasn't what I was thinking.
I know.
Kay set his chopsticks neatly on his napkin.
This is about my chemical folkmance. We're still working on the band name, Pablo noted. I voted for some take on She Blinded Me with Science, but Kay and Mel told me it implied harmful things about our profession.
Her attention diverted from egg concerns. Mel regarded Heidi consideringly. Oh, yes, I see now. Yes, that might work, depending on what April would prefer. She just moved and started a new job, and we shouldn't pressure her to commit to anything else.
Especially since she may have, other personal priorities right now.
Kay broke open his fortune cookie and scanned the slip of paper inside.
Damn it, I don't want to take on new adventures. I work full-time, have a family, and sing in a folk trio with an indeterminate name. Isn't that enough?
Heidi patted his arm. You can grab my fortune instead. It's about making wiser decisions, and I have no interest in that. He laughed.
I'll bet you don't.
April was lost. I'm sorry, Heidi, but I missed something. What were you thinking about? And what does it have to do with me? She was thinking we could help one another, if you had the time and interest. Mel smiled at April. We keep saying we should have costumes for our performances. You know, outfits that would work together on stage and show we're a folk group. But none of us can figure out what exactly that would look like. If you'd be willing to turn your design eye to those,
we could help you sew one of your costumes,
Pablo finished.
If that's something that would interest you. If not, no worries.
The molded plastic chair beneath her squeaked as April lurched forward, the movement jerky in her enthusiasm. Yes! She beamed at her new coworkers, all of them in turn. I would love that. This was what she'd been missing in her work. Openness and the ability to talk about her life outside the office. Relationships built on and because of that openness. God, the freedom was intoxicating. She was practically giddy with it. We'll let you get a bit more settled first, and then we can work out the details. Mel waved a ring-bedecked hand. If you change your mind in the meantime, not a problem. You have a lot going on at the moment, obviously. Heidi's nose ring glinted as she leaned back in her chair. Look, it's really none of our business, and feel free not to answer, but Marcus Castor Rupp is the bane of my existence as a lesbian, Mel interrupted. If he didn't exist, I would be all the way at the end of the Kinsey scale. But alas. Heidi shrugged. I'm bi, so I embrace my status as a Castor sexual. What's he like in person? Mel asked. Equally hot? While Kay rolled his eyes and stood to gather his trash, Pablo rested his elbows on the table.
Did he say anything about his skincare routine?
Please tell us he's actually a decent guy. He seems that way in all his interviews, but... Heidi scrunched up her face in an anticipatory wince. You just don't know. What could April say? Okay. Easy stuff first. I don't know anything about his skincare routine. I'm sorry, Pablo. You might want to check online. There might be articles about it. He shook his head, then began consolidating his own trash.
I probably couldn't afford the products he uses anyway, but I was curious. My girlfriend says his face has the perfect amount of weathering, whatever that means.
April knew what it meant. Those crinkles at the corners of his eyes and the faint lines across his forehead only enhanced his appeal. They were the gilt on his already gorgeous lily. Now on to shakier ground. "He's just as handsome in person," she told Mel. "Maybe more so." Because in person he was real. A shirt wrinkled by her fist, or a loose shoelace, only made him seem warmer and more solid and touchable. Face to face, he was still blindingly beautiful, yes, but not perfect. Not a demigod, just a man. And since he was a real person to her now, she didn't want to talk about his sexual appeal to strangers. Like her explicit fix, the topic suddenly seemed like a violation. His physical beauty she would gladly discuss. His fuckability? No, not anymore. Phew! Mel made a show of fanning herself. "I'm not certain that's physically possible, but I trust your judgment. You're the only one who's been up close and personal with him, after all." Finally, the most complicated response of all. "Please tell us he's actually a decent guy." April wouldn't discuss the differences between his public persona and private demeanor. He had his reasons for maintaining that facade, whatever they were, and she wouldn't violate his privacy in that way either. She also wouldn't violate her own by describing their final moments together or the reason for her anger. But she could tell a circumscribed truth. "You don't have to worry, Heidi." She did her best to smile because she was telling the truth, and she wanted its sincerity believed. "He was nothing but kind to me." Even though he'd nudged her toward the gym and a healthy breakfast, she meant that. He'd almost certainly intended the invitation as a gesture of concern, despite its inherent condescension. And when he'd talked about the buffet, she'd cut him off before he could finish telling her the choices. Maybe he'd have kept listing weight-loss-friendly options, but maybe... No. There was no point going over that moment yet again. She'd made her decision, and she'd live with it. No matter how many times she'd questioned her knee-jerk reaction to his words this past week. You know, those probably are the items he always has for breakfast, given the nutritional and fitness demands of his work. The thought wouldn't leave her, no matter how she exhausted herself unpacking boxes and moving furniture. You asked what he could recommend, and if that's what he eats, healthy foods were very literally all he could honestly recommend. Her smile faded, despite her best efforts. "I don't think we'll be going out again, so I'm afraid I won't have more insider information in the future." Even if she changed her mind at this point, even if she texted him to propose another date, which she definitely wouldn't, he might not accept. Not after the way she'd turned cold and dismissive in the cab, and not given the hurt she'd heard underlining every word he'd said after that point. But he hadn't forced that hurt on her either. Hadn't transformed it into an emotional bludgeon, a way to manipulate her into changing her mind. Hadn't argued or bombarded her with texts afterward. He'd taken his dismissal with grace. More grace, in the end, than she'd used in issuing it. Mel pushed back her chair and stood, sympathy soft in her gaze. "We won't ask you about him again, I promise. And if any of us gets too nosy in the future, please tell us and we'll back off, immediately and without hurt feelings." "It's fine." April consolidated the leftovers on the table, carefully avoiding further eye contact. "In your position, I'd have been asking the exact same questions." Then they all got back to work, and she spent a quiet afternoon contending with various documents. Documents and doubts. So many doubts. Bon had posted a new fic during her workday. Eyes prickling and hot with tears, April clicked on it that evening. The story was confirmation, if she'd needed it. He'd lied to her. Clearly, he'd had internet access long enough to get his newest work uploaded, which would also be long enough to send a brief DM if he'd wanted to do so, which he didn't anymore. As always, he'd used a phrase from E. Wade's books to title his fic. This time he'd drawn from a passage in the third story, one containing Lavinia's thoughts about Aeneas. Though a half-god, he is no less a man, and as such, prone to blunder full as often as any of his brethren. Unlike all Bond's previous fics, though, no less a man ventured into the bedroom. It didn't require an E rating, so it must not be too graphic, but it was his first story to be rated M. That was odd. He'd used her misery ahoy tag, as well as the alternative she'd once proposed, here be angst. And at her incidental inclusion in the story he'd written and posted without her help or input, she had to stare up at the ceiling for a minute and blink hard. As she began to read his words from an unfamiliar remove, without having seen the story first, without having brainstormed it together or proofread it for him, she had to stop. Sinuses clogging, she got up from her half-unpacked desk and wandered into the cluttered kitchen. The darkness of the backyard through the oversing window soothed her stinging eyes, and cool water helped her swallow past the thickness in her throat. She tossed her shredded tissue into the trash can and sat back down at her computer. Maybe she wouldn't read his future stories, but she couldn't ignore this one. After the first few paragraphs, she knew someone else had beta-read the story. There were more transcription errors than normal, but far fewer than would exist without outside help. After a few more paragraphs, she was crying again, this time openly. In the story, compliant with but not included in book canon, Lavinia and Aeneas found themselves newly married and alone in their bedchamber, both trying their best to come to terms with a marriage neither had wanted, despite their obedience to the will of the gods and the decree of the fates. They kissed, pleasurably enough for both parties. They held each other. When he questioned her willingness to proceed, she gave her consent to further intimacy. He began to stroke her arms, her hair, her back, startled but pleased by a rising swell of desire. Lavinia, though, remained stiff under his touch, and Aeneas eventually drew back in confusion. In the context of Wade's books, using the author's characterization of Lavinia, the reasons for her hesitation were more than clear. She barely knew her husband, and had expected to marry another man, Turnus, instead. She needed time to come to terms with such vast and unexpected changes in her life before welcoming Aeneas into her bed. But even if she'd known him longer and better, it wouldn't have mattered. Not for their first time together. Given her history, she would fear any man's response to her angular body, her beaky nose and crooked smile and jutting ears. To relax during bed play, she'd require gentleness, patience, understanding. But Bond's story was written from Aeneas's point of view, as ever, and he didn't have the faintest idea what his new wife was thinking and remembering, much less what she needed to relax into their lovemaking. So he blundered, exactly as Lavinia had noted he might. Assuming Lavinia was merely shy and uncomfortable exposing her nakedness by candlelight, he snuffed out the flame of the pottery lamp by the bed. He didn't understand how she interpreted that gesture. Of course he didn't. He hadn't spent a lifetime being sneered at for his plainness. His own father hadn't deemed him ugly as Medusa and laughed uproariously at the cleverness of his own wit. No one had told Aeneas that any woman who'd deigned to marry him would insist on darkness for the bedding to better hide his homeliness. Lavinia, however, had suffered those indignities, those wounds, and at the snuffing of the lamp she froze and began to weep in the darkness of their bedroom. At his next touch she ran, hiding herself away from his imagined scorn and disgust in order to rebuild her emotional walls. When Aeneas finally located her again, sitting under an olive tree, drenched by a summer storm, he found a wife transformed, no longer wary and willing, but icy and disdainful. He knew he'd erred somehow, but he had no idea how, and Lavinia wouldn't say. "I'm sorry," he told her helplessly, but he couldn't explain for what. Lavinia simply turned her back and walked away from him. The story ended there. April's phone rang as she was still mopping her own tears, and she didn't bother to answer. She'd changed her number several days ago, so it probably wasn't someone calling to ask about Marcus anymore. But the thought of talking to her mother, the person most likely to call, right now nauseated her. What the gorgeously written, depressing as fuck story might impart about Bond's state of mind, she didn't know. At the moment, oddly enough, she didn't care. No Less a Man might have been written by her former online friend, the object of her unrequited pining, but it reminded her of another man entirely. Marcus. Marcus, who'd burst into her life by defending her against bullies, ones who'd targeted her for her size. No one, not a soul, would have thought any less of him for ignoring the thread, but he hadn't. Instead, he'd called her gorgeous and asked her out, held her hand, put his hot mouth on her neck as she shivered in pleasure, and sucked until a bruise bloomed on the spot. Marcus, who hadn't said a word about what she'd ordered and eaten during their 2 meals together. Even trusted friends often teased her about the amount of sugar she stirred into her coffee, but he hadn't blinked, much less chided her. Marcus, the man she'd cut off before he could finish speaking. The man she hadn't bothered to interrogate further before declaring him cancelled. The man who'd watched her with such confused hurt on his solemn face as they sat in silence in the back seat of that cab. Early in her friendship with Bon, when they'd worked together for the first time on one of his fics, he'd struggled with Lavinia's motivations during an emotionally fraught scene. Eventually, April had broken it down for him in the simplest possible terms. She has trust issues, she'd told Bon. Major trust issues. They're going to color all her reactions to Aeneas, even though she's trying her best to be fair to him.
Shit, he'd responded. I can't believe I didn't realize that before. Of course she has trust issues. Thank you. This really helps.
Intending no harm, people often blundered. Sometimes they blundered because their personal histories hadn't taught them to be sensitive to certain issues, and sometimes they blundered because they had trust issues. Major trust issues. Damn it, no wonder she was part of the Lavinia's fandom. Marcus probably didn't want to hear from her. But before she dismissed him as fool's gold, she needed to be sure, absolutely sure, she was right. She needed to try at least one more time. Chest tight with nerves, her breaths shallow and rapid, she opened Twitter. To her relief, he hadn't unfollowed or blocked her. Their discussion in progress remained on the screen, waiting for her to continue the conversation. So she did. Hi, Marcus. I've been thinking about your invitation to the gym. Honestly, I'm not much for working out. Is that okay with you? Also, if you're still interested in getting together again, do you have an alternate suggestion? His response arrived within minutes, and her eyes prickled again upon reading it. Happy tears this time.
If you don't like working out, we won't work out together. No worries. I would love to see you again. How about I come to SF next weekend and take you to my favorite donut shop from when I was a kid? Or, better yet, why don't we check out various donut shops around your new place and rank them in order of deliciousness?
She could honestly say she'd never heard a better date idea in her fucking life. Gold. She'd almost tossed aside gold and called it pyrite. I can't wait. I'm sorry, She wasn't ready to share the details of her personal history yet, but he deserved an apology and some sort of explanation, however insufficient. I'm sorry. I had a lot on my mind the other day, she eventually typed.
No worries,
he wrote again.
So I'll see you on Saturday?
She touched a forefinger to the faded bruise at the base of her neck, breathless once more. Now for entirely different, entirely better reasons. Just try and avoid me, she told him. XOXO. Lavinia's server DMs 9 months ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. After watching tonight's episode, I keep thinking, what a waste. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. What we saw is a waste of the raw material provided by the books. It's a waste of truly amazing actors and crew. And it's a waste of the opportunity to tell the kind of story Book Aeneas would never.
What kind of story?
Book Aeneas would never.
Ulcie?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Summer Diaz is so talented. She's also gorgeous. Book Aeneas would never.
Yes, both of those.
Book Aeneas would never.
I'm sensing a but in there somewhere.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Lavinia is supposed to be ugly, not just plain or dressed in unflattering clothing. Ugly. Book Aeneas would never.
This is true, at least in Wade's books.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. That's the fundamental beauty of the Lavinius relationship, Bon. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. She's a woman who's been insulted and devalued her whole life because of how she looks, even though she's smart and brave and kind. Then Aeneas comes along and he has his own baggage, but he sees her. He sees her. He recognizes that everyone considers her ugly, but... Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. He sees her value. He grows to love her and desire her, even as she learns to trust him, which is hard for her, but she does it, because she loves him too. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. That's the crux of the Lavinius story. As much as I adore Summer Diaz in the role, I can't help but think casting her was a fucking waste of a meaningful story that people needed to see on their television screens. Book Aeneas would never.
I understand what you mean. I'm not sure any other actor could embody Lavinia's intelligence and determination quite so well, but yes, you're right. It's yet more potential wasted.
Book Aeneas would never.
I imagine the actors see all that too, even Summer herself.
Book Aeneas would never.
Aeneas's story.
Book Aeneas would never.
I just have the feeling the heart of his story will be destroyed too. A man questioning his relationship to the values he's been taught by his parents and making his way in the world, finding his own moral code, falling in love, and learning to value both himself and that love more than his past and the duties imposed on him by others.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. That's a lovely way to put it. Book Aeneas would never.
And in the final season, the showrunners will lay all that to waste. It's going to hurt, Ulcie. The way it plays out will hurt me, and it'll hurt you too. I'm so sorry.
Book Aeneas would never.
I mean, that's what I guess will happen.
Book Aeneas would never.
But the Lavinius relationship is always there on the page, if not on the television screen. And I'm always here too, on your computer screen, anytime you need me.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I'm not sure I deserve a friend like you, Bon. Book Aeneas would never.
You don't. You deserve so much more.
14. I'm not entirely certain the world needed a cocrophenut. April popped the last bite into her mouth, sugar crystals sparkling on her lips. However, I can now feel individual electrons orbiting the nucleus of every atom in my body. If that was the creator's intent, mission accomplished. Marcus had to laugh, despite his preoccupation with her mouth.
I love it when you talk science-y to me.
She smiled at him, freckled cheeks pink in the sun. And God, he'd never been happier to ignore Alex's advice and his own best judgment. Never. When she'd written him Monday evening, apparently willing to let him emerge from the hole he'd inadvertently dug for himself, he hadn't hesitated or thought twice, not given the misery of their days without contact. The absence of April in his life had hollowed out each and every day. For an hour or two at a time, maybe, he could distract himself from that emptiness. With writing, with reading the scripts his agent sent, with binge-watching British baking shows alongside Alex. But in the end, there he was, always, alone in his echoing LA home. Lonely. Missing a dear friend and more. Whatever else they were becoming together before he'd tripped one of her personal landmines. So yeah, good judgment be damned. Despite all the complications of the situation, any chance to be with April, he'd take. Funny you should say that. The people at my new job have a group t-shirt I found out this week. With a careless sweep, she brushed crumbs off her chest and onto the sidewalk, where curious birds were edging closer. It says, "Talk dirt-y to me." Apparently, science people enjoyed puns, too. Good to know. Nice. In the sunshine, her hair resembled a flame, and Marcus couldn't resist huddling closer to the heat. He shifted until they sat hip to hip on the wooden bench. As she watched him, brown eyes intent behind her glasses, he stroked his thumb along her plush lower lip to tease free those clinging crystals. Her neck arched, just a little. Without breaking eye contact, he licked the sugar from his thumb, and she took a shuddering breath. No, he wasn't going to kiss her actual mouth for the first time on a park bench in public, not where everyone could see and document the occasion, again. After a fraught moment, he managed to look away. Clearing his throat, he fumbled with the paper menu he'd grabbed inside the shop and took his time reading aloud the description of the item she'd just finished. The cocoa... He sighed. Shit, this one is hard. Okay, let me try it again. The cocrophenut. She clapped. Well done. Save your applause until we find out whether I can do it twice. One syllable at a time. The cocrophenut, the world's first and most delicious coffee, croissant, muffin, donut hybrid, contains the caffeine equivalent of 4 espressos. She glanced down at the empty box on her lap. Damn! 4 espressos? He reread the description. Yep. Well, that would explain your newfound sensitivity to orbiting electrons. Getting to her feet, she rolled her eyes. Hipsters, man, hipsters. He grinned up at her. You said it was delicious. It was, she agreed, gathering their trash. I also thought the glazed donut we shared at our last place, the one the size of my head, was delicious, and it cost approximately 1/10 as much as the Cocro, he corrected automatically. Muffinut or whatever the hell I just finished eating. It also didn't leave me in possible need of a defibrillator. Once she'd thrown their trash in the nearest recycling and waste bins, she laid a palm over her chest. I think my heart is doing the jitterbug in there, even though I actually have no idea what the jitterbug entails. He sat straighter. If you need to see a doctor, I can take you. Nah, I'm just being overly dramatic, probably because of all the caffeine. She waved a dismissive hand. Don't mind me. Phew. He'd really prefer their third date not necessitate medical intervention, if at all possible. Especially since he had hopes for the evening. High hopes. Turgid hopes, to use one of Top Me Aeneas's favorite adjectives. Being a drama queen is my job, lady. Hands off. Leaning back again, he rested his arms along the top of the bench. Speaking of my job, I actually learned how to jitterbug for a historical miniseries. I could show you. Lindy Hope, the inspirational, if entirely fictional, story of how swing dancing turned the tide of one World War II battle, hadn't exactly broken viewing audience records, but at least he'd gotten some decent moves and a decent paycheck out of it. Why don't we walk while you tell me more? She held out a hand. I'm too caffeinated to sit still. He accepted her hand and got to his feet, interlacing their fingers as they headed toward the water. What do you want to know? Normally, he'd steer the topic toward hair care or workouts, or mention only the most superficial things he'd learned over the years. Before showing up at their first donut shack a couple of hours ago, though, he'd already disposed of that particular shield. She was meeting him as he really was today, like it or not. The possibility that she might not like it had his own heart skittering a bit, as did the possibility that he was tossing his reputation into the garbage alongside their cocrophenut detritus. Because if she ever revealed him as a faker to the world before he was ready, before he could explain, she wouldn't. She wouldn't. He trusted her that far, and he trusted his own ability to do sufficient damage control if she proved him naive. His fanfic alter ego, though? No amount of PR and damage control could stop the knowledge of that from destroying his career. Eventually, maybe, he could tell her he was Book Aeneas would never. Not now. Not yet. Okay, fun stuff first. She was swinging their hands in a huge, swift, jerky arc, and yes, he could definitely tell she'd had more than her usual share of caffeine. It was fucking adorable. What's the most memorable movie you've ever been part of? He snorted. That's a tougher question than you might think. I've been acting for over 20 years now. There are lots of possibilities to consider. For some reason, the bad roles were so much easier to remember than the movies whose premieres he'd attended with sincere pride. Probably more entertaining to hear about, too. Her stride was becoming an uncharacteristic sort of half-jog, half-skip, her hair swinging around her shoulders with each hyperactive, bouncing step. Then tell me all of them. Since that could take weeks, I'll choose a representative sampling. Damn, he needed to hustle faster to keep up with her. My worst film overall was probably, Hounded, I guess. Her brow crinkled as she thought. You were a perfumer in that one, right? Wrongly accused of a terrible crime? Yes, a master perfumer, nicknamed the Hound for my extraordinary sense of smell. After an exaggerated inhalation through his nose, he continued. Which I then employed to hide from the authorities while locating my wife's real killer. As one does. Her voice was as dry as the California hills in October. And of course his wife's murder served as his motivation. Of course. Fridging at its most banal. Eventually I discovered that my business rivals had formed a secret cabal, hired an assassin, and framed me in hopes of removing me from the perfume industry permanently. Spoiler alert, she chided him, lips quirked. He huffed out a laugh. My scenes mostly involved sniffing. Turns out it's hard to make sniffing attractive or interesting to an audience, which is some explanation as to why the movie flopped. God, the reviews. Those reviews! Not to mention the phone calls from his parents after they'd seen one of the sparse local showings. It did inspire an X-rated parody, though, from what my co-stars told me. One with a particularly clever name. As they walked, he waited, confident she could come up with it. She bit her lip for a few moments, then brightened. Pounded! Brava, April. Lifting their joined hands above their heads in triumph, he grinned at her. That movie apparently involved a lot of sniffing as well, among other activities. It also made more money than its inspiration. Probably featured better acting, too. He'd wanted her to giggle, but she didn't. Instead, for no reason he could fathom, her eyes had turned solemn, and he shifted his shoulders under the weight of her regard. You're joking about it, but you must have learned a lot about perfumery for the role, she finally said. I may not know you well, but I can already tell you're a professional. You care about your craft. Why that twisted his heart until it ached, he couldn't have said. Yeah, actually. He squinted into the distance, where the water awaited them, blue and cool and comforting. I visited a perfumery school in France. A world-class perfumer can identify over 1,000 different scents, mostly by associating smells with specific memories. I worked on that a little, learned about the history of perfume. Watched one woman grind ambergris with a mortar and pestle, too, just for kicks. What is ambergris? She asked. I've always wondered. He smirked at her. Hardened whale feces that washes on shore. You set me up for that. Her eyes narrowed, but her mouth was twitching. Shame on you! Now I have to go through my perfumes and find out just how much whale poop I've been spraying on myself for dates. Her perfume today smelled primarily of roses. His nose wasn't particularly sensitive, as he'd discovered during that idyllic week in France, but he could also detect a trace of musk and other stuff, which real perfumers could no doubt pinpoint in a flash. Where exactly she'd sprayed that perfume, he shouldn't consider in public.
Anyway, so that was one memorable role. The absolute worst script I ever had was probably for One Wheel, Two Reel.
At her confused glance, he clarified.
The uplifting coming-of-age story of a troubled unicyclist. I think it got released directly to the DVR of One Guy in Tulsa.
When she laughed, she slowed down a fraction. Holy shit! You can unicycle?
Of course,
he informed her loftily, nose in the air.
Like any serious thespian.
Well-groomed golden retriever Marcus would never use that term, of course. Even as himself, it sat oddly on his tongue. Too grand, too lofty. A thespian, as opposed to an actor, demanded respect from the world at large, not simply others within the entertainment industry. A thespian possessed talent, not merely the capacity for hard work and a pretty face. Pulling him to the edge of the sidewalk, she came to a dead halt. But you are a serious thespian, Marcus. All that caffeine had clearly gone to her head. She sounded angry, almost. He lifted a shoulder, offering her a placating smile.
I've tried to be. I don't know how successful I've been.
You've been up for a bunch of awards. You star in the most popular television program in the world. When you left Dade behind and spotted that damn funeral pyre from your ship, I nearly required medical intervention for my weeping-related dehydration issues. She spoke slowly, as if to a block-headed child, and he bristled instinctively at that familiar tone. At least until the actual meaning of her words sank in. Then he flushed hot with embarrassment and kicked at a crack in the sidewalk. And all those nominations weren't just for Gods of the Gates, she added. There was that Stoppard play, too, and the astronaut role. Starshine. He'd played the only survivor of a catastrophic incident aboard the International Space Station. Maybe the indie film hadn't done as well as he'd hoped in theaters, but yeah, for that red carpet, he'd probably strutted a bit, truth be told. She stepped in closer, until they could communicate in near whispers, until she could study him up close, her attention sharp as the hero sword he'd never actually swung in his Gates battle scenes. But in all honesty, probably the most demanding and impressive role you've played isn't any of those. Her chin was firm, her tone still determined and confrontational for reasons he couldn't fathom. Is it? He frowned at her, lost. Maybe that time he'd played Posthumus in an adaptation of Cymbeline, given the language issues, but...
I'm not sure which role you mean,
he told her. When she arched a fiery brow, he knew he was in trouble. It's you, Marcus Castor Rupp, the performance of a lifetime. She laid her palm on his chest, over his heart, as if she were taking its measure. Maybe she was. The vainest, dimmest actor on the planet, who's actually neither. Seemingly shallow and shiny as a puddle, but deep as the Mariana Trench. Deep? Him? What the actual fuck? Explain it to me, please. She spoke politely, but it wasn't a request. It was a demand. Sooner or later, the paparazzi are going to find us again. Before I watch your next performance, I need to understand. That flaming hair should have warned him. Somehow she was his crucible, burning away everything but the truth, forcing him to speak it aloud and purify himself before her. He opened his mouth, closed it, unsure what to say or how to begin. Her hand gave his sternum a gentle but firm pat, a warning. Don't bother pretending you don't know what the Mariana Trench is either. I streamed Shark Foon, and those chompy bastards came rocketing up from that trench into the cyclone. You told the president about the danger in your white lab coat and safety glasses to no avail. Stupidly, he couldn't help wondering whether she'd watched the movie in 3D, because the scene where the mother shark ate that cruise ship in 3 giant bites was really enhanced by... Nope, not the point right now. He let out a slow breath, closed his eyes. Why had he ever imagined she might simply accept his change in demeanor without remarking on it, without asking what it meant? The woman standing before him was Ulcie, the beta reader who challenged any inconsistencies in his stories. The woman standing before him was April, who made a living out of comparing surfaces to what lay underneath. The woman standing before him was the woman he wanted. That simple. So, at long last, he opened his mouth again and gave her what she wanted. The truth. Enough truth for now, at least. 1 wheel, 2 reel. Exterior. The mean streets of Portland, midday. Ewan looks at the beautiful, quirky girl with the bright pink hair sitting beside him, his unicycle propped against the back slats of their bench. Suddenly, he realizes she knows everything about him, but he knows nothing about her. Ewan. What's your name? Pixie. It doesn't matter. Ewan. Of course it matters. She crinkles her nose adorably and laughs, idly juggling as she speaks. Pixie. It really doesn't. Right now, what I want, what I need, what I think, my goals, and even my name are so much less important than you, Ewan. Your story, your life, your redemption. Near tears, he tries to smile and presses a quick kiss on her mouth. Ewan. I've never felt so understood before now. If someone like you had been in my life earlier, I think... Pixie. What? Ewan. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten mixed up in that unicycling gang to begin with. And now, I'm starting to think maybe... He takes a shuddering breath. I could switch from 1 wheel to 2. Pixie beams at him. This is the happiest moment of her life. 15. The fogginess of the morning had burned away beneath the sun, and Marcus glowed golden in its rays. In that light, given the right cinematography, he could have been the demigod he'd played so ably for years. He could have been a figure of myth, or the stalwart knightly hero of young April's fevered imagination, and current April's most fevered fix. But no camera was filming him, and this wasn't a story, and he was no invincible half-god. Not if she looked more closely. His mouth had pressed into a tight grimace, and he directed that famous blue-eyed gaze anywhere but at her, at the sidewalk beneath their feet, at the businesses they'd already passed, at the sparkling water they'd begun to approach. If he suddenly sprinted from her and dove into the bay to escape this conversation, perhaps sprouting a tale, like the one he'd sported in Man-Made, his tragic film about a half-human sea creature cursed to love a woman allergic to kelp, she wouldn't be shocked. He didn't run, though. Instead, he just looked lost. Then that knife-edged jaw firmed, and his eyes speared her. She stilled her caffeine-induced fidgeting, even as her pulse still pounded in her ears, and his heartbeat thudded under her palm. When I was 15, I gave up. That rich, low voice was flat, devoid of all the emotion he'd poured into the words of countless screenwriters. For these, his own words, he allowed no jagged edges, No half-crumbled handholds for her to grasp and pull herself closer to him.
I was going to disappoint everyone, disgust them. It didn't matter how hard I tried, or how often I apologized.
Careful. Careful. No inflection or sympathy or anything he could misinterpret. Everyone?
I told you my mom homeschooled me. Until I finished my schoolwork, I didn't go outside, and my parents weren't big fans of organized sports. I didn't see other kids a lot. When I did, I didn't know what to say.
One shoulder twitched upward. A casual movement turned convulsive.
My parents were my world. They were everyone.
You gave up. She repeated his own words, breath held against the possibilities contained in that phrase.
I'd always been a good mimic. I'd practiced to myself in my room. I had my parents down cold by then. That pompous guy from all the historical documentaries my parents loved too. The actors from the Royal Shakespeare Company, whenever their performances came on public television and my parents made me watch.
His smile was thin and brittle.
Without even having to think about it much, I knew him. What he'd say, how he'd say it, his posture, what gestures he'd make.
Her frown of confusion must have caught his attention.
My first and longest-running role, the worst possible son. Vain and lazy and stupid and careless and everything else they hate.
With a casual sweep of his hand, he flicked back a lock of sun-streaked hair. A demonstration. A reminder.
It was easy. So much easier than before.
She closed her eyes. Behind her lids, he shrank into a lanky, lonely boy. Angry. Hurt. Not hard. Not the diamond she'd once named him. Already golden, she guessed, even as a teenager. Like gold, so soft he could be gouged and warp under too much pressure. Unless he shielded himself somehow. Unless he wedged something flinty and immovable between himself and the relentless, grinding weight of his parents' displeasure. The worst possible son, he'd said. Vain and lazy and stupid and careless. If they despised him then, they didn't despise the real him. They couldn't hurt the real him. They couldn't even see the real him. If they ever had at all. It was defiance, a middle finger held up to the heavens. It was armor. It was... Jesus! It was enough to make her throat burn. Her hand on his chest curl into a fist. Once all threat of tears had disappeared, if not her lingering, helpless rage, she opened her eyes again, met his. She got it. She really did. The origins of his act, the catalyst for his longest-running role. But he was a man grown now, so why? Why was he still play-acting? He was watching her carefully, his tone so remote it frightened her.
I didn't intend to keep up the act once I left for college, or after I dropped out and moved to LA. I had no idea what to say or do unless I was in character. But I tried. And eventually I got a bit more practice talking to everyone, especially once Alex moved in with me. He helped me feel more comfortable around other people.
Shy. Damn it, he was shy. How had she not realized that before? Also, note to self, don't tell Marcus you originally wanted to have dinner with his best friend instead of him.
Before Gates, I didn't have to deal with many interviews. Then I got the role of Aeneas, and...
His throat worked.
Suddenly there were so many questions and so much more of an audience for whatever I said, and I wasn't prepared. Alex and I had run through likely questions, but we never thought anyone would hand me a fucking book and ask me to read a page about Aeneas aloud.
Fuck, she knew which interview he meant. That infamous 2-part segment on a morning news and entertainment show. Her mother's favorite. Her mom had even mentioned it during a phone call later that day, so many years ago. Didn't you used to read those books? You can watch the interview on mute, though. That boy is handsome, but not exactly a sparkling conversationalist. April had streamed it on YouTube that afternoon, complete with sound despite her mother's warning. She'd played it again less than 2 weeks ago, before her dinner with Marcus, as mental preparation for their planned date. Both times, she'd studied Marcus as the host handed him a book with small text and asked him to read a steamy bit aloud. On live television, without warning, with, as she now knew, dyslexia, which he'd been taught to consider a defining weakness and source of shame. Still, he'd tried, stumbling over the words until the host and audience had laughed uncomfortably, and the show broke for commercials. A few comments beneath that video had speculated he was drunk, but the group consensus had coalesced quickly. Stupid, not hammered. Why is their IQ always the inverse of their fuckability? With a face that pretty, I guess he didn't have to learn to read, right?
You saw the interview, I take it,
he said, and she tried to compose her expression.
At that point, I knew I was dyslexic. I wasn't ashamed of it, not by the time I got cast in Gates.
She wasn't sure whether to believe that, but she nodded anyway. Beneath her hand, his heartbeat hastened as he told the story.
But in that moment, I just blanked, panicked. I was sweating under the lights, and people in the studio were still whispering to themselves and laughing. And when we came back after the commercials, I heard myself answering questions as him.
The worst possible son, she said. The role he'd played more often than any other. The role that had offered him protection from scorn so often in the past. God, now that she knew, she could see it so clearly. The transition between the man who'd occasionally looked down and fumbled for words even before E. Wade's doorstop tome landed in his lap, and the man who'd preened for the cameras during the rest of the 2-part interview.
Well, not entirely.
His smirk didn't crinkle the corners of his eyes.
Somehow I had enough sense to make sure I came across as an especially friendly dunce, so as not to alienate our potential audience. So it was a variation on my original role, more the well-groomed golden retriever, less the worst possible son.
The biting edge to his words was meant to hurt someone. Himself? Anyone who'd scorn him? Both? I get it. At least the essentials of the situation. But why not act differently for your next interview? His jaw shifted.
The showrunners were amused. They said it was less boring than my usual interviews, and since we weren't allowed to say much about the script or the show anyway, I might as well entertain the audience a different way. After a while, I think they kind of forgot it was an act at all.
To them, his humiliation was amusing. Entertainment. God damn it. No wonder the show went off the rails once those motherfuckers couldn't follow Wade's books anymore.
I also realized pretty quickly how easy I had it, compared to the other cast members.
Marcus's voice had turned raspy and tired, and her hand rose and fell on his sigh.
They were always getting asked for character insights or opinions about the books versus the show, but once the media decided I was dumb, they didn't bother giving me hard questions. I didn't have to deflect or lie. I could just flex and primp and talk about my exercise routine. Eventually, most outlets stopped asking for individual interviews entirely, which was a relief.
Because you didn't know what to say, she said. Not as yourself. He inclined his head, a mute agreement. Now they'd reached the heart of the issue. His heart, beating steadily under her palm. His heart, evident in every bit of truth he'd offered her. She stroked him with her thumb, a gentle arc of a caress. Because you weren't comfortable in your own skin.
No, not like I am now.
For the first time since the conversation began, he touched her in return. His hand covered hers, pressed it close to the soft, nubby fabric of his sweater.
But once I had that version of myself established, April, I was kind of stuck.
An elderly couple was walking arm in arm on the sidewalk nearby, chatting amiably as they drew closer. close enough to hear things Marcus didn't yet want revealed to the world. Even though the two wizened men weren't listening, she still lowered her voice to a thready whisper. "What do you mean?" He edged closer, ducked his head to speak directly into her ear, that golden hair cool and silky against her cheek, softened his voice to match hers.
After a year or two, I thought about changing my public persona, but I didn't want Gates fans to think I was just fucking with them this whole time as some sort of weird, mean joke. I'd have to explain why I'd been pretending, and I didn't know how to do it in a way that would satisfy them but not humiliate me.
He blew out a breath, and it tickled her earlobe enough to make her shiver.
To be frank, I've also been happy not to answer questions about scripts the last 3 seasons.
That was as close to criticism of the show as she'd ever heard him venture. And as part of the Lavinius server, whose denizens linked to and analyzed every interview he gave, no matter how vapid, she would know. Another gesture of trust, offered this time without prompting. The couple had passed by them and shuffled farther down the street, but she didn't back away. The intimacy of their position warmed her against the spring breeze, and he smelled